Chapter 1, You changed as soon as you got rich? Qin Wenjie, the teacher just checked and you are indeed not on the list of candidates for internship at Let On Group this time. But, Mr. Bai, didn't you say that the interns are ranked according to their grades? My grades have always been number 1. No, you misunderstood. Let On Group is one of the most famous companies in Donghai and even the whole country. When recruiting interns, it does not just rely on academic performance, but also takes into account comprehensive performance. Comprehensive results? What does it include specifically? I can't explain this to you right away. Think about it yourself. For example, how are you worse than Chui Chang in our class? We are all adults now, don't keep asking questions after the teacher. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up now. Hearing the teacher's somewhat irritated voice before the phone was hung up, and thinking about his last words, Qin Wenjie had a complete epiphany. The school had originally reserved a quota of 10 people for admission to Let On Group, and he was one of them. When he first heard the news from his counselor Bai Yujie, he was excited for a while. Let On Group is one of the leading enterprises in Donghai City and is also one of the top real estate and construction companies in the country. If you can intern at the headquarters of such a large company, as long as you perform well, there is a high probability that you will get the opportunity to be officially employed. However, just one winter vacation later, everything changed. The other selected people received notifications to go for internships after school started, but he was the only one who had not yet received the employment notification. At first, Qin Wenjie thought he had missed the internship notification and hurriedly called his counselor. Who would have thought that the counselor would become a different person, with an attitude much colder than before? Especially the last sentence, mentioning Chui Chang, made him suddenly realize that he was not elected, but was squeezed out. Chui Chang was a well-known playboy in the class. Relying on his family's wealth, he was uneducated and spent his days flirting with girls and checking into hotels. He hardly attended any classes in more than 3 years of college. Given the opponent's situation, no matter how the ranking was done, it should not be Chui Chang's turn to get this spot. Unless. Thinking of that only possibility, Qin Wenjie felt a little bitter. The counselor's words almost made it clear that Chui Chang's family was wealthy and he was a native of Donghai. Qin Wenjie was from another place, and his parents died early, so he was raised by his grandfather and aunt's family. Although my grandfather has a lot of pension and my aunt's family has stable jobs, they are considered wealthy in their small county. But compared with people in big cities like Donghai, they are still a little worse. Is it true that in this world, even being a slave depends on family background? Damn, since it's so difficult to be a slave, why not start a business and give it a try? I don't intend to bully others in the future, I just want to prevent similar incidents from happening to my next generation. Qin Wenjie swore secretly, when suddenly a strange voice sounded in his ears. Bite. People in their 20s are at the age of striving and working hard. A qualified super-rich person should reject the temptation of becoming a high-level slave and resolutely embark on the road of entrepreneurship. It was detected that the host still had the idea of starting a business even though he was so poor that he only had 13.36 in balance on his card. This meets the system binding conditions. Bind the system for cashback of the super-rich subsidy. Binding successful, the super-rich privilege has been activated for the host. Privilege 1, for anyone with a friendship level of over 50 with the host can get a random cashback of 110 times for all the expenses spent on them. Privilege 2, you will gain a certain amount of pleasure from daily entertainment activities, and the system will randomly trigger rewards based on the amount of pleasure you gain. Various numerical information can be queried through the system's query panel. Attention, in order to prevent the host from cashing out system rewards, the following regulations are made. 1. All expenses for immediate family members are not eligible for cashback. 2. If the host reveals the existence of the system to anyone and uses it to cash out, all privileges of the system will be revoked. Special reminder, all rewards come from formal channels and the procedures are legal and can be checked. In view of the poor asset situation of the host, the system has specially sent a newbie care gift package. Rolls-Royce Cullinan 1, Jiangnan Academy 500 square meters of real estate 1, Wonha Capital Investment Management Donghai Company, Limited 5% Equity Transfer Agreement 1. Qin Wenjie is not a nerd who only knows how to read books. He reads a lot of online novels. So he naturally knows what the system is. I just didn't expect that one day I would have the opportunity to bind to the system. Or in other words, there really is a system in this world. After the shock, there is infinite excitement. Even though he just made a solemn vow, he actually had no confidence in starting a business and becoming rich. Now with the existence of the super rich system, everything is different. Especially as mentioned in the system privileges, as long as you spend money on people with a friendship level of 50 or above, you can get a random cashback of 110 times. This incredible ability is even more amazing than a cornucopia, something you would never have dared to dream of before. Not to mention this incredible privilege, just the car, house, and shares of the unknown company included in the novice gift package are something that most people may not be able to afford in their entire lives. Jeonnan Academy is one of the most famous residential areas in Donghai. The market price of a 500 square meter apartment is nearly 50 million yuan. After a careful search, Shin Wenjie found that the less well-known Wanha capital was more valuable than the Jeonnan Academy house. This is an investment company located in Donghai, which has investments and holdings in many large domestic listed companies. Because it is usually low-key and its shareholding ratio in each listed company is not high, few people pay attention to it. Shin Wenjie only found out about the other party's existence after making special inquiries. Such an investment company usually has many shareholders, and 5% of the shares is enough to become one of the major shareholders. In other words, relying solely on the annual dividend income from this company, he can lie back and never worry about food and drink. But who would think that they have too much money? Shin Wenjie would naturally not waste the cashback privilege given by the system. Almost the moment he got the system, he had already figured out how to make money. Give a gift to my girlfriend Wang Qingya. For example, Switch game consoles, top-of-the-line computers, large gold Rolex watches. What? Wang Qingya doesn't like it? It doesn't matter if you don't like it, I can play with it for you and help you put it on. As for whether my girlfriend would be unhappy, of course not. It's just a bag, and it can cure all diseases. By doing this, you not only spend money, but also enjoy the benefits and get cash back in the end. Shin Wenjie, who was dreaming, casually opened the system panel mentioned by the system and checked Wang Qingya's information. Name, Wang Qingya. Occupation, student. Age, 21. Friendliness, 17. Shin Wenjie couldn't believe this result. In his opinion, even if his girlfriend Wang Qingya's friendliness level is not over 90, it should be at least above 80. How come you're 17 already? Chapter 2 Because you have no strength. At this time, even though he suspected that the system was too strict in scoring friendship, he did not doubt that his girlfriend's friendship level was low. In order to verify my ideas, I even entered the names of other classmates to search. Lin Hui, my roommate who I usually have a very good relationship with, has the highest friendliness level, reaching 73. Except for a few who are good at playing, the other students are generally around 30 or 40 years old. Even his classmates who he didn't get along too well with were in their early 20s. His girlfriend Wang Qingya's friendliness towards him is even worse than that towards a classmate he doesn't get along with? Obviously the relationship between the two. Shin Wenjie, who was complaining quietly, suddenly recalled Wang Qingya's attitude in recent days. It seems that since the past 2 days, the other party's attitude has become noticeably colder, and when we ask for a meeting, he always claims to be busy with other things. At that time, he didn't take these details seriously. After all, everyone was busy with internship. Now that we have a system, we can see the other party's friendliness and combine it with their various performances. Even a fool should understand this. Wang Qingya has changed her mind. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Shin Wenjie was just thinking about Wang Qingya when he received a text message from her on his mobile phone. I'm going back to school today. I'll be there in about an hour. Let's meet at the school gate. I have something to tell you in person. From the pitifully low friendliness and the cold tone on the phone, he could guess what Wang Qingya was going to say. Realizing that the relationship he had maintained for 3 years was about to end, Shin Wenjie did not feel sad at this moment. After all, it was too sudden, and the unexpected change caught him off guard. It seemed that she was a considerate and clingy little goblin just a few days ago. How come she became such a different person in such a short time? Could it be related to the fact that his internship was taken away by someone? This was the only reason Shin Wenjie could think of. He had a guess in his mind but was unwilling to believe it. You can only go and hear what the other party has to say in person an hour later. Having made up his mind, Shin Wenjie quickly replied to Wang Qingya. Just as he sent the message, the phone rang again. The call came from an unfamiliar number in Donghai, and a gentle female voice sounded after the call was connected. The other party took the initiative to introduce himself and said that he was Zhang Jieja, a sales consultant at the Rolls-Royce 4S store in the East City. The call was to tell him that the relevant procedures for the Cullinan had been completed and to ask when to pick up the car. Qin Wenjie was surprised that the other party was so fast. He originally thought that he would have to wait for at least a while since he had just received the system reward. He was planning to inquire about picking up the car after a while, but he didn't expect the other party to contact him first and even completed the formalities. It was as if the car had been prepared for him a long time ago, just waiting for the system to bind and issue the gift instruction. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited about this car worth several million. He couldn't wait to take the car out. There were only two difficulties before him. The first difficulty was that I had made an appointment with Wang Qingya to meet in an hour, but his school was in the west of the city, and the shop where I picked up the car was in the east of the city. A round trip would take at least 2 or 3 hours, and I didn't have enough time. The second and most important difficulty was that he only had 13 yuan left on him, which was barely enough even if he took the subway and rode a shared bike. Since I don't want to ask my family for living expenses anymore, this money was originally intended to last until the salary from my part-time job at the milk tea shop arrives the day after tomorrow. If you spend all the money when you go to pick up the car, you will have the car but no money for food. Therefore, he has no way to pick up the car now, but he can't explain why he doesn't pick up the car. It can't be said that the Cullinan owner can't pick up the car for the time being because he has no money to take the subway. I have some things to do in the west of the city these days. I have to go to the east of the city in a few days to pick up the car. The other party had asked, and it would be inappropriate not to answer, so he could only speak with a guilty conscience. The salesperson Zhang Jiejia on the other end of the phone did not find it strange, but thought it was normal. Usually the Rolls-Royce owners she comes into contact with are busy. Perhaps, the car owner was busy playing golf with friends at the golf course in the west of the city, she thought. At the same time, he told Qin Wenjie very professionally that he could come and pick up the car anytime he had time, or he could ask the store to deliver the car to him. When he heard that the car could be delivered to his door, Qin Wenjie changed his mind instantly, provided the school address, and asked the other party to deliver the car. After hanging up the phone, Qin Wenjie's excitement took a long time to calm down. Although I was excited when the system was bound, I didn't feel it so deeply because I didn't see the real thing. Now the luxury car given by the system is about to arrive. It is a car that most people may not be able to afford even with their lifetime savings. Now that it is within his reach, this car may even be the least worth mentioning among his many gains. It can be said that from this moment on, the trajectory of his destiny changed completely. As for his ex-girlfriend Wang Qingya, he is still prepared to give her one last chance. Whether she can seize it depends on herself. An hour later, Qin Wenjie appeared behind the school gate. Wang Qingya was not late this time, and was already waiting at the gate. There was a Bama car parked not far behind me, and next to the car stood a middle-aged man in a suit, leaning against the car body with a cigarette in his mouth. Seeing him appear, looking relaxed and without any negative emotions, Wang Qingya frowned. After looking at him for a long time, he took the initiative to speak. Qin Wenjie, you should know about the work, right? Aren't you sad at all that your internship opportunity was snatched away by someone else? Qin Wenjie, Why are you sad? Did you come to me just to talk about this? Wang Qingya, of course not, but it is also related to this. Let's break up. Qin Wenjie, well, okay. Okay? Wang Qingya's voice became much louder, even a little sharp. Seeing Qin Wenjie nod again, she said angrily, don't you want to ask why? You actually agreed so easily. You really want to give up on our relationship of so many years. You are such a scumbag. Qin Wenjie looked at her pretending to be angry and asked, didn't you propose the breakup? I agreed. Why am I the scumbag? Wang Qingya, I was testing your resolve, but you really disappointed me. Let's really break up. Qin Wenjie was completely amused. He even blamed the other party for their breakup. With such acting skills, if he hadn't seen the other party's friendliness, he would have really believed that that was a test just now. The friendship level is only 17, what a test. As if she didn't think the accusation against Qin Wenjie was big enough, Wang Qingya continued to accuse him, your job was taken away by someone else, but you didn't fight for it. You just sit here like nothing happened. You really don't want to make progress. When will you be able to find a good internship like this? Without good internship experience, it will be more difficult to find a good job after graduation. For the rest of my life, I can only be an ordinary worker and live at the bottom of society. I was really blind. How could I have fallen in love with you before? You are such a scumbag and have no ambition. Look at brother Lin, he is 7 or 8 years older than you, and he is now the principal of a private school. Chapter 3. I'm really going to cry now. Lin Hui, who was smoking not far away, heard Wang Qingya mention him, flicked the ash from his cigarette and said arrogantly, "Qingya, I'm the vice principal. Although the real principal is just a figurehead, I have the real power of the principal there, but I'm still the vice principal in name only. As an educator, I have to be strict with what I say." It may seem like a humble remark, but in reality it is just a way of flattering oneself. After saying this, Lin Hui kept observing Qin Wenjie's expression. After waiting for a long time, I didn't see the expression he expected, not even a hint of surprise. For a moment, I was a little unhappy and spoke again. Xiao Qin, right? You may have been staying in school all your life and don't know much about social life. This society relies on connections and financial resources. Look at my BMW 5 Series. This is not the 3 Series. Many owners of the 3 Series may have bought it to show off. The Bama 5 Series can only be afforded by those with a certain financial strength. Now you understand what I mean. The reason I was able to become the vice president is not only because of my outstanding abilities, but also because of my outstanding financial strength and connections. I just heard from Qingya about your situation. Someone took the spot. Do you know why? Because you have no ability. I can easily arrange Qingya to work in our school, and I can also ask anyone to leave with just a word. Even if you get a job, it will be snatched away by someone else. This is the gap between us. Now, you should know that Qingya will only suffer if she follows you. Qin Wenjie couldn't bear to listen to Lin Hui's bragging until he saw the trailer truck approaching in the distance. He forcibly stopped himself from interrupting the other person's pretense, and watched him talk, silently telling him to just pretend. The bigger the better. It's not enough now, so we need to strengthen it. The more aggressive you pretend now, the harder you will be slapped in the face later. Maybe it was because Qin Wenjie didn't reply. Lin Hui pretended for a long time but felt bored and stopped. Qin Wenjie was somewhat unwilling to stop and hurriedly continued to add fuel to the fire. What is so great about this broken Bauma? I don't even know how many installments it took to buy it. I have seen too many people spend hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan to buy a second-hand BMW, and then have to pay it back in 60 installments. Could it be that this is how you, a shabby-looking Bauma, got your name? When Lin Hui heard this, he shouted like a cat whose tail was stepped on, "Open your eyes and look carefully, this is a new model from the year before last." Qin Wenjie smiled softly. The new model from the year before last? What a niche word. Wang Qingya, you better think about it. You would rather cry in the back seat of the old Bauma then. Before he could finish, Wang Qingya, who was already a little angry, said first, "Qin Wenjie, stop deceiving yourself, aren't you childish? There is no use in belittling others. Being poor is being poor. No matter how much you hate the rich or how much you belittle men who are richer and more capable than you will never become rich. Be pragmatic. How do you know you will definitely cry while sitting on the bed? Stop your meaningless fantasies and find a good class to attend. Well, now that you have made your decision, I hope you won't regret it." "Don't worry, I will never regret it," Wang Qingya said word by word with a firm attitude. After saying this, she stared at Qin Wenjie, hoping to see sadness and reluctance in his eyes. He's not looking at me at this time. What is he looking at in the distance? You're breaking up? How can you still be in the mood to answer the phone? If a call comes in at this time, shouldn't you angrily throw the phone away and say a few harsh words? Or maybe you can pretend to be magnanimous and say, "I wish you happiness." Qin Wenjie didn't have time to care what she thought. Ever since he found out through the system that her friendliness level was lower than that of ordinary classmates, their relationship was completely over. He came here just to end the matter in a decent way to prevent the other party from pestering him again in the future. The tow truck from the 4S store delivering the car happened to arrive. It was just a coincidence. He had no intention of showing off to her at all. It would have been a matter of a few words, and we would have said goodbye politely. I would go my way, and you would go your way, and we would not get in each other's way. It's a waste of time to put labels on him, and after putting labels on him, you have to praise others and put them down, which is a waste of time. Now it's good. Of course, even a clayman can get angry a little. The two people's behavior of talking back and forth has already made him a little angry. Qin Wenjie also wanted to get his revenge, so he waited for the tow truck to come. The staff at the 4S store may have been afraid that he would come out and wait early, so they deliberately did not contact him first and called him after he arrived. After all, when dealing with distinguished Rolls-Royce owners, the store would rather have its staff wait a little longer than let the customers waste even a second. Unexpectedly, as soon as the call was connected, Qin Wenjie told them that he was already waiting at the door. Seeing this, a staff member sitting in the passenger seat hurriedly got out of the car and ran towards him. The driver parked the car in a parking space on the roadside at the door, and then unloaded the car with other staff. The person running towards Qin Wenjie was Zhang Jie, who had called earlier. In the low temperature of 3 or 4 degrees, she was only wearing a gray business suit. The black high heels on her feet did not affect her running speed at all. She took 2 steps at a time and came to him. When Zhang Jie heard that the goods were being delivered to Tunghai University, she also guessed that Qin Wenjie might be a student of the school. Although I guessed it, I was still a little surprised when I actually saw him in person. Few people in Donghai can afford the Cullinan, and most of the store's customers are owners of well-known local companies. Qin Wenjie is the first one so young. She absolutely didn't believe that a student could afford this car. The most likely possibility was that it was bought by his family. This is even more surprising. What kind of family can afford to buy a Cullinan for their college-age child? I'm afraid they are more special than the usual boss clients. It was for this reason that she ignored Qin Wenjie's erotic clothes and the unknown brand sneakers on his feet, thinking that his wealthy family liked to keep their children low-key. After confirming his identity, Zhang Jie took out a pile of documents for him to sign, and then went to inspect the vehicle after it was unloaded. Qin Wenjie didn't have much to check, mainly because he had never seen such a luxury car and didn't know how to check it. He just looked at the appearance and confirmed that there was no problem. Anyway, it was given by the system and I didn't spend any money, so if there is a problem, then there is a problem. The staff of the 4S store saw this scene and understood it completely differently. A Cullinan worth more than 7 million is not something that can be bought casually, even for rich people. And his casual attitude was as if he was spending not more than 7 million, but $7. How rich must his family be to have such self-confidence? Chapter 4, No in Principle. Although there are many inconveniences when the car is delivered to your door, Rolls-Royce is a luxury car and the service provided by the 4S store is extraordinary. It is convenient and simple but not simplistic. The necessary rituals are all there and the staff are well prepared. He brought all the decorations that were originally going to be used for the store's car handover ceremony, and prepared to hold a ceremony for him on the spot. Qin Wenjie was not the kind of person who liked to show off, and he had just got the system and had not yet adapted to that kind of high-profile life. Seeing that some students were already stopping to watch, I signaled that the ceremony should be suspended. Zhang Jie and his team naturally followed the opinions of their valued customers. He said it's waived, so it's waived. After confirming that all the procedures for vehicle delivery were completed, they did not stay any longer. They just exchanged a few simple greetings, left a business card, and then said goodbye and left. It didn't take much time from the time they came to the time they left, only about 20 minutes in total. 20 minutes is neither long nor short. This amount of time is not enough to play a game, and it will seem longer if it is used in class. During this period of time, Wang Qingya and Lin Hui stood there motionless as if they had cast a spell to freeze them. Watched the Cullinan being unloaded from the trailer and then inspected and delivered. The cigarette in Lin Hui's hand was burned until the mouthpiece went out automatically, but it was still pinched between his index and middle fingers. Qin Wenjie didn't notice their reactions at all, nor did he care. After sending Zhang Jie and others away, he looked at the brand new Cullinan in front of him, as if he remembered something. He turned around and took a few quick steps to the guardroom not far away. He took out a pack of brand new Huazi from his pocket, opened the package, and handed one to each person in front of the guardroom. This bag of Huazi was given to him by his uncle before school started. When I gave it to him, he also said that he would be working soon, so even if he didn't smoke, he should still have a pack in his pocket. There is no small matter that cannot be solved by a cigarette. If there is, it means that the one you are letting go of is not Huazi. What Qin Wenjie didn't expect was that the Huazi given by his uncle was used so quickly and the effect was remarkable. The leading security guard declined at first, but after taking Huazi, he said readily after hearing his request to park the car in the school parking lot. In principle, according to the latest school regulations, external vehicles that have not completed relevant procedures are prohibited from entering. But your situation is understandable. You just bought the car and haven't had time to apply for the relevant procedures. It would be bad if such a nice car was parked on the roadside and got scratched. What's more, we all saw what happened just now. How could any random person with a little money come here and act so arrogantly? You have done a great job. We cannot let outsiders look down on our students from the University of Tokyo. In view of this point, we can be flexible. Drive in, and be sure to park in the parking space, don't park randomly, and go through the relevant procedures as soon as possible. As soon as Qin Wenjie heard the security captain's first words, he knew the matter was settled. If it is not possible in principle, then it is possible, and if it is possible in principle, then it is really not possible. After the matter was settled, Qin Wenjie returned to the car and briefly familiarized himself with the basic functions of the car. Although he had never owned a car before, he had some driving experience. Ever since he passed the college entrance examination and got his driver's license, he would practice driving on his uncle's old manual transmission Passat during holidays. With this experience, a car like Cullinan is easy to get started with. The sound of the car starting up brought Wang Qingya back from her days. She was in shock from the moment the trailer arrived to the moment it left. At one point, she even suspected that these people were actors invited by Qin Wenjie and the car was rented. But when I saw the license plate number, all my doubts disappeared. Hi AQ0721. Anyone with a little common sense knows that these luxury cars usually have numbers like 5555 or 5678 that look very expensive. It is almost impossible to hang a seemingly meaningless license plate like 0721 on a luxury car, unless the license plate has a certain relationship with the car owner. As a couple who have been together for 3 years, it is impossible for Wang Qingya to forget that Qin Wenjie's birthday is July 21st. Now that we know that the 4-digit number represents the birthday, it is clear what the Q in front of 0721 means. A license plate specially made for Qin Wenjie, unless Qin Wenjie even forged the license plate. Otherwise, it would not be such a coincidence that there happened to be a Cullinan with a license plate number that matched Qin Wenjie's. However, the breakup had just been brought up, and Qin Wenjie had no time to prepare in advance. What's more, even if the license plate can be obtained, it is impossible to quickly borrow a Cullinan. All signs indicate that the car belongs to Qin Wenjie. And I'm afraid this car has been ordered a long time ago. Wang Qingya is not stupid and knows a lot of things. For example, even if this luxury car is available, you cannot pick it up on the same day. In other words, she had already ordered the car before she mentioned breaking up, and even before her internship fell through. No wonder he didn't care at all about losing such a good job. It turned out that he had been hiding his identity, pretending to be a poor boy, and came to university to experience life. After thinking that she had discovered the truth, Wang Qingya now feels extremely regretful. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have said it so firmly. In fact, she was not very interested in Lin Hui behind her. When she went to that private school for an internship some time ago, Lin Hui, the vice principal, took the opportunity to talk to the intern and asked her out. Naturally, she refused without hesitation. After all, although she was a relatively realistic woman, she was not the kind of person who would completely lose face just for the sake of money. Why would you want to be with a 30-something man when you have a handsome boyfriend who works in a big company and has a bright future? But just 2 days ago, she accidentally heard some rumors from her classmates that Qin Wenjie's job was ruined. Such news made her originally firm belief waver. It just so happened that during that period, Lin Hui was causing trouble for her in various ways, and threatened her with words, saying that if she didn't agree, he would stop her from doing her internship. After several rounds of pressure, she realized the dangers of society and was completely shaken. After Lin Hui proposed to her again, she neither refused nor agreed. Her wavering attitude made Lin Hui, a veteran in society, see an opportunity. In order to show his strength, when he heard that she was going back to school to pick up something today, Lin Hui drove his BMW 5 Series to take her there. Wang Qingya was completely captivated by the comfortable feeling in the back seat of the Balma car, and she began to desire money even more. On the way to school, she secretly made up her mind to break up with her first love boyfriend who was poor and had no future. Next, she had to wait for Lin Hui to pursue her step by step. She couldn't act too casually, lest the other party look down on her. Therefore, when she proposed to break up, she was firm. When she said the word break up, she even felt that a happy life was beckoning towards her. What she never expected was that she had miscalculated one thing. Qin Wenjie is definitely a super rich second generation and not a poor boy at all. Is Lin Hui's Balma 5 Series awesome? What the heck is that compared to a brand new Cullinan? At this time, Wang Qingya finally began to understand what Qin Wenjie said. Crying in the Balma car? Instead of taking the Cullinan, you have to choose the Bauma 5 series. It would be strange if I didn't cry. Chapter 5, Encounter with Sisters. Lin Hui was completely numb at the moment. He had finally managed to show off, thinking himself very cool for educating a college student with no background and demonstrating his strength in front of the female college student. As a result, the other party drove the Cullinan. Thinking back to what he had just said, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But Qin Wenjie had no intention of letting them go. When he drove the Cullinan past them, he rolled down the window and smiled brightly. Well, the Bauma 5 series is indeed pretty good. You are over 30, and being able to buy a car like this shows that you have worked really hard. Work hard. This is the age for young people to strive for success. Since you have a talent for working, don't slack off. I really need to learn from you about working part-time. And Wang Qingya, you know how to make choices. You can cry or laugh in a Bauma car. If you had chosen my car. It's hard to cry. After all, Cullinan has no worries. Qin Wenjie's overt and covert ridicule made the two men's faces turn red. Lin Hui was a little angry and wanted to kick his car door. But when he thought that there was a Cullinan worth more than 7 million yuan in front of him, his anger disappeared by half. Compared with him, Wang Qingya's emotions were much more complicated. Qin Wenjie's ridicule did not make her angry. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind, which was how to save this relationship. Wenjie, please listen to my explanation. I just said that in anger. Lin Hui threatened me, saying that if I didn't agree to be his girlfriend, he would fire me. And I didn't agree to him, and I didn't even let him touch the corner of my clothes. Wenjie, we have been together for 3 years. Can we just end our relationship like that? Wenjie, wait for me and let me explain to you. This was the closest she had ever been to becoming a wealthy lady, and having already made a mistake once, she was determined to grab that last chance. Watching Qin Wenjie driving Cullinan through the school gate and into the school, she followed Cullinan like crazy. She ran and shouted, and didn't even bother to pick up the broken heel of her high heels. Qin Wenjie looked at his ex-girlfriend through the rearview mirror, and a moment of hesitation flashed through his mind. But after seeing that the friendship level had only increased to 31, he completely gave up and drove away quickly. After all, on campus, a female student was crying and chasing a Cullinan, and her heels were broken. If this kind of thing was posted online by a busybody, it would cause quite a stir. Fortunately, there are not so many busybodies in Todai, and most of the students are in class at this time. As long as he increased the speed and quickly got rid of Wang Qingya, it wouldn't attract too much attention. However, he still underestimated the temptation of Cullinan to Wang Qingya, and even its appeal to most people. Not long after he parked his car and returned to the dormitory building, Wang Qingya actually followed him and started arguing with the dormitory manager who tried to stop her from entering. Most of the senior students in the dormitory building have left school for internships, and there are not many people left. The whole building is much quieter than usual. Because of this, the noisy sounds downstairs are clearer. The Chinese people's love of watching the fun is engraved in their bones, and this is fully displayed in college students. In less than 5 minutes, the downstairs was already crowded with students who came to join in the fun. Qin Wenjie's 3 roommates have already found jobs and are doing internships, so he is the only one left in the dormitory. He originally wanted to stay in the dormitory to have some quiet time, but before he could even sit down, he heard a noise coming from downstairs. He sighed, knowing that he could no longer live in this dormitory. I casually packed a few important personal belongings into my bag, locked the dormitory door, and left through another gate carrying my bag. Why choose to avoid instead of facing Wang Qingya directly? It's not that he is afraid of the other party, but he is more afraid of trouble and doesn't want to waste time on entanglement with Wang Qingya. The engine of the Cullinan parked in the parking lot had not yet completely cooled down when Qin Wenjie appeared in front of it again. It took no more than 20 minutes from the time we stopped the car to the time we came back. What he didn't expect was that in such a short time, 2 girls had already surrounded his car and posed for photos. He knows both of these people. To be more precise, he recognizes them, but they don't recognize him. At Tunghai University, almost everyone knows the Tunghai sisters. Wang Yue and Jiang Meng are both freshmen at the Tunghai University Conservatory of Music, 3 years younger than Qin Wenjie. The two of them were equally beautiful in their own ways, and were voted by gossipers as the first place in that year's school beauty contest. What's more, the two of them are sisters with a very good relationship, which makes them even more famous. What really made them famous was not these reasons, but the fact that both of them are single now. In order to pursue them, Xia Zhengtao, a rich second-timer from Tunghai University whose family assets amount to hundreds of millions, once made a statement. This pair of sisters belong to her, and anyone who dares to have any other ideas about them would be going against him, Xia Zhengtao. Maybe judging from their assets alone, Xia Zhengtao's family isn't that wealthy, at least not in line with the arrogance with which he spoke. After all, there are too many rich people in this world, and many of them have assets worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. However, a rich second generation with so much assets in his family would naturally not go to a non-key university like Tunghai University. When the tiger is away, the monkey is king. Just relying on this point, Xia Zhengtao became the king of Donghai University. Precisely because of his economic strength, some people might be unhappy with his tyranny, but no one dares to say it directly. The sisters didn't say much about what Xia Zhengtao said. They were happy to have some peace and quiet and ignored Xia Zhengtao's pursuit. During the entire semester, Xia Zhengtao made no progress at all. This result also gave other students some other ideas. After all, there are two beautiful women there. No matter how domineering you, Xia Zhengtao, are you still going to have both of them? We live in a society ruled by law. So what if you are rich? Just because you are rich, should everyone give in all the time? Since you can't catch up with the two school beauties, let others come. You should give everyone a fair chance to compete. Unfortunately, college students who have not yet entered society still imagine the world to be too beautiful. In just a few days, people who had such thoughts were beaten and hospitalized by people from the society who came from nowhere, and some have not even been discharged yet. Although the attacker was caught in the end, he still bit to death the person who attacked him because he was displeased with them on the road. Go to jail if you want. For these people in society, going to that kind of place is like further education, and their resume will be more enriched after they come out. After several incidents like this, the students who had feelings for the two school beauties finally came to their senses. From then on, everyone tried their best to avoid any contact with the two school beauties, and some timid ones even tried to avoid them as much as possible. What Qin Wenjie didn't expect was that he would meet this famous pair of sisters from Tunghai University in such an occasion. Looking at their proud figures and exquisite looks, it would be nonsense to say that you are not moved. However, at this moment, he had no intention of having any interaction with the other party. It's not because he is afraid of Xia Zhengtao, on the contrary, he is not afraid of him at all. Money is a man's courage. If you, Xia Zhengtao, can find thugs, I can also find more powerful thugs. But I don't believe that you can have more money than System Dad. It was all because that crazy woman Wang Xingya was still making a fuss. He was afraid that if she rushed in and found that he was not in the dormitory, she would chase him out, which would lead to even bigger trouble. Therefore, the top priority is to escape as soon as possible. Of course, the two beauties were filming enthusiastically, and it would be impolite to interrupt them rudely or to say nothing at all. Besides, I finally met her, so it would be nice to tease her a little. Chapter 6. Why do I feel like she has something else in her words? Perhaps even Qin Wenjie himself did not realize that since he had the system, he had more confidence and his personality had changed a lot, and he suddenly became much more cheerful. Hey, the two school beauties are taking selfies with this little sister. They are both sitting on the front of the car. Why don't they go in and take pictures? They were filming enthusiastically when they heard someone teasing them. The two school beauties reacted differently. Wang Yue blushed and hurried away from the car, while Jiang Meng looked at Qin Wenjie emotionlessly, rolled her eyes and said, "It's none of your business. We can shoot wherever we want. It's not your car, why bother with your business?" The system's built-in query system is not omnipotent. It can only query the information of people with whom you have communicated. Therefore, he cannot directly query when the two parties meet. Now, after Jiang Meng responded with an unfriendly look, Qin Wenjie curiously checked the friendliness of this school beauty. Friendship, 53? The other party's friendliness was surprisingly high. After watching the process with the result in mind, he realized that Jiang Meng's fierce look was just an act. She has a different personality from Wang Yue, so she would use this method to hide her embarrassment, but her blushing ears still betray her inner feelings. The performance of the sisters made him laugh, and it was also the first time he met someone who met the system's cashback requirements. He put aside the matter of leaving in a hurry and looked at Jiang Meng and said slowly, "How can you be sure that it's not my car?" "Jiang Meng, how could it be your car?" Qin Wenjie, "Then try to pull down the door." "Jiang Meng, how could it be possible that the car was unlocked?" "It's all your fault. The owner must have forgotten to lock the car." You tricked me into unlocking the door, and then the owner misunderstood me. As if to prove that Qin Wenjie's words were a little funny, she tried to open the driver's door while saying it was impossible. Who would have thought that the car door would open with a slight pull? Jiang Meng's mind went blank, and his first thought was that the owner had not locked the car. When he thought about how he had dared to ask someone to open the door of Cullinan like a car thief, he couldn't hide the embarrassment on his face. Qin Wenjie found her expression funny, and he said teasingly, "Do you think it's possible that when the key of a car like Cullinan is brought close to the car will automatically unlock? Guess who usually has the key? Jiang Meng, driver. Qin Wenjie. Wang Yue." The scene fell into an eerie silence for at least a minute. Even Jiang Meng, who was good at confronting others, didn't know what to say after realizing that Qin Wenjie was the owner of the car. "I'm sorry. We just came over to take pictures because we thought your car was pretty. We definitely didn't touch your car. We just leaned against it. We're really sorry." Wang Yue's apology broke the silence. Qin Wenjie waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm just kidding you. Do you want to continue filming? If you want, you can get in the car and film. It's just that I'm in a hurry to escape now. You can follow me and I'll send you back to the school gate after the escape is over." The noise from the dormitory building in the distance stopped, and Qin Wenjie knew that Wang Qingya was probably no match for the dormitory manager. He couldn't walk into the dormitory, and the other party might ambush him near the car. He was really afraid of being harassed by the other party. After hearing the first half of his sentence, the two school beauties wanted to refuse, but when he said the second half, it aroused their curiosity. Just as I was thinking about asking further, I heard Wang Qingya's voice from a distance. Qin Wenjie, who was originally not in a hurry, felt like zombies were coming. He hurriedly opened the car door and pushed the two people into the car while saying, "No time to explain, get in the car." The sudden urging and the sight of a disheveled woman running towards them from a distance made the two school beauties nervous for some reason, and they got into the car somehow. Qin Wenjie quickly sat in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and started the engine to get ready to go. The more nervous you are, the harder it is to buckle your seatbelt. At this moment, Jiang Meng in the back seat suddenly yelled, "It's already this late, and you're still wearing your seatbelts? Step on the accelerator and run. It's not too late to worry about the seatbelts once the car starts moving." Oh, you're right. The brand new Cullinan entered the university campus and had not stayed there for long before it left again. Because the school is located in the suburbs, there are not many cars on the road outside the school gate, and Wang Qingya has long been left behind and disappeared. Just as the other person was in his heart, after the breakup in the morning, she no longer occupied any place. The two women sitting in the back seat looked back and got out of the car, and when they confirmed that the woman had not caught up with them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they suddenly realized that something was wrong and looked at each other. That's not right. They were just taking a picture next to the car, why did they run along with it? What on earth was that damn sense of urgency just now? Why do I feel like the mistress was caught cheating by the original wife and ran away? You damn scumbag, you dumped the little girl and you actually took us away with you. Are you trying to cheat us again? Jiang Meng speaks so directly that she dares to curse even when she is sitting in Qin Wenjie's car. If someone else said this, Qin Wenjie might not even bother to pay attention. But Jiang Meng is different from Wang Yue. Just now in the car, he checked Wang Yue's friendliness level and it was 71, much higher than Jiang Meng. The two had never met before, but when they met for the first time, their friendship was almost like that of the best buddies in the dormitory. This is not a school beauty at all, she is simply a human money printing machine. After confirming that the friendship level of both of them was over 50, he had made up his mind to establish a good relationship with them. However, just when Jiang Meng said that, the friendship between the two of them was decreasing, and it was decreasing very quickly. Jiang Meng's score dropped to 39, and Wang Yue's score dropped to 57. If this trend continues, they will drop below 50 sooner or later. This won't do. I have to make excuses, and make some justifications. Restore his great image in the eyes of the two school beauties and save his precarious friendship. So he immediately recounted what had happened half an hour ago truthfully, only embellishing a few places. For example, the incident with the car was explained by him as a surprise for Wang Qingya, but she ended up betraying him. The word betrayal was deliberately emphasized with a crying tone, causing the two school beauties to make their own associations and misunderstandings. My girlfriend met a rich man and betrayed him. Anyone who hears such a story will interpret the word betrayal as an actual relationship taking place. This is the importance of rhetoric. From the rapid increase in friendship between the two sides, he knew that his explanation worked. But Jiang Meng seemed a little embarrassed and still pretended to be fierce and said, "I don't believe what you said, you damn scumbag, you must be making it up." "Qin Wenjie, I'm really honest with you. I'm definitely not lying. The security guard at the door can vouch for me." Jiang Meng, humph. "Then I will definitely break up with you, definitely." Chapter 7, The Big Enemy is No Longer Popular? Jiang Meng wanted to say a few more words to be stubborn. She originally wanted to say that it must be your boyfriend's fault, but when she thought about the fact that it was Wang Qingye who cheated, she couldn't say the words. Seeing this, Qin Wenjie continued in a frustrated tone. "Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Maybe I don't deserve to be loved at all. God has given me everything I have now, but I am destined to lose something." Jiang Jiang, okay, classmate, I'm really sorry, we misunderstood you. In fact, this is not your fault, so don't blame yourself for everything. We girls also despise girls like your ex-girlfriend. Love matters must be faithful to one's partner, so how can we treat them differently based on wealth? Seeing Jiang Meng feeling awkward, Wang Yue quickly spoke up to smooth things over, which also gave Qin Wenjie a new understanding of her. Before she spoke, he had always thought that Jiang Meng was the stronger one in the sister relationship. It was not until Wang Yue said this that I suddenly realized that the person who really had the final say seemed to be Wang Yue. Jiang Meng has a good personality. Most of the time, she is just a substitute who rushes to the front, while Wang Yue is the one who sits behind the scenes. The apology explained the reason and also hinted to him that the two of them were not the kind of casual people, nor were they the kind of people who despised the poor and loved the rich. Qin Wenjie is not a 3-year-old child, so of course he doesn't believe what she said. Let us not talk about anything else, just talk about what happened just now. If he was driving a Wuling Hongguang, not to mention the half-hearted push and pull, even if he put a knife to their necks and forced them into the car, they would struggle violently. The reason he was able to get in the car was because he was driving a Cullinan worth more than 7 million yuan. A car that even the school bully Xie Zhengtao might not be able to afford. Sometimes adults need to lie a little to maintain respectability, so Qin Wenjie would certainly not deliberately expose them. He also needs to use this as an excuse to carry out his next plan, otherwise how can he have the reason to spend money on them and get cash back? "Oh, I'm so sorry, I was in such a hurry just now that I pushed you into the car. Now I guess she is still waiting for me at the door. I don't dare to go back, but I can't leave you on the roadside. How about I treat you guys to a meal? Firstly, I can express my apology, and secondly, I can buy time and send you back to the school gate later. You really should treat us to a meal." Jiang Meng spoke faster than his brain, but Wang Yue covered his mouth before he could finish half of his sentence. "Let's not spend too much money. Actually, we can get off the bus and take a taxi back, but we're afraid of running into her when we get back. If she misunderstands that there is something going on between us, we might be in trouble. Why don't we go shopping in a mall? When the time is almost up, you can take us back or we can take a taxi back by ourselves." Wang Yue's words left Qin Wenjie with a deeper impression of her. He suddenly realized that this school beauty did not seem to be as disdainful of rich people as rumored. Xie Zhengtao failed to handle it, perhaps there were other reasons. He also heard the hidden meaning in Wang Qingye's words just now. She seemed to want to create some opportunities for them to spend time together. At the same time, she was also sending a signal to Qin Wenjie that she was willing to be close to him. This already explained a lot of things, as her personality was completely different from what he had heard about the school beauty. Qin Wenjie believed that the reason for this situation had a lot to do with the initial high level of friendship. Qin Wenjie doesn't believe that there is such a thing as love at first sight in this world. "I will not be so narcissistic as to think that my appearance can make strange girls, especially school beauties, have a great liking for me at first sight. Putting aside these bullshit reasons, for this to happen, it would have to be because he has something that the other person likes." The two parties only met once and didn't know much about each other, so they could only see some superficial things. For example, Cullinan, or to be more straightforward, money. Is it because of money that the school belle is attracted by? This reason is not convincing enough. If the school belle really just liked money, Xie Zhengtao would have succeeded long ago. Therefore, it is definitely not just because of money that makes Wang Yue show such an attitude. In addition to money, there is something that he has and Xie Zhengtao does not. That's a bit of a brain teaser. He couldn't figure it out for the moment, and he was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, the two parties hit it off immediately. As long as they can get the system rebate from each other, there is no need to bother thinking about those deeper things. After deciding to go shopping in the mall, Qin Wenjie drove straight to the city, while the two school beauties chatted and took selfies in the car. Wang Yue seemed to be very concerned about his ex-girlfriend Wang Qingya, and always inadvertently led the topic to her when chatting. For example, why do you have to run away when you see someone? Why can't you explain it clearly to the other party? Will this cause trouble in the future if it is not cut off cleanly? Will I no longer believe in love because of Wang Qingya? At the beginning, Qin Wenjie didn't think much about it and answered one by one. As these questions increased, he realized something was wrong and inadvertently glanced at the other person through the rearview mirror in the car. Coincidentally, Wang Yue also looked up at him, and their eyes met. Why do I feel like there's something else behind her words? Qin Wenjie vaguely guessed the reason why Wang Yue asked these questions, but he did not show it and continued to pretend to be confused. With the financial support of the system, he will be able to get to know all kinds of people in the future and get cash back from them continuously. There was no need to give up the entire forest for a small tree, so he did not take the initiative to do anything for the time being. Of course, he would not give up the small tree for the forest. Only children make choices, of course adults want both. He believed that the so-called multiple choice question would no longer be a problem with future contact. The little tree might actively choose to join the forest. Who can say for sure? After arriving at the mall, Wang Yue deliberately took everyone to visit some luxury stores to test Qin Wenjie's reaction. They found that he was indifferent and did not take the initiative to pay the bill and please them like a dog. Such performance made Wang Yue feel a little disappointed, but if you look closely, you can see a smile at the corner of her mouth. Generally speaking, the joy in my heart outweighs the disappointment. This can also be seen from the continued growth in friendliness. After just a stroll down the street, her friendliness level had risen from 75 to 81. Seeing the change in her friendliness, Qin Wenjie even suspected that if he confessed to her now, the success rate would be more than 90%. Can you increase your friendship level without spending a penny? This is really unexpected, and it makes those bootlickers feel embarrassed. Has the social atmosphere changed? Girls no longer like big enemies, but instead like stingy men? Chapter 8: The Trouble with Trivial Matters. In fact, the reason why Qin Wenjie didn't spend money to buy them gifts or something, besides the fact that it was a bit abrupt to give them gifts rashly, the most fundamental reason was that he really had no money. Don't be fooled by the system that offers cash back, free houses, and free cars. Up to now, he has not been given a penny. Although his assets have increased, the cash in his pocket is still that little. As poor as he was, he even planned to borrow some money before treating others to a meal. His original plan was to borrow some money from his roommates, which was what he was best at doing, pretending to be rich. As sensitive as he is afraid of showing weakness in front of girls and leaving an impression of being poor. However, when Cullinan arrived at the parking lot of the mall, the warm and respectful attitude of the previously indifferent security guard had a huge impact on his mentality. The two school beauties sitting in the back seat had only known each other for less than half an hour, but they were talking and laughing as familiarly as old friends who had known each other for more than 10 years. All these changes made him feel dazed for a moment, and then he suddenly woke up. There is nothing to worry about in the world, only mediocre people make trouble for themselves. In life, just live happily, why bother about what others think? What if others look up to you? What if they look down on you? Having money is having money, having no money is having no money. If you have no money, why go to other places to seek help? Why not just borrow from them directly? In fact, he was indeed worrying too much. When they had almost finished shopping and it was almost time for lunch, they heard Qin Wenjie asking them to borrow money, saying that he was in a hurry and left his bank card in the dormitory. The two school beauties had no doubts at all, and their friendship level increased instead of decreasing. Even after Wang Yue was slow in taking out her phone and Jiang Meng transferred the money to her first, she took the initiative to ask him if he wanted to lend her more money. After borrowing the money, Jiang Meng asked if she could treat everyone to lunch. Naturally, this proposal was rejected by Qin Wenjie in an extremely firm manner, and the tone of his eyes made it seem as if Jiang Meng was doing something against the law of nature. Nonsense, if you treat me, then my cashback will be gone. If she borrows money to treat others, the bill will be charged to him, and the system will give her cash back. But if she treats others directly, she will not get any cash back. It seemed that the money came from her pocket, but the results were completely different. Of course, only Cullinan owners have such privileges. If it were an ordinary man, he would definitely be labeled a graceful man or a poor loser if he had to borrow money from the woman to treat her. But he did the same thing, which made the two girls even more moved. Look at him, he would rather lend it to me than let me spend a penny more. I'm so touched. Increase friendship. The three of them had a pleasant lunchtime. After eating, Shin Wenjie couldn't wait to pay the bill. Even when I was entering my password on the payment page, my hands were shaking with excitement. When the confirmation button was pressed on the mobile phone, 431 yuan was paid out, and at the same time, the mobile phone received a payment arrival message. 3,017 yuan has been deposited into my bank card. After calculation, it is 7 times cash back. Excluding the fees paid, I earned 2,586 yuan. This was a huge sum of money for him at the moment and solved his urgent needs. With this money, he can continue to double it and make more money. Fatally, he seemed to see a bright future life beckoning to him. The emergence of the system made him very satisfied. There is only one thing that is a bit of a letdown. Since leaving school, the phone has almost never stopped ringing, and they are all from Wang Xingya. At first she used her own number, but after being blocked, she started borrowing from strangers or classmates. I finally had a moment of silence while eating, but just as I finished my meal, another call came from an unfamiliar number. Shin Wenjie hung up again instinctively, but this time, not long after he hung up, a text message came in. He claimed to be from Wanha Capital and wanted to talk to him about the company. Shin Wenjie called back hurriedly. After the call was connected, the other party claimed to be Dewey, who was also a shareholder of Wanha Capital. Through the other party's introduction, we learned that he, who owns 5% of the shares, has indeed become one of the company's major shareholders as speculated, and as a major shareholder, he naturally has part of the company's decision-making power. The other party called and ostensibly wanted to ask for his opinion on the company's development and whether he wanted to arrange for someone to join the management team. Shin Wenjie has already understood the actual deeper meaning. It is impossible for all shareholders in such a large company to be of one mind. Where there are interests, there will be disputes. Before Shin Wenjie appeared, they had achieved a delicate balance through repeated struggles. Now with the emergence of him as a shareholder, especially a shareholder who holds 5% of the shares and has a certain say, the original balance can easily be broken. In order to find out his thoughts, Dewey acted as a middleman and communicated with Shin Wenjie on behalf of all parties. In fact, he had thought about this question when he received the reward and searched for Wanha Capital on the internet. Even though he has the system and drives Cullinan out, he looks very impressive. He can only scare college students like Wang Yue and Jiang Meng, but in front of the real big guys, his capital and power are totally not enough. It's just that because of the existence of the system, sooner or later he will surpass those so-called big guys, but that is a matter of the future. When you are still young and have not yet fully grown, the most important thing is to behave yourself, develop slowly and don't waste time. Don't get too involved in the affairs of these big guys, just collect your dividends honestly. But being low-key does not mean giving in, it means not provoking trouble but not being afraid of trouble. With the support of the system, he has the confidence to face these big guys and there is no need to be submissive. Once you have a clear understanding of your own positioning and approach, the questions raised by the other party are no longer problems. On the phone, he indirectly expressed to the other party that he had no intention of managing the company and that he invested only to make some money. Although the words were polite, Dewey, a veteran in the business world, heard them very bluntly. After realizing that he had no intention of participating in the management of the company, the other party was relieved. He said cheerfully that if there was anything in the future, they could come to him, and he could handle most things in Donghai, and the president of Dongda University was also very familiar with him. This simple sentence contained multiple layers of meaning. It not only made Shin Wenjie better friends, but also demonstrated his own strength. In particular, the sentence, "the president of the University of Tokyo is also very familiar with him," contains multiple meanings. Even if Donghai University is ordinary, it is still a formal undergraduate university. The rank of the president is naturally not low. Since he is very familiar with him, his identity and background must be extraordinary. And this is just the surface meaning. If you think about it more deeply, it will be even more serious. Shin Wenjie clearly did not introduce his identity, but in just a few hours, it was possible to find out that he was a student of Donghai University through his name and other information. The strength behind this is extraordinary. After hearing this, Shin Wenjie became more sober and did not get involved in the struggle among these big guys too early. Chapter 9. I will definitely repay you. When Qin Wenjie was on the phone, the two school beauties tacitly quieted down, even the talkative Jiang Meng stopped talking. They did this not just out of politeness, but more because they wanted to gossip about him. From Qin Wenjie's attitude and tone, they realized that the person on the other end of the phone should be a person of some importance. Faced with such a task, Qin Wenjie was able to chat and laugh as if he was having a casual conversation, and the other party was able to cooperate, which shows that he is very important in the other party's mind. The meaning contained in this is worth thinking about. I have to say that the two school beauties are not just pretty faces, they are both smart people. If it was Wang Qingya, she would probably be impatient and ask why the call was taking so long. Then after hanging up the phone, he would ask without hesitation what they talked about on the phone. Wang Yue and Jiang Meng pretended nothing had happened. After walking around for a while and talking about some economic topics, Jiang Meng casually said, "I just heard you mention Wanha Capital. Are you investing there too?" Wang Yue had long been unable to contain her curiosity, but she also knew that it would be a bit presumptuous to ask directly. Moreover, she had never heard of the so-called Wanha Capital and didn't know how to ask. Now that her fast-talking sister has finally performed stably again, she quickly pricked up her ears to listen, for fear of missing any details. Qin Wenjie was a little surprised that Jiang Meng actually knew about Wanha Capital, so he asked, "Do you know Wanha Capital?" Jiang Meng, "Yes, of course I know. My father invested some money in it." Qin Wenjie didn't expect to meet the daughter of a shareholder of Wanha Capital. He asked with surprise, "What a fate! How much shares does your father own?" Unexpectedly, Jiang Meng was stunned when she heard his question, and asked in confusion, "Do you still have shares?" Qin Wenjie, "Well, about 4 to 5%. Jiang Meng, "How much?" Wang Yue lost her patience after hearing her exclamation and asked hurriedly, 4 or 5% isn't much, right? Why are you so surprised?" Jiang Meng, "Not much? That's because you don't understand Wanha Capital. Let me put it this way, my dad invested tens of millions, but he doesn't have any shares at all. He can only get some dividends and business priorities. Anyone who owns even 1% of Wanha Capital is an absolute business tycoon." Wang Yue was a little surprised and lost her composure. "Is it so exaggerated? According to what you said, this company should be very powerful. How come I have never heard of it?" Jiang Meng, "A company you haven't heard of may not be bad. It's hard to explain it in a short time. I'll tell you slowly when we get back. But this major shareholder classmate in front of me, I lent you 500 yuan when you were in the most difficult time, you must repay me generously." "Well, don't worry, I will definitely repay you. Rich people tend to be more likely to be favored by the opposite sex, just like now." After only knowing the two campus beauties for a few hours, I was already familiar enough with them to joke happily with them. If it were the Qin Wenjie of the past, he would never have received such treatment. The three of them chatted and walked around, and in the afternoon, Qin Wenjie offered to take them back. "It's not that I've had enough of hanging out with the two of them, but that I'm planning to move into the house, otherwise I'll have nowhere to live." He didn't want to let the two school beauties know about the house for the time being, so he had no plans to take them with him. Fortunately, Wang Qingya was not a very perseverant person. After they drove to the school gate to inquire around, they found that she had already left. Cullinan stopped at the school gate. The two school beauties said goodbye to Qin Wenjie, opened the door and got out of the car. At this time, there were quite a lot of students entering and leaving the school gate. When they saw a Rolls-Royce Cullinan at the school gate, they all couldn't help but look back. As soon as Wang Yue and Jiang Meng got off the car, they were met with such gazes, and a different emotion surged in their hearts. In particular, Wang Yue, who got off the bus first, was the first to be noticed. Looking at the looks from her classmates, she suddenly realized that the feelings in her heart were different from what she had imagined. Once upon a time, she was also one of those many classmates, and she was thinking in her heart at that time, "If I were the one getting out of the luxury car, I might feel shy and embarrassed." Until today, the imagined thing has come true. She suddenly realized that there was no shyness in her heart, but more enjoyment. She didn't even know why, but she could read emotions such as envy and jealousy from her classmates' seemingly ordinary eyes. I used to experience this emotion as a school beauty, but it was not as deep and clear as it is now. Almost instantly, she fell in love with the feeling. If I were the real mistress of this car, it would be great if I could enjoy this kind of attention at any time. A bold idea popped up in Wang Yue's mind. Jiang Meng, who got off the bus right after her, looked at the classmates around her with a thoughtful expression. Name, Wang Yue. Occupation, student. Age, 19. Friendliness, 87. Name, Jiang Meng. Occupation, student, anchor. Age, 19. Friendliness, 79. Ha! It went up again. Qin Wenjie, who used the system to check the attributes when he was free, was a little puzzled when he saw the fluctuation of friendship level. How can I increase my friendship points every time I get off a car? Could it be that the two school beauties have a physique that is easy to make friends with? An innate physique that increases friendliness? After watching the two people leave, looking back every 2 steps, Qin Wenjie withdrew his thoughts, navigated to the location of Jiangnan Academy community in the city center, and headed straight for the destination. Donghai University is located in the western suburbs of Donghai City, which is quite far from the city center. It takes about an hour to drive there if there is no traffic jam. Because this community is located in a school district and has a good geographical location, the unit price is relatively high, and large flats cost about 100,000 renminbi per square meter. The gift package for beginners includes a 500 square meter apartment, which costs more than 50 million yuan. With such a price, it is definitely one of the top luxury homes in Donghai. There are 6 buildings in the entire community. Except for 2 short buildings which are large flats, the remaining 4 are high-rise buildings with small and medium-sized apartments of about 100 to 200 square meters. The average unit price of small and medium-sized houses is around 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. That is to say, the smallest house costs nearly 10 million yuan. Such high housing prices are beyond the reach of most people. However, what a big city like Donghai lacks the least is rich people, so this community was sold out as soon as it was launched. It is this point that makes Qin Wenjie even more puzzled. Logically speaking, all the houses here were sold out within a month after they were put on the market, so it is impossible that there are still unsold houses. What's more, the houses here have been delivered for at least 3 months. Even if you buy a second-hand house, you can't buy a new house that hasn't been taken over yet. How did the system get such a new house? Chapter 10. The local tyrants are short of money. After thinking for a long time without figuring it out, Qin Wenjie didn't continue to worry about it and kept a calm mind. The system has its own methods. He just needs to confirm that the ownership of the house has belonged to him. What made him feel even more gratified was that the system was quite considerate. Knowing that he had no money, it paid for many of his expenses. For example, the previous Cullinan not only gave away the car, but also included various fees such as purchase tax, registration fee, and first-year insurance premium. All fees for the house at Jiangnan Academy were paid, and even the property management fee was paid in advance for 5 years. Otherwise, given his current financial situation, he wouldn't be able to afford the property management fees, let alone buying a house. The property service in the high-end community was also very considerate. When the property staff heard that he was an owner who came to collect his house, they personally took him to the temporary office of the real estate company in the community to go through the formalities. After completing all the formalities, Qin Wenjie took the heavy documents and followed the staff to his house. He inserted the key into the spare keyhole of the fingerprint lock and turned it gently. As the unlocking sound was heard, the entrance door was slowly opened, and a huge empty living room appeared before his eyes. Before entering this house, Qin Wenjie had never seen or even thought that there would be such a large living room in the world. The living room alone is almost as big as the entire house of an average person. Walk into the living room and onto the balcony. Through the clear and bright floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook the most prosperous commercial street in the city center. Because the house was simply decorated and there was no furniture, the room seemed even more empty. For the first time, Qin Wenjie realized that if the house is big enough, speaking will actually have reverberation and echo. For some reason, after entering this big house, Qin Wenjie felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. I am short of money and need to make money quickly. In such a big house, if there is only a 50 or 60-inch TV like in ordinary houses, it would be a bit out of place. The sofa is not made of real leather and cannot support the style of the room. With so many bedrooms, there are even more beds than in an average house. It would be a bit cheap to put an ordinary computer desk in that large workshop of dozens of square meters. After walking around the entire room, Qin Wenjie suddenly realized that from the moment he received the novice gift package, he had been forced to embark on the path of involution. Everything luxurious must be matched with something luxurious. The system has helped him maintain the most basic face. All he has to do is to make money quickly and enrich himself as soon as possible. But it is still quite difficult to fill this lining quickly, even if you have the privilege of system cashback. The cashback privilege given by the system is not without threshold. The friendliness level of 50 may seem low, but it is actually not as simple as imagined. For example, in real life, if you want to get cash back from someone you know, you must first find a way to raise the friendship level between the two parties to 50. After reaching this basic condition, whether it is sending gifts to earn money or other methods, you must find a limit, otherwise it will be too abrupt and counterproductive. For example, if good friends give each other gifts worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, it is understandable if it happens once in a while, but if it happens frequently, the other party will inevitably suspect that he has ulterior motives. Even if you don't doubt it, human nature is fickle. If you keep giving to the other person, they will take it for granted after they get used to it, and it is very likely that the friendship level will decrease instead of increase. I've been treated as an innocent person. In comparison, it is easier to swipe money online. People who can't even afford $10,000 in real life will think that cars worth more than $1 million are just average when they go online. Therefore, if one can find a suitable target online, it would be more convenient to make money, especially the live broadcast platform, which is very suitable for helping him earn his first pot of gold. He did what he said. In the empty living room, Qin Wenjie stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the bustling streets outside the window. He calmed down his excitement and opened the Douyu live broadcast platform. In the past, he would often watch live broadcasts, but he only watched gaming hosts, and most of them were freeloaders. The amount of gifts he gave depended on how much red envelopes he got from the live broadcast room. The account has been registered for more than 3 years, but the level is only level 5. Such small accounts are not even worthy of a word welcome XXX to the live broadcast room from the host in most live broadcast rooms. Sometimes, if the host is in a bad mood, they will be kicked out of the live broadcast room directly. Today is no different from the past. After all, on the virtual internet, he is no longer a tycoon who owns tens of millions of mansions and $1 million Cullinan, but a level 5 little Karami. Therefore, after randomly entering the live broadcast room of a dance anchor recommended on the homepage, not even a single ripple was caused. Even if I gave a gift worth dozens of dollars, I didn't even get a thank you. Seeing this situation, Qin Wenjie realized that this would not work. He had very limited money, less than 3,000 left. If I can't find a suitable target before I spend it all, the little money I have will be wasted. I can't always go and borrow from others. Of course, as someone who often watches live broadcasts, he also knows that if he can give gifts worth a few hundred yuan, the host will still thank him. But there is a very big risk in doing so. Before having a conversation with the anchor, he has no way of knowing the other party's friendliness. When there are only $3,000 left, spending a few $100s is a gamble, just like opening a blind box. What if you find out that the other party's friendship level is only in the teens after sending the gift? That would be a huge loss. To be on the safe side, he exited the live broadcast room and looked for one with only single-digit viewers. An hour later, after browsing the live broadcast rooms of hundreds of failed anchors, Qin Wenjie spent 1,000 yuan in vain and still got nothing. The friendliness levels of the hosts I found either were extremely low, or their friendliness levels increased very slowly after I gave them gifts. None of them exceeded 50. Qin Wenjie could also figure out the reason. Most anchors want to make a lot of money easily, but there are too many people coming and going in the live broadcast room every day, and they have limited energy and it is impossible for them to take care of everyone. The simplest way is to select a powerful big brother and focus on winning him over. The user's level is the most intuitive reflection of his or her economic strength. Those with high levels may not be rich in real life, but they are definitely willing to spend money on live broadcasts. You just need to capture this group of people and you can make money easily. Even after Qin Wenjie had brushed nearly 1,000 levels, his account was only level 23. In the eyes of those anchors, it was no different from those level 4 or 5 accounts. If his account could reach level 50 or 60 or higher, the results would be completely different. You don't even need to send gifts, just enter the live broadcast room and you will be warmly welcomed, and the friendliness level will definitely be much higher than it is now. However, it would take hundreds of thousands of dollars to invest in an account at level 50 or 60, which was beyond his reach with only a balance of more than 2,000 yuan in his account. The first pot of gold is often the most difficult, even if you have a system. Now that he has so little money in his pocket, he will not be able to get any cashback unless he can find an anchor who can give him immediate cashback. He was hit hard by reality and for a moment he wondered whether he should sell the car and use the money to make more money. Or you can invite the 2 school beauties out for dinner to get more initial funds. Qin Wenjie was thinking while casually browsing the live broadcast page. I have to say, sometimes when luck comes, you can't stop it. Just when he was troubled by how to get funds, a live broadcast room he randomly came across caught his attention. Chapter 11, The Fury of Sheep. Jiang Meng? Looking at the phone screen, there was a girl who looked extremely similar to Jiang Meng and was singing and playing the guitar. Qin Wenjie suddenly remembered the information he had checked through the system panel before. It seemed that Jiang Meng's occupation did include the word anchor. In order to confirm the identity of the anchor on the screen, he clicked on the other party's homepage. Net name, Zhang Jiang, broadcasting location, Donghai City. It's definitely her. The internet is huge and there are indeed people who look similar, but the probability of such a coincidence happening in the same Donghai City is too small. The name and place match, but there are some differences in appearance. Not as pretty as the real person. I guess it's because the beauty filter is on. With Jiang Meng's looks, turning on the beauty filter not only did not add any value, but had the opposite effect. In reality, a beautiful woman, after being enhanced with beauty filters, would make people mistakenly believe that she looks that way because of the beauty filters. But even so, she still has to open it. I think it is also a way of self-protection, for fear of being recognized or harassed. Obviously, Jiang Meng was worrying too much. Because the Douyu platform has a beautification function, even female anchors in their 40s or 50s on this platform can be beautify themselves to look like 20-year-old girls. They are all ruwai in real life and school beauties in the camera. Even if Jiang Meng appeared without beauty filters, she could only compete with other female anchors on equal terms. Now, after the beauty enhancement, she looks even less outstanding. Plus, she is a singing host, so her popularity is much lower than other female hosts. Due to various factors, when Qin Wenjie entered the live broadcast room, there were only 3 or 4 viewers watching the eye-catching Donghai University beauty online. Because no one talked to her, she could only sing and play by herself to ease the awkward atmosphere. Jia enters the live broadcast room. When she sees someone entering the live broadcast room, she habitually says a welcome word. Perhaps to create a topic, he deliberately joked, "Welcome brother Gigi to the live broadcast room. Your name reminds me of a friend." Qin Wenjie did not reveal his identity directly, pretending to be a passerby and asked, "Really? What friend? Could it be your boyfriend?" Jiang Meng waved her hands in front of the camera and said with a smile, "No, we are just ordinary friends." Qin Wenjie, "Oh, I thought it was the one who owed you 500. Jiang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief, and then he exclaimed, "It's really you. How did you know about my live broadcast room?" Qin Wenjie, "I just picked it up randomly." Several netizens who had been lurking around saw the conversation between the two and found that there seemed to be something interesting to watch, so they became interested and joined in. Uncle Su, brother Ed actually knows the anchor, give the anchor a thumbs up. Farewell in late autumn, is that host pretty in person? Is there a big difference with the beauty filter? Fingertips, is it honorable to borrow money from a woman? He owes money but still shows off in the live broadcast room. How unmanly. Qin Wenjie really didn't expect that a Fiangyang would appear in the live broadcast room with only 3 or 4 people. He was not angry about the appearance of Fiangyang, but was full of surprise. He was worrying about how to give a gift naturally so that it wouldn't seem so abrupt. The other party's words gave him an excuse. Since Fiangyang has taken the initiative to offer an excuse, how can we not seize the opportunity? Qin Wenjie immediately recharged the only 2,000 yuan left in his account into his Douyu account. He sent a message in a provocative tone, "At which I saw me showing off? What do you think I came here for?" The internet is an interesting place. People who are timid in real life will become arrogant and aggressive on the internet. The netizen named is a good example. When he saw Qin Wenjie actually confronting him, he immediately fought back rudely. Fingertips, you don't want to buy a gift worth 500 yuan, do you? Fingertips of time, that anchor can only receive more than 200. Fingertips of time, are you using the girl's money to show off? Fingertips of time, don't care about your face anymore? Qin Wenjie, how hard does your real life have to be for you to think that 500 yuan is enough to show off? Qin Wenjie responded again without any politeness, not because he was really angry. The reason why he deliberately angered the other party was also for his next plan. If you only pay back 500 yuan, it would be inappropriate and unnatural to give out gifts afterwards. Unless you can create a contradiction, such as a conflict with someone, and act on impulse. The target of this impulsive action must also be chosen carefully, and the other party must have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, if he sends a carnival, the other party will send a heart-shaped bunny, which is totally unequal. In Jiang Meng's live broadcast room with only 3 or 4 viewers, Zhijin Liuanian, who is number 1 on the list, is obviously the most suitable opponent. His account level is 39, which means he has spent tens of thousands of dollars watching live broadcasts. And from Jijian Liunian's tone, it can be seen that he has already brought himself into the role of the number one brother on the list. In the live broadcast room she was guarding, Wei Yan was provoked by Qin Wenjie, a weak little karami who was only level 23, which made him lose face. I was bullied by my boss in real life. I finally went online to relax, but was scolded by a little karami. This is intolerable. This alone was not enough to make him so angry. What made him even angrier was that as the top brother on the list, he already regarded the anchor as his forbidden fruit. After this person named Jia entered the live broadcast room, he actually acted like he was very familiar with the person he loved to broadcast. When the two of them were arguing with each other, Ai Bo actually only persuaded Jia to say less. All this made him jealous and envious. Anyone with a little life experience knows that he is treated as an outsider by Jiang Meng, and only outsiders can say much. In Aibo's heart, the one called Jia is closer, so it is easier for him to stop and persuade him. Such details really made Jijian Liunian a little angry, but he couldn't vent his anger on Jiang Meng. After all, he still had to maintain his gentlemanly image. Therefore, Qin Wenjie became the outlet for his anger. A level 23 small account actually dared to mock him for having no money. Damn him. Fingertips of time, at S level 23 account is so arrogant now? If you have the guts, pay back the money first. Jia sends out Douyu number 11. Jia sends out Douyu number 11. Qin Wenjie, has paid it back. Not only do I have to pay it back, I also have to pay interest. Qin Wenjie, I'm not like some people who are stingy with gifts, only spending 10 or 8 yuan. Qin Wenjie, or don't send it, just listen to the song and show your support. Qin Wenjie, or send more and contribute more. Qin Wenjie, it's meaningless to give 10 or 8 yuan and still make a fuss. Chapter 12 Fiangyang's crime does not deserve death. Qin Wenjie gave away 2 Douyu accounts worth 1,000 yuan, one of which offered a 3x cash back and the other a 5x cash back, and his account balance increased by another 8,000 yuan. The next words that came out were like adding fuel to the fire, completely enraging Jijian Liunian. In order to save face, he gritted his teeth and prepared to take drastic measures by giving an expensive gift. Obviously, this netizen named Jijian Liunian does not believe that Qin Wenjie still has the ability to continue sending gifts. After all, a level 23 account doesn't have any noble privileges or status. Regardless of whether the other party has money in real life, at least he is not willing to spend money on the live streaming platform. What's more, we can also get an important message from the previous conversation. How can a person who has to borrow more than 500 yuan in life have money? I'm afraid that the 2 Douyu accounts just now were probably too excited and spent all their belongings on it. At this moment, a picture has emerged in Jijian Liunian's mind. A poor college student was always struggling to make ends meet and had to borrow money from his classmates. My family just transferred 2,000 yuan to me today for living expenses, so I plan to go to my classmate's live broadcast room to show off. I was provoked by his words and went crazy, and spent all my living expenses on gifts. My living expenses have returned to 0 again. Not to mention continuing to give gifts, I'm afraid I'll have to borrow from classmates again for the next period of living expenses. Thinking of this, he looked at the successful recharge interface on the screen with some excitement, ready to spend a lot of money to stimulate the other party and make the other party realize that poor students will always be poor students. Fingertips Carnival 1. The gorgeous special effects of the carnival appeared in Jiang Meng's live broadcast room for the first time, along with the appearance of Dift special effects. Other netizens who were watching the game also joined in. 666, brother number 1 on the list is awesome, brother Liunian is so generous. On the internet, big brothers who spend money lavishly are always sought after by netizens, even if netizens do not benefit from them at all and can only enjoy the sight of them. As the carnival was launched, the platform's streaming followed closely. The number of people in the live broadcast room also increased from the initial single digits to several hundred. The first few netizens also changed from praising Jijian Liunian to and seemed to want to provoke a fight. After their explanation, the netizens who had just entered the live broadcast room also understood what had happened in the room before. Qin Wenjie naturally saw everything that happened in the live broadcast room. But he did not take immediate action to fight back. Instead, he waited in silence, creating an appearance as if he had no money to fight back. The more he did this, the more excited the crowd became. In contrast, Jiang Meng, the host, was a little anxious. Normally, anyone would be very happy if they received a gift like Carnival for the first time. If such a good thing happened, she would have a different mood if it were in a different occasion or at a different time. But today's gift is related to Qin Wenjie and is targeted at Qin Wenjie. This made her feel a little embarrassed, and she really couldn't understand why Qin Wenjie, who had a good temper, seemed like a different person when he came to the live broadcast room. Just when Jiang Meng was at a loss, Qin Wenjie in front of the screen finally moved. GGG sends Carnival 1. At the same time, the carnival special effects appeared on the public screen again. With the emergence of this carnival, the one-sided public opinion on the public screen began to change. Netizens who liked to watch the fun turned around and started at "Brother at fingertip Liuyan, he still wants to provoke you." At "Not only did the enemy not surrender, they even dared to fight back against you." While enjoying the fingertips fun that netizens are seeking for, he frowned when he saw the new special effects appearing on the public screen. To be honest, the carnival just now was the limit of what he could give. Although his salary is around 8,000 yuan, his daily rent and food costs him 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. After deducting other daily expenses, even if he saves a lot, he will only have a little over 4,000 yuan left. Of the remaining 4,000 yuan, he usually spends around 2,000 yuan on Douyu to maintain his image as a big brother. "I was so angry just now that I wanted to teach Qin Wenjie a lesson, so I made an exception and spent 3,000. The 3,000 plus the 2,000 budget already exceeded his remaining salary for this month, so he could only use his previous savings. Even so, he still did it to save face." In his mind, Qin Wenjie was just a poor student who only needed a carnival to teach him how to behave. Who would have thought that the poor students would fight back with a carnival? This puts fingertip flowing years, which is enjoying the popularity, in a difficult position. He has spent 3,000 yuan and netizens are also praising him. If he doesn't follow suit, everything he enjoys now will disappear. But if I want to continue, I will need to use up more savings, which I am reluctant to do. Fingertips of the time flowed as he lay on the bed in the rental house off duty, staring at the picture on the screen hesitantly for a while, and more people saw at him. I made up my mind again and opened the recharge interface. The reason why I decided to follow was that I felt that Qin Wenjie had waited for a long time before giving the gift, and he must be trying to be pretentious. As long as there was another carnival, his true colors would be exposed. Secondly, he really enjoys the flattery from netizens and always feels like a rich man, a feeling he has never experienced in real life. For the sake of vanity, he decided to pretend again. Fingertips Carnival 1. Seeing the two of them arguing, the netizens in the live broadcast room were very happy. But this time, before they could at Qin Wenjie took the initiative to fight back. GGG sends out Carnival 2. Not only did he fight back against Zhijian Liuyan, he also escalated the war. Zhijian Liuyan felt like he was going to explode at this moment. He spent another 3,000. Before he could enjoy the pleasure of spending money, he was completely defeated by the other two carnivals. He was so anxious that he didn't care about whether he had any savings or not, and directly recharged 10,000 yuan into his Douyu account. Fingertips Carnival 3. Things have developed to this point and it is difficult to end it. Qin Wenjie knows it, Zhijian Liuyan also knows it, and the netizens who are just watching the show know it even better. For netizens who like to watch the show, it doesn't matter since they don't spend any money. As long as they can get a piece of the show, the bigger the better. Zhijian Liuyan was betting in his heart that Qin Wenjie, a poor student, could not defeat him. Only Qin Wenjie knew best that the fleeting time at his fingertips could not defeat him. Not to mention fingertip flowing years, even if the richest man came, as long as he dared to PK with him like this, Qin Wenjie could make himself the richest man and make the other party the loser. Therefore, he decided to quit while he was ahead. It was time to make the other party stop its meaningless actions. The mission of Zhijian Liuyan, the toolman, should come to an end. He just wants to make some money, not to fight bravely or make the other party bankrupt for this purpose. Fiangyang's crime does not deserve the death penalty. But Zhijian Liuyan is already so angry that it is impossible to ask him to stop. When dealing with angry people, you still have to be a little rough with them. GGG sends out Carnival 10. GGG sends out Carnival 20. GGG sends Carnival 100. Chapter 13 The Unenlightened Female Anchor. The special effects brought by the 130 carnivals almost dominated the screen and lasted for a long time without dissipating. Fingertip flowing years, which had originally seen the carnival special effects, was reflexively preparing to open the recharge interface. At the moment of jumping, I accidentally saw a system message on the public screen, and my fingers were suspended in the air in shock. Sent 10? Sent 20 more? Sent another 100? If you can afford to give away 100 of them, just give them away. If there were 100 of them at the beginning, I wouldn't have wasted my money and I guarantee I wouldn't have given a single shot. You old man, what do you mean by giving gifts in a gradual and progressive manner? Are you deliberately putting pressure on me? It gives me hope and despair. Yes, Ji Jianliuan was a little desperate. Looking at the picture on the screen, he muttered to himself with a bitter taste in his mouth. At this moment, his mood was the same as everyone else in the live broadcast room, numb. Damn, this is a real big shot who is pretending to be a pig but actually wants to eat the tiger. When Qin Wenjie gave away the 10 carnivals, there was still a netizen who wanted to continue to stir up trouble. By the time another 20 carnivals showed up, no one was talking anymore. When 100 carnivals appeared, everyone gasped, and the earth became warmer because of it. No one is trying to cause trouble at this time. Even if someone wants to, the chat area is blocked by special effects, and most people can't see what they say. As one of the parties involved, Ji Jianliuan has completely lost the courage to compete. More than 100 carnivals cost 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, which is enough to buy a nice car in reality. Under normal circumstances, if he met a big brother like this, Ji Jianliuan would just follow behind as his little brother. But because of the previous conflict, it would be a bit embarrassing to do so again. Fortunately, the biggest feature of the internet is that everyone doesn't know each other, and as long as you exit the live broadcast room, you won't be bothered by it. Others did not have these concerns, and no one did not care about Ji Jianliuan's departure. They all shouted 666 and flattered Qin Wenjie. Some people even called him Brother Jia in the comment section. The person who knows Qin Wenjie best in the live broadcast room is Jiang Meng, who knows that he has the ability to give these gifts. Even this small gift was just a drop in the bucket for him. But even so, she was still very moved. A man having money and being willing to pay her back are two different concepts. Especially on places like live streaming platforms, such actions can easily satisfy girls' vanity. According to Douyu's streaming mechanism, if the anchor receives gifts of a certain value, he will receive corresponding system streaming. More than 100 carnivals attracted a large number of users to the live broadcast room in a short period of time. The netizens who had just entered the live broadcast room were very curious when they saw that this previously unknown small live broadcast room suddenly received so many gifts, and they all asked the reason. Some less popular small anchors even heard the news and came, looking envious to see which lucky one would get the big brother's favor. After coming in, they found that this lucky guy seemed to be ordinary. He could only sing and didn't even touch the edge. This made a group of small anchors instantly think that they could do it too. As a result, Qin Wenjie, the person involved, soon received an explosion of private messages on his account. Various small anchors flirted with him and invited him to their live broadcast rooms. The money-borrowing guys and girls also started to make an effort, coming to him to borrow money for all kinds of strange reasons. Qin Wenjie couldn't bear the harassment and had to set his account to private. After sending out a wave of carnival gifts, he roughly checked his account balance and found that he had received nearly 2 million in cashback from the system. For him, it might take him half a lifetime to earn such a sum of money. Now you can easily deposit money into your account with just a few clicks on your phone. Perhaps it was because of the system that caused a big change in his mentality. In the past, if he had the chance to suddenly get 2 million, he would be as happy as Fan Jin who passed the imperial examination. And now, looking at the balance in his account, he was just a little happy, but not satisfied. Being so happy with 2 million is a bit unworthy of the name of the super rich system. I finally caught an opportunity for cash back, so I must at least earn enough money to renovate the house today. Therefore, just when everyone thought that his astonishing behavior as the top brother on the list had come to an end, Qin Wenjie's message appeared again in the chat area. Qin Wenjie, doing a live broadcast just to sit there and sing? You have to play PK. If you don't play PK, how can anyone give you gifts? Jiang Meng, I am a talent show host. I don't compete. I usually send gifts and request songs based on what songs people like to listen to. Qin Wenjie, send a gift and order a song? Where's the gift? Not to mention the gift, there weren't even a few people there when I came in. When the two of them were talking, there were already more than 3,000 viewers in the live broadcast room, all watching the conversation between the anchor and the number one guy on the list. After seeing the advice from the top guy on the list, the anchor still didn't get it. Some netizens couldn't sit still. A whole bowl of fish and shrimp, the anchor is really unable to lead you. Big Brother has said so much. Even if you are stupid, you should understand that this is to lead you to great heights. Indifferent to life and death, Hurry up and start the PK, the top brother on the list has made a statement, I will guarantee your victory, even if there is money to be made? Those small anchors who mixed in with netizens were so angry that they slapped their thighs. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. I worked hard to ask for gifts, but those big brothers refused to give any. Look at other people as big brothers again, don't give gifts too easily. What's even more infuriating is that this guy at the top of the list has food right in front of his mouth, but he doesn't even know how to open his mouth. A naive and innocent character? Are naive people really that popular? Jiang Meng is certainly not a naive person, and she also knows that Qin Wenjie can really afford it and can definitely lead her to success. But she didn't want to do that. If she went out to play PK at this time, Qin Wenjie would continue to give her gifts. More than 100 carnivals are certainly not the limit today. But she knew very well that no matter how many gifts she received today, they would only be temporary benefits. It is extremely foolish to give others the impression that you are greedy for money just for the sake of temporary gains. The current reserve and shyness are just for a better tomorrow. So, after seeing the crazy complaints from netizens, Jiang Meng pretended to be wronged and said, "Oh, I saw what everyone said, but the first brother on the list is my friend in real life. It's fine for friends to just send each other gifts offline. He has already sent over 400,000 gifts. There's no need to continue sending gifts and let the platform take more than half of the profit for nothing." After saying this, netizens really calmed down a lot and expressed their understanding. And those small anchors took the opportunity to send a message to it, saying that if the big brother wanted to play PK, he could come to her live broadcast room. Qin Wenjie naturally didn't want to stop there. How much money could he make by giving gifts offline? Just like the more than 100 carnivals just now, if the gifts were changed to offline, everyone could buy entry-level BBA. Who would dare to accept such expensive gifts? It's different online. 300,000 or 400,000 are just virtual numbers, and it's easy for people to ignore their value. What's more, he originally just wanted to get cash back through the system of brushing points in Jiang Meng's live broadcast room. As the number of people in the live broadcast room continued to increase, he found that those small anchors took the initiative to invite him, and he already had a new plan. I am prepared to take this opportunity to make a name for myself, so that I can quickly gain the friendliness of the anchors in other live broadcast rooms in the future, and my plan to make money will be easier to achieve. Now that we have taken the first step towards success, how can we give up? Chapter 14: The School Beauty Who Takes the Initiative. GGG sends Carnival 100. After sending out another 100 carnivals, he sent another message. Qin Wenjie, what's wrong with the platform taking half of the profits? We don't need that little money. Qin Wenjie, but seeing my good friend singing so beautifully, there were only a few people in the live broadcast room. Qin Wenjie, I really can't stand it. Although those words were extremely awkward, with the help of money, Jiang Meng was really moved and she secretly hid outside the camera to wipe away her tears. Wang Yue, my roommate and best friend, was naturally also in the dormitory. I just heard Jiang Meng say that the people in the live broadcast room were her friends, and I became curious. So I entered the live broadcast room to watch. The familiar name and Jiang Meng's attitude made her recognize Qin Wenjie at once. Later, when he witnessed his conflict with netizens and his crazy gift-giving, he frowned in confusion. There is really a huge gap between his personality in real life and online. He is gentle and polite in real life, but so impulsive online. They are completely different people. Such a difference made Wang Yue very puzzled, until she saw what Qin Wenjie said just now, and then she suddenly understood, but at the same time she felt mixed emotions. To be honest, she was a little jealous. There was even a moment when I thought how nice it would be if she was the only one there taking pictures today. That way, only she and Qin Wenjie would know each other. Wang Yue left Jiang Meng's live broadcast room with a heavy heart and opened WeChat. Qin Wenjie's WeChat account was pinned at the top. The first WeChat account below the pinned one is her mother's, which shows 9 unread messages, and the latest one was sent less than 5 minutes ago. Weiwei, your Aunt Zhang just introduced you to a handsome guy. He is a returned overseas master's degree holder. He currently works at a securities company. His father is a bank president, and his mother also works at a public institution. Above this message is a message sent 2 days ago, with contents similar to the previous one. Weiwei, I just had tea with my friends, and they introduced a young man to me. He's a little older, almost 30, but his family is very wealthy in business, with hundreds of millions of assets. Apart from these 2 points, similar content can be found if you scroll up further. The messages are very frequent, with one sent almost every 3 or 4 days. If someone who doesn't know the truth saw it, they would think it was the number of a professional matchmaker. Wang Yue also hopes so that she can block the other person and the world will be peaceful. But the other party is her biological mother. There is nothing she can do about it. She felt suffocated, but there was nothing she could do about her biological mother, who was keen on introducing blind dates to her. I want to be angry, but I kind of understand the other person. Her father remarried her mother and later had her. In their family, she also has a half-brother. The brother was very disgusted with her and her mother, believing that it was their appearance that led to the breakdown of his original family. It is for this reason that Wang Yue's mother has always had a sense of crisis, fearing that if one day she is gone, Wang Yue will be excluded from the family because she is alone and powerless. Therefore, she was eager to find a good marriage for Wang Yue. Wang Yue understands her mother's feelings very well, but does not agree with her approach. She hates the feeling of being dominated, and by the way, she hates those so-called rich second generations. Especially when I first entered college, I couldn't resist the persuasion of my family and tried 2 blind dates. The arrogant attitudes of those so-called rich second generations are exactly the same as Xie Jingtao's, and some are even worse than Xie Jingtao. At least Xie Jingtao says whatever he wants, he is a real villain. Later, Wang Yue, who had completely faced the reality, finally hardened her heart and ignored the news from home. Even though her mother threatened her that she would cut off her living expenses if she did not reply, she would never compromise. Not only did he refuse to compromise, he also learned to threaten in reverse. If you cut off my living expenses because of this, then I will find a man who can give me money to spend. 1,000 or 2,000 is not too much, and 400 or 500 is not too little. Wang Yue's mother was frightened when she heard her say that. She was counting on her beautiful daughter for the rest of her life, so how could she dare to let her do anything wrong? So, for the next period of time, one person kept sending messages, while the other person didn't even look at them. On the surface, the mother and daughter maintained a delicate balance, but in fact, Wang Yue had been pushed into a corner step by step, and she seemed to have no choice. The appearance of Qin Wenjie gave Wang Yue, who was stuck in a quagmire, new hope. He is of similar age, young, wealthy, sunny and handsome, but without the arrogance of other rich second generations. In every aspect, she is much better than the blind dates introduced by my family. Especially after coming back today, Jiang Meng told her some things about Wanha Capital, which gave her a new understanding of Qin Wenjie's financial resources. In her mind, Qin Wenjie has become the most suitable candidate for her future partner, no doubt about it. However, even such a suitable partner seems to be better to her best friend now. It gave her a huge sense of crisis. At this moment, she began to face a problem, whether she should continue to be reserved. A good man is like high-quality stocks. He will never wait for you to invest in him. If you act too late, he will be gone. In just a moment, Wang Yue made up her mind that she could not wait any longer. So what if you have just known each other for less than a day? Feelings can be cultivated slowly, but if you miss the opportunity, it will be gone. Seeing that her best friend Jiang Meng has returned to the camera, she continues to interact with Qin Wenjie across the internet. She quietly got out of bed and put on some makeup. In order not to arouse Jiang Meng's suspicion, she deliberately wore very ordinary clothes when going out. In the past, Jiang Meng would have followed along. Good girlfriends always go together wherever they go. But now, as she was interacting with Qin Wenjie, she also had her own little plans in mind. On the surface, he pretended to be very regretful, saying that it was not a good idea to suddenly stop the live broadcast. How could she have imagined that her sister's so-called going out was to steal from home? Wang Yue left the dormitory, thinking about her next plan as she walked. She planned to find an opportunity to ask Qin Wenjie out and take the opportunity to give him a gift to deepen their friendship. Of course, she knew that Qin Wenjie was not short of money, so whether it was cheap or expensive, it might just be average in his eyes. Even so, she still wanted to give a more expensive gift, preferably one that she could wear all the time. However, she didn't have enough money to buy an expensive gift. Wang Yue's family is also very wealthy, and they usually give her a lot of living expenses, which she cannot spend in most cases. So she did have some savings, plus the New Year's money and the like. It was about 300,000 or 400,000 yuan. The money seemed like a lot, but it was still too little for what she wanted to buy. As a college student, the only way for her to get more money quickly was to ask her family for it. Given her current relationship with her family, it would definitely be impossible to ask for hundreds of thousands of dollars from them using conventional means. But no one knows a mother better than her daughter, and Wang Yue knows her mother's weaknesses very well. After just a moment's thought, I came up with a solution. She opened her mother's WeChat chat window and sent her the selfie taken in Cullinan. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, her mother called to video chat. Chapter 15. My best friend is going to steal my house. After the call was connected, Wang Yue's mother's voice came over amid the noisy sound of mahjong playing. My daughter called. Wait a minute. I want to talk to her first. Wei, where were your photos taken? Have you found a boyfriend? What kind of family is the other party from? This car looks very expensive. What brand is it? Wang Yue, the car is okay, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. His family situation is not very clear. We only know that he is a major shareholder of Wanha Capital. Forget it, I won't say any more about this to you. Anyway, you don't know what kind of company Wanha Capital is. The conditions are definitely much better than those people you introduced. But he is not my boyfriend yet, we just met and have a crush on each other. But, Mom, you should also know that there will always be women who will actively approach this kind of man. When I think of this possibility, I don't want to continue developing. So, he and I should not be able to succeed. Wang Yue knew her mother too well. If she just said directly that she wanted to pursue Qin Wenjie, Mother Wang will definitely tell you some truths like you can't be too proactive towards men. So, while she was describing the general situation, she changed her strategy a bit. I'll first give you a brief introduction to Qin Wenjie's situation to whet your appetite. Then create the impression that the other party is very popular and there will be many competitors like her. Finally, he expressed that he didn't really want to join the competition. Normally, an experienced woman like Wang Ma wouldn't be fooled by such a simple trick. However, Wang Yue's daily behavior, the kind of disdain she received from other rich second generations, was too confusing. So much so that in Wang's mother's subconscious mind, her daughter would not look for a rich man. It was this prejudice that prevented her from seeing through Wang Yue's little plan. What's more, Wang Yue's mother originally wanted her to find a rich husband, so she wouldn't say it out loud even if she saw through it. Because they were playing cards, Wang Yue's mother turned on the speaker, so the conversation that just happened could be heard by several card players at the table. These people are all her mother's close friends, and also some wealthy ladies. As long as it does not affect his own interests, he will definitely be willing to give advice to Wang Yue. They also knew why Wang Yue's mother wanted to find a good husband for her daughter, and they have been trying their best to help her. After hearing Wang Yue's description of the situation, several people looked at each other. Without waiting for Wang Yue's mother to reply, Aunt Zhang at the side was the first to exclaim. Oh, Cullinan, it's incredible, only big bosses can drive this car. I also know about Wanha Capital, a well-known investment company in Donghai. They have shares in many large enterprises across the country. It's just Wei, not to mention the major shareholders of this company, even the ordinary shareholders are at least in their 40s. Isn't that a bit too old? It's not that being older is bad. For a capable man, there is nothing wrong with being older. The main thing is that men of this age already have families, so we don't want to be like Sainer. Given our family conditions, we want a big house if we want to live there. Wang Yue, she is not that old. She is my senior, only 3 years older than me. Aunt Zhang, how is that possible? There are no young people among the shareholders of Wanha Capital. They are not deceiving you. The society is so sinister now. I saw a news report a few days ago about someone renting a luxury car to defraud a young girl. Wang Yue, no, I'm sure that car is definitely not rented. Aunt Zhang, then tell me his name. I have a friend whose husband is a shareholder of Wanha. I'll ask her to find out. Aunt Zhang was very efficient. After Wang Yue said the name, she called her friend on the spot to inquire. Coincidentally, the news of Qin Wenjie obtaining shares was widely known within Wanha Capital, and all shareholders knew about it in just half a day. Aunt Zhang's friend heard about this from her husband. When Aunt Zhang asked about it, she told her that there was indeed a new young shareholder today. As small shareholders like them are not well informed, they have no way of knowing the specific name, but they heard that it seems to be Qin. After getting confirmation from their friends, they no longer doubted Qin Wenjie's identity. It is impossible for a college student to obtain information about a newly added shareholder when other shareholders do not know the specific information yet. So even if Qin Wenjie is not a shareholder, he is still a family member of the shareholder named Qin. The several wealthy ladies in their 40s present were all veterans of palace fighting. When they heard that Wang Yue had met such a suitable target, they went wild on the spot. You and I both advised her not to hesitate and to act quickly, because high-quality men don't wait. they are so enthusiastic, not just to help their best friend's daughter. Through the simple investigation just now, these people have discovered that Qin Wenjie's family background is not simple, if they can make this good thing happen. With their relationship with Wang Yue's mother, if one day they need to ask Qin Wenjie for help, it will be much more convenient with this relationship. The most anxious person among the crowd was Wang Yue's mother. She was in no mood to play mahjong at all. She wished she could rush to Tunghai University immediately and personally guide her daughter to catch up with the future rich husband. Seeing that the time was almost right, Wang Yue pretended to be persuaded and began to tell her plan. Wang Yue's mother, who was on the other end of the phone, looked at her daughter talking on the phone screen and instantly realized that her hesitation and retreat just now were all pretended. Realizing that she was being tricked by her daughter, Wang Yue's mother didn't seem angry at all. She was even touched and almost in tears. The child finally got it. It's just money. I'll transfer it to you right away. A few 100,000 isn't enough. I'll transfer 1 million first. At this time, Qin Wenjie didn't know what was happening on Wang Yue's side. He was sitting on the ground and busy instigating Jiang Meng to PK with other anchors. In more than an hour, he had already made nearly 6 million in profits, and this was the result of him trying his best to be frugal. If he had really let go and swiped it, he would have made tens of millions or even hundreds of millions by now. However, he also knew that some things should be done in moderation, and there would be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future, so there was no need to rush. If he gave gifts just to make money at the beginning, as Jiang Meng continued to find people to PK with, he began to enjoy the fun. Just when he was happy, a WeChat message suddenly popped up. Wang Yue, I just remembered after I came back that you didn't have any money with you, and you couldn't go back to the dormitory, so it seems you have no place to stay at night. So, I booked a room for you in the hotel, so you can stay there for a few days. Qin Wenjie? The message from the other party was very abrupt, which made him a little confused. Just now he vaguely heard Wang Yue's voice in Jiang Meng's live broadcast room. He had played a lot of carnivals and made such a big noise. As Jiang Meng's good friend, it is impossible for her not to care at all. She should know that he is not short of money now. But she still pretended not to know and even booked a room for him. Qin Wenjie opened the system panel with doubts and checked Wang Yue's friendliness. Looking at the value as high as 95, everything seems clear. Chapter 16 Blood Recognition. Qin Wenjie, thank you, thanks for your help. To express my gratitude, I will treat you to dinner tonight. Wang Yue, okay, it's just right that I want to meet you, and I have something to say to you. Qin Wenjie, well, I can't leave right now. I'm helping Jiang Meng in PK. How about you take a taxi and meet me? Jiangnan Shuefu Community, Building 1, 9th floor. Wang Yue, okay, 90 or so? Qin Wenjie, not 90-something, just 9 floors. Wang Yue. As a local, Wang Yue is naturally more familiar with the Jiangnan Academy community. She didn't find it strange that Qin Wenjie had a house here, but she couldn't figure it out for a moment, so she asked a very stupid question. Yes, Jiangnan Academy does have apartments of 1 or 200 square meters, but Qin Wenjie is so rich, how could he give up the large flat and choose a house of 1 or 200 square meters? Wang Yue was amused by her own silly question. As I was laughing, I suddenly realized something. Qin Wenjie already has a house, so when he heard that she had booked a room for him, why did he thank her instead of telling her that she didn't need it? Could it be that my little plan has been seen through? The ban on entry to Jiangnan Academy is very strict. After arriving there with great trepidation, the security guard at the door contacted Qin Wenjie to obtain authorization before allowing her to enter. Upon learning that she had entered the community, Qin Wenjie took the initiative to go downstairs to pick her up. The first thing he did when they met was not to go upstairs, but to take her to the property management to enter her facial information for access control. Wait, why did they suddenly record her access control information? Aren't only the homeowner and relatives who record information specifically? How can there be information recorded specifically for visitors? What does he mean? Wang Yue was completely panicked, as everything seemed to be completely different from the plan. Feelings of uneasiness and joy intertwined in her heart as she followed Qin Wenjie all the way to his house. Look, I have nothing in this house. I am very poor. If you hadn't helped me get a room, I would have to sleep on the floor. Wang Yue, who was daydreaming, heard his words and came back to her senses. She looked at the huge living room in front of her, rolled her eyes exaggeratedly, and said with a smile, "You call this poverty? Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the city's south most prosperous street, and not far away are Donghai's most famous primary and middle schools. Children living here are free from worries from birth and can enjoy the best life and the highest quality education. My classmate Chin, is this what you call penniless? Even though she was joking, Wang Yue did not forget to add some personal opinions and took the opportunity to say my classmate Chin to test his reaction. Qin Wenjie had already understood Wang Yue's purpose. Just as he had thought in the morning, he was unwilling to give up a forest for a small tree. But this does not mean that when a small tree comes to his door, he will actively reject the small tree for the sake of the forest. Since it is already at your fingertips, why bother thinking about the future? What's more, the girl in front of him is one of the famous campus beauties of Tunghai University. After Wang Yue finished speaking, Qin Wenjie turned around, hugged her waist, looked into her eyes and said, "But, my classmate Wang, there are no children here, not even a hostess. Don't you think this is poverty?" As he spoke, Qin Wenjie's hand had already begun to move downwards. "Wang Yue, wait. You want to be here?" "Qin Wenjie, where should we go? Hotel?" "Wang Yue, forget it. I want to keep the most precious things in the most important place with the most important people." "Qin Wenjie, the most precious thing? Let's go. Go to the bathroom in the master bedroom. It's more convenient to hold on to the sink there." Bite. The host's happiness value has triggered a system reward. The prize is the ownership of West City Times Square. Did it trigger the reward? Never mind, I'm busy right now, I'll check it out later. From the bathroom at the beginning to the living room and then to the master bedroom, and finally lying on the bedroom floor in each other's arms. Wang Yue never thought that one day she would lie on a hard floor, but she still felt that the floor was very comfortable to lie on. Could it be that this house is like the magic weapon in the world of immortals, and can recognize its owner by a drop of blood? Recognizing her mistress, she became soft and comfortable? From catering to actively asking for something, the physical and mental happiness makes the initial bit of pain seem insignificant. Because the new house had not been cleaned yet, there was a layer of dust on the floor, making the two people, who had been busy for a long time, look a little disheveled. However, Wang Yue, who always loved cleanliness, did not rush to wash, but hugged Qin Wenjie's neck and looked at him quietly. Although things did not go as she planned, the results were exactly as she expected, except that too many steps were omitted. Such changes also made Wang Yue realize that the man in front of her was not as easy to control as she had imagined. Suddenly, she remembered the experience her mother and several aunts had taught her a few hours ago. You can't control a man, especially the more capable he is. If you only want to control him, he will only drift further and further away. Don't expect a capable man to love you alone, because there will be countless beautiful women around him who will throw themselves at him like moths to a flame. Therefore, if you really want to control such a man, you must become his good wife and know how to turn a blind eye to some things. If you can't accept it, then don't look for such a man, find an ordinary man and live an ordinary life. It's just that ordinary people have their own worries, quarreling over trivial matters every day. At that time, she was somewhat dismissive of these words, thinking that with her charm, she could easily bewitch Qin Wenjie. Looking back now, they are the real veterans with much more experience than a little girl like me. But now that she understands the truth, how can she be a good wife? Wang Yue thought about it carefully and realized that apart from her appearance, she didn't have any advantages. It seems I have to learn some advice from my mom and her girlfriends tomorrow. Wang Yue was just thinking about it when the cell phone in the living room rang, and she hurried over to check it out. The person who called was none other than her mother. Ever since Wang Yue said she was going to meet Qin Wenjie, Mother Wang no longer had any interest in playing mahjong and only wanted to get the latest news. After waiting for almost 2 hours, the dinner date should be over. If all goes well, some things should be settled. I made a phone call to inquire about the situation and give instructions on some matters. Wang Yue, who received the call, probably guessed her mother's intention, and after hesitating for a moment, she still picked up the phone. Wang Yue, hello, Mom. Wang Ma, is it convenient to talk? Wang Yue, well, I'm playing at my classmate's house. Wang Ma, at a classmate's house? How was the date going? Wang Yue, I haven't had dinner yet, I'll go eat later. And Wang, I haven't eaten yet, so you guys are here? Doesn't it affect you? Wang Yue, I asked my classmate to help me with the house renovation. Some things were not convenient to say directly because Qin Wenjie was around, so she could only answer euphemistically. Wang Yue's mother was not a fool, so she immediately understood what her daughter meant. Chapter 17, Losing Business. Who would let an outsider help with advice on something like decoration? Isn't the implicit meaning of this sentence that the relationship between the two parties has been established? Wang Yue's mother is sometimes a little selfish, but she is really doing it for Wang Yue's own good and doesn't want her to suffer. Now her daughter has finally found her home. Although she is not completely sure, she still feels relieved. Having married Wang Yue's father and maintained the marriage for 20 years, she has rich experience in how to keep a man. As long as her daughter can do the first step well, she is confident that she can guide her daughter to firmly secure this rich son-in-law. Moreover, in addition to her self-confidence, she also believed that no matter how rich the other party was, he would not refuse the temptation of having a father-in-law like Wang Yue's father. After all, people who have accumulated wealth to a certain level want the protection of rights the most. Otherwise, no matter how much money they make, it will be useless if they can't keep it. Wang Yue's mother, who finally relaxed, asked quietly, "Where is the house? Can you tell me? It's not convenient to send me a WeChat message." Wang Yue was about to reply when suddenly a pair of hands passed across her waist. Wang Yue was so frightened that she dared not move, fearing that Qin Wenjie would make other moves, which would be embarrassing if he made any noise. She hurriedly said, "Oh, I really can't give any advice on his house. Jiangnan Academy has a 500 square meter flat. For a house this big, we need to find a professional decoration company. Let's not talk about it for now. I have something else to do." Hearing what she said before she hurriedly hung up the phone, Qin Wenjie thought of what he had just been thinking about, and leaned over to her ear and said, "It's impossible for me not to help you. This house was originally given to you. I will transfer it to you when I go to apply for the real estate certificate in a few days. If the decoration is not good and not to your liking, and you are unhappy living there, don't blame me for taking the initiative." Qin Wenjie's words made Wang Yue tremble. She turned around in disbelief and saw that his expression did not seem fake. She spoke with a trembling voice. "What are you talking about? Who wants your house?" "Qin Wenjie, what? You just want to walk away after sleeping with me? You don't want to be responsible? Wang Yue? Wang Yue, you're against Tian Gang, right? You're using my words. Qin Wenjie, just keep it and give me the card number." "Wang Yue, what card number?" "Qin Wenjie, of course it's a bank card, forget it, no need to give it to me, you can take this card. There are currently more than 6 million in the card. You can spend it as you like and the house is up to you to decorate. The walls and floors are already ready, so you can just buy furniture and appliances. What you buy depends on your preferences." "Wang Yue, I. Wang Yue's heart was pounding and she didn't know what to say for a moment. She turned around and hugged him tightly. Looking at Wang Yue in his arms, Qin Wenjie smiled and said, "There's no need for us to say anything. If we really want to express our feelings, we might as well take action, such as squatting down." As expected of a smart school beauty, she can learn anything quickly. The movements that were originally unfamiliar to her became proficient in no time after a few instructions. The new experience made Qin Wenjie very satisfied. Afterwards, the two of them took a quick shower and stayed in a hotel together for the night. Wang Yue finally had the chance to give him the gift she had prepared, a Patek Philippe watch. Although the order of some things was reversed, the final result was still satisfactory. The next day, Wang Yue got up early and left because she was busy going to class. After driving her to the school gate, Qin Wenjie emphasized that she must buy furniture and appliances as soon as possible, and choose expensive ones and not be frugal. He was really afraid that Wang Yue would buy some cheap furniture in order to save money. After all, in his plan, giving the card to her instead of buying it himself was to take advantage of the system. If you spend your own money, the system will not return a penny. If Wang Yue spends money, which is a gift from him, she can get 10 times the rebate according to the system rules. Of course, in order to prevent Wang Yue from discovering the existence of the system, he also changed the card number for subsequent payments in the system to another bank card. In addition to the money, the house in Jiangnan Academy also serves the same purpose. That is a house worth 50 million yuan. After it is transferred to Wang Yue, even if the cash back is only 1 times, she can still get 50 million yuan. If you can get the highest tenfold cash back, that is 500 million. It can be said without exaggeration that with 500 million, even if the system disappeared immediately, it would be enough for him to live a worry-free life for several lifetimes. What's more, even if the house is transferred to Wang Yue's name, he can still live there. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win situation, so why not do it? Qin Wenjie waited there for a while until Wang Yue, who kept looking back, disappeared from his sight. Then he started the car again and drove straight to West City Times Square. Yesterday, the system triggered a random reward to transfer the ownership of West City Times Square to his name. At that time, he was busy with things between him and Wang Yue and did not have time to read it. It was not until I arrived at the hotel in the evening that I had time to study the random reward given by the system. Xiqing Times Square consists of 3 buildings, 2 business office buildings and a 5-star hotel. It is an asset of Xiqing Real Estate Group in Donghai City. Due to poor management, these 3 buildings have been making losses for many years, and in recent years, the cash flow of Xiqing Real Estate Group has also had problems. In order to reverse the company's losses as soon as possible, Xiqing Real Estate Group had no choice but to put it up for sale to ease the company's financial pressure. I don't know how the system bought this property and gave it to him as a reward. To be honest, he is not interested in such system rewards. The 3 buildings seem to be very valuable, but for him, it would be faster to use the system's cashback ability to make money. Even after taking over the West City Times Square, he still had to use his own money to make up for the losses. According to the system rules, he is only allowed to hold the rewards randomly given by the system directly or indirectly. If it is sold to other people, it will be a violation of regulations. The system does not tell you what the consequences of doing so are, and Qin Wenjie does not dare to gamble. Therefore, he can only accept it first and think of a way to run it after some time. Regardless of whether you make money or not, at least you can make sure you don't lose money. The process of taking over the ownership of Times Square in West City was very simple. The system had already signed all the necessary agreements, so he just had to go through the formalities. The staff of the office building and the hotel received the notice early and were waiting in the hotel lobby to welcome him as the new boss. They were also a little nervous about the arrival of the new boss. After all, the previous owner suffered so much loss that he had to sell the building. In order to reduce losses, the new owner may choose to lay off a large number of employees. However, many of the employees present have elderly parents and young children to take care of and do not want to lose their hard-earned jobs. Chapter 18, Only Fit to Live at the Bottom. Fortunately, Qin Wenjie has different ideas from ordinary bosses. After checking the income and expenditure statements left by the previous owner, he found that the bulk of the expenses were mainly on water, electricity, maintenance and food costs, and the employees' salary expenses did not seem to be that high. Some middle and senior managers, whose salary expenses accounted for the majority, have left their former employer, Xiqing Real Estate Group. Of the more than 100 employees who stayed, except for a few managers and hotel chefs, most of the grassroots employees only earned 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Including expenses such as social security, the average expenditure per person is around 7,000 yuan. Even some cleaning staff are elderly people who don't even have social security payments. The total monthly expenses for the employees who are still here is only over 800,000 yuan. With this amount of money, you can watch more than 50 carnivals on the live streaming platform and get enough cash back. Now that West City Times Square has changed hands, some people have voluntarily resigned during the handover process, which has had an impact on the business. In order to ensure the stable operation of various businesses in the future, there is no need to lay off more people for 1 million or 800,000. Stability is what he wants most now. Therefore, after meeting the more than 50 employees in the hotel lobby, Qin Wenjie only said a few words. We just changed the boss here, everything else remains the same, we will just do it the same way as before. In addition, each employee's monthly salary will be increased by 1,000 yuan, so everyone should work hard. Lu Wenchong stays, and the others go away and do their own things. Lu Wenchong is the manager of the hotel and one of the original senior managers here. Generally speaking, these senior executives are the boss's confidants, and after the assets are sold, these managers will also be taken away. The reason why Lu Wenchong did not leave with the Xiqing Real Estate Group like several managers of the office building and some department managers of the hotel. Just because he offended a leader in the management of Xiqing Real Estate. They abandoned the handover of the industry this time, and no one even notified him to attend such an important event as the handover ceremony. This is good news for Qin Wenjie. At least he has someone he can use. So, after handing over all the information, he came over to find the other party. Lu Wenchong, who was left behind by the new boss, felt a little nervous when looking at the young boss in front of him. He knew that the new boss would generally choose to place his own confidants in his own business rather than reusing the old employees left by the original owner. Therefore, he already had some guesses about his fate. An ordinary employee may be able to continue to maintain his current status, but his position as a manager will be over. they are either demoted to middle level or ordinary employees, or laid off directly. Knowing that the outcome was already determined, he could only force a smile with a bitter heart and asked, "Boss Chin, what can I do for you?" Qin Wenjie looked him up and down, while checking his information through the system panel in his mind. Friendly value, 67. This number is already very good, especially in the current situation. Qin Wenjie, several managers of the office building have already resigned. You will be the manager of both sides for the next period of time. We must quickly replenish the staff missing during the transition period to ensure a smooth transition and do not allow employees to develop negative emotions, which could cause chaos. In addition, emphasis is placed on daily safety work, and water and electricity usage, fire prevention and disaster prevention must be done well. It just so happens that I see that everyone has nothing to do normally, so I can do more safety training and drills. I have made myself clear, right? One is stability, the other is safety. This is the focus of your next work. Lu Wensheng really didn't expect that the new boss not only did not fire him, but also promoted him. Managing both the office building and the hotel at the same time is equivalent to making him serve as the acting general manager. He was ecstatic to be valued so much by his new boss, and nodded quickly to promise to do well what Qin Wenjie asked him to do. After finishing his business, Qin Wenjie went directly to the front desk and asked the front desk staff to keep the most expensive presidential suite for him. Since the hotel is mine and it is suffering from losses, it would be a waste if I don't enjoy it. After the front desk staff opened the room, Qin Wenjie didn't rush upstairs. Instead, he found a seat in the lobby lounge area and prepared to take a look at the actual operation of the hotel from an observer's perspective. What I never expected was that something would happen not long after I sat down. About 5 minutes later, several tall girls in stewardess uniforms walked into the hotel dragging suitcases. The other group didn't seem to have any intention of getting a room, they just wanted to rest on the sofa in the hotel lobby. As soon as you enter the door, you will go straight to the large sofa in the lobby lounge area. Qin Wenjie, who was sitting alone on the 3-seater sofa, naturally attracted their attention. For some reason, one of the flight attendants was somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Wenjie occupying the 3-seater sofa. She muttered something in a low voice and seemed to want to come up to him and argue with him. Fortunately, another flight attendant nearby stopped her, and she reluctantly went to another sofa area with the others. At first, Qin Wenjie didn't take it seriously and quietly drank the tea brought by the hotel staff. Although he occupied a 3-seat sofa, there were still many vacant sofas in the lounge area of the hotel lobby, so there was no problem of having no place to sit. After a while, seeing that there was not much water left in the cup, he waved to the people at the front desk, asking them to add some water. Seeing this, the staff member who had been paying close attention to the new boss's every move immediately ran up to him and held a cup to fill it with water. In order to be able to serve the new boss and make him familiar to the store, the staff will naturally be very enthusiastic and run around more frequently. Such actions also attracted the attention of the flight attendants. The one who was looking for trouble at the beginning, for some reason, suddenly felt a surge of justice and stood up to accuse Qin Wenjie. How shameless of you to sneak into a hotel and occupy a sofa, and even order the staff to pour you water. What do you think you are doing? Qin Wenjie looked at the other person in astonishment, and he was stunned. Her other companions did not expect her to do this, and they all looked embarrassed. One of them quickly stood up and apologized to Qin Wenjie on her behalf, while the others pulled her and asked her to do something and stop talking. The stewardess seemed to be still angry and continued to yell, "Look at how shabby you are dressed. You definitely can't afford to stay in such a high-end hotel. You are just an idler who comes to the hotel to eat and drink for free." Her words made Qin Wenjie laugh. He turned around and looked at the noisy stewardess, smiling contemptuously. A high-end hotel? What's so high-end about this crappy hotel? How can you feel so proud staying in a hotel? It's as if the hotel is owned by your family. Ha, so what if you're proud? A poor loser like you can't afford to stay here. I can't say if I own the hotel, but you definitely have no hope. You only deserve to live at the bottom of society. Chapter 19: The Girl Next Door. When the hotel staff saw the boss being scolded, they were about to come forward to explain, but Qin Wenjie said, "This is a crappy hotel." I thought to myself, "Boss, is it okay for you to say this about your own hotel?" They originally thought that the boss's words and actions were outrageous enough, but they didn't expect that the flight attendant who was looking for trouble would directly call the boss a poor loser. Numb. When the other flight attendants heard their companion's words, they also felt that something was wrong and hurriedly covered her mouth. The beautiful stewardess who was responsible for apologizing was about to cry. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, and don't expose someone's weaknesses when scolding them. In front of others, he called someone a poor loser so harshly that any words of apology seemed pale and powerless. Poor loser? Shin Wenjie muttered something in a low voice, as if he was savoring these 3 words. If the system hadn't appeared, he might have really been hurt by this word, and even couldn't find a suitable reason to refute it. But he was lucky enough to have the system. He owns a mansion worth tens of millions, drives a car worth millions, and even the so-called high-end hotels of the other party are his. That's it? If the other party called him a nouveau riche, maybe he would be touched. The term poor loser is really not lethal. Of course, not being angry doesn't mean he won't fight back. The lower woman. Shin Wenjie hit back with the same words. The flight attendant, who had finally calmed down after being comforted by other companions, went crazy again when she heard this word. Crazier than before, like a cat with its tail stepped on. The hotel staff nearby no longer tolerated the other party and said seriously, "Madam, please leave our hotel lobby. If you continue to make trouble, we will call the police." The security guards who arrived upon hearing the news moved closer, ready to choose the right moment to control him and drag him out. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely not dare to do this. After all, it would be troublesome if the other party blackmailed you afterwards. But the person he was scolding was his own boss, and the new boss who had just given him a raise. Naturally, they don't want to miss this opportunity to show off in front of their new boss. Seeing the staff also accusing her, the flight attendant became even more angry and shouted hysterically, "I am a silver card customer here. Why do you chase me away? Why don't you chase him away? Ma'am, no matter what kind of client they are, we treat them all equally, not personally. It is you who is causing trouble, so naturally you are the one who should leave. What's more, even though you are our customer, you have no right to drive him away. Because, this is our boss." The grumpy stewardess calmed down instantly, looked at Shin Wenjie in disbelief, and then turned to look at the staff member who spoke. It seemed as if he was trying to verify the authenticity of what she said. He? The owner of this hotel? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Doesn't this hotel belong to West City Times Square? And West City Times Square is affiliated to West City Real Estate Group. As a municipal enterprise, how could Shiching Real Estate Group have a boss? Seeing her expression of disbelief, the staff member explained again. The West City Real Estate Group recently put the West City Times Square up for sale, and our President Chin took it over. Now President Chin is the new owner of the West City Times Square. Although it sounds unbelievable, the flight attendant also knows that there is no need for the other party to lie to her. What's more, she also heard a few days ago that Shiching Real Estate was selling this place. This young man in front of me, who seems to have little money, was able to buy this place. It is obvious that he is not an ordinary person, not even an ordinary rich person. It was definitely not someone a small flight attendant like her could afford to offend, even though the boyfriend she had just met was the son of a small leader. After all, truly rich people have extensive networks of contacts. After learning that Shin Wenjie was the owner of the hotel, the originally arrogant flight attendant made a 180-degree turn in her attitude and took the initiative to come forward to apologize. She dared to get angry at ordinary passers-by with no background because she relied on the protection of women in a society ruled by law. Daring to get angry at the staff shows that he has grasped the hotel staff's mentality that customers are God. However, when she met a big boss with money and background, she instantly became timid and as docile as a little lamb. Because she knew that if the other party was willing, she might not even be able to keep her job. The huge contrast between the other party's attitude before and after made Shin Wenjie feel a little uncomfortable. If a minute ago he still had some thoughts about arguing with the other party, now he had completely lost interest. Talking one more word to such people would only lower your own status. Shin Wenjie's mentality had undergone a huge change. He was too lazy to waste any more words. He looked at the other party coldly, turned around and left the hotel, driving away in the Cullinan. Shin Wenjie's good mood for the day was ruined by the maid. He felt a little bored. Wang Yue had to go to class again, and it was boring for a grown man like him to go shopping. I found a billiard hall on the side of the road, parked the car, and went to play billiard for a while to relax. Wang Yue, who was supposed to be in class at this time, was not in the classroom, but was hiding in an empty corridor in the teaching building and making a phone call. After what happened yesterday, Wang Yue was in no mood to attend class. After finally dealing with Zhang Meng's questioning, her mother called again and asked about what happened yesterday. Wang Yue told Qin Wenjie that he wanted to transfer the house to her and gave her a bank card with a balance of several million yuan. Mother Wang didn't expect Qin Wenjie to be so generous and give her a house worth more than 50 million yuan just like that. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the purpose is not to get married but just to have fun, this house is enough to compensate Wang Yue. I believe most girls would not refuse such conditions. And since he could casually give such an expensive house as a gift, it was obvious that his family conditions were better than imagined. Because of this, Wang Yue's mother paid more attention to it and gave Wang Yue many instructions over the phone. I even felt that some of the things I said over the phone were not clear enough, so I planned to visit her at school in a few days and talk to her in person. If she had the chance, she even wanted to meet Qin Wenjie. If Wang Yue and Qin Wenjie hadn't just had sex yesterday, it would have been a bit abrupt to meet today. Mother Wang couldn't wait to go to school to see them. In order to pretend that it was an unintentional act and not arouse Qin Wenjie's disgust, she could only wait for a few days before going. Qin Wenjie didn't know that Wang Ma was imparting her experience to Wang Yue. At this moment, he was playing billiards, the happiest game of his life, surrounded by a group of beautiful girls and assistants. Before this, he had never thought that there would be such fun things in the billiard hall. Money broadened his horizons and allowed him to see a whole new world hidden in everyday life. Chapter 20: The Doubts of the Richest Man. The main customers of the billiard halls near universities are students, and the main focus is on affordability. There are no such things as playing assistants or tutors. Even if there is, who would spend 100 or 80 yuan for an hour to hire such a playmate? Wouldn't it be nice to play ball with a few classmates? In the past, Qin Wenjie naturally had the same idea as most people, and he would drag his roommates out to play. Now that he has money, his mentality has also changed. Besides, my roommates are all working or doing internships, so it's much more fun to spend a few $100 to find a few pretty girls to play with than to be alone. Besides, the price is not expensive. Most importantly, he discovered that he didn't have to spend money to enjoy the female playmate assistants. Just after he ordered an assistant teacher to play with him and expressed his intention to give the other party a tip, the other party's friendliness level actually reached over 50. This number means that not only do you not have to spend money on the other party, you can also take the opportunity to make money. It's fun and profitable at the same time. How can an assistant teacher do such a good thing? Qin Wenjie immediately asked the manager of the billiard hall to call all the female assistants to play with him and test them by taking orders and increasing consumption. I found that not every playmate's friendliness level can reach above 50, which is normal. He had been mentally prepared and called out the names of those with high friendliness, signaling them to stay. Seeing that the boss in front of him actually ordered 8 playmates at once, the people who were chosen also realized that they had met a rich man today. In order to leave a good impression, they all behaved in a gentle and considerate manner and spoke in a pleasant way. There were even some assistant teachers who took the initiative to get close to him. This made Qin Wenjie even more grateful that he had made the decision to order some playtime. Just when he was having fun, the phone placed next to the table lit up and a WeChat message came. He opened it casually and saw that it was a message sent to him by the Douyu exclusive customer service he added yesterday. Almost 1 million was spent on the platform yesterday, which naturally attracted the attention of Douyu officials. After verifying that the system is normal and the recharge amount is credited normally, Douyu has specially arranged for Qin Wenjie to be added as an exclusive customer service representative so that he can solve problems encountered on the Douyu platform at any time in order to maintain this new big brother. After all, he is the real big brother who can bring huge profits to the platform. Half of every penny he gives to the anchors flows into the platform's pocket. Having a dedicated customer service representative can not only demonstrate our importance to big brothers, but also avoid the loss of big brothers due to minor problems on the platform. After adding the friend, Qin Wenjie just exchanged a few polite words with the other party and did not continue the conversation. The exclusive customer service was also sensible enough not to disturb him. I suddenly sent him a message today for a reason. I was asked by another big brother on the platform to contact him. The other party is also from Donghai. Because he recharged and purchased the title of Emperor on Douyu, and his online name contains the word Dong, netizens call him Donghuang. Qin Wenjie's actions yesterday caused quite a stir on the Douyu platform. As a frequent visitor to the Douyu platform, Donghuang naturally noticed this. Out of curiosity, I searched for Qin Wenjie's account and found that his IP address was also in Donghai, so I wanted to make friends with him. These top guys on the list give gifts on the platform, sometimes not just to please the anchor, but also to show their strength. Show your strength and let other capable people see it. Use it as an introduction to make friends, which can also help your business in real life. In addition to these reasons, there is another more important reason why the other party takes the initiative to come to you. Where there are people, there will be disputes, and there is also competition between the big brothers on the platform. This kind of competition is sometimes not a one-on-one fight, but a regional one. The business environment in Donghai is somewhat different from that in other places. There are not many large private enterprises, which also leads to the small number of top players from Donghai on the Douyu platform. In several previous open and secret struggles, Dongwon lost to the other side because of his weak strength. Now, having finally seen a capable person from Donghai, he naturally had the idea of making friends with him and forming a group. However, in order to avoid private message harassment from netizens, Qin Wenjie directly set his account to private, making it impossible for him to be contacted even if he wanted to. I could only find his exclusive customer service and pass on the information to Qin Wenjie. If this kind of thing happened yesterday when Qin Wenjie just got the system, he would definitely not be interested in it. In his opinion, with the system in place, it would be enough to just make a lot of money quietly, and there was no need to engage in these social activities. However, after taking over Times Square in West City today, he realized that in today's society, having money alone is not enough, one also needs connections. Especially the rewards forced upon him by the system also made him understand. It seems that the system is intentionally guiding him towards business management, rather than simply becoming a rich man who fleeces the system. Since you want to run a business, personal connections become even more important. Since that Dong Huang can spend so much money on the platform, he must be a rich man in reality and well known in Donghai. It would be a good idea to get to know him. After making up his mind, he wrote back to the exclusive customer service and agreed that the customer service would give his contact information to that Dong Huang. Just 2 minutes after he replied to the message, Qin Wenjie's cell phone rang. The call came from an unfamiliar number in Donghai. When I picked up the phone, it was the Dong Huang. On the phone, the other party introduced himself as Zhao Xiaodong. Perhaps he heard that Qin Wenjie didn't know him, so he explained his identity. The son of the richest man in Donghai and the future heir to Ledong Real Estate Group. Qin Wenjie didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. His first thought was to open the system panel and check the friendliness level. He needs to know the other person's attitude towards him, whether it is well-intentioned or has other purposes. If it's with good intentions, we can become close friends. If you have other purposes, try to avoid too much dealings at the beginning. The value of 59 in the friendliness column on the system panel made him feel relieved. He was very satisfied with this result. At least it showed that Zhao Xiaodong was someone worthy of making friends with. So, after the other party introduced himself, he started chatting with Zhao Xiaodong. Naturally, there is not much for two people who have just met to talk about on the phone. The best way is to socialize offline. After hearing that Qin Wenjie was playing billiards in the west of the city, Zhao Xiaodong happily said that he happened to be nearby and could come over to play with him. The reason why Zhao Xiaodong was so eager to meet was because of curiosity. As the son of the richest man in Donghai, he is basically familiar with all the wealthy second generations in Donghai. Especially since Qin Wenjie's voice sounded very young, he should be of the same age as him. There was no reason why he had never heard of it before, unless he was pretending to be a rich man and showing off on the platform. But giving a reward of 1 million is not something that most people can do. The sudden appearance of a rich second generation in the East China Sea made him very curious and he was eager to find out what was going on. Chapter 21 Surprising Identity. After sending Qin Wenjie's name to his father's secretary, Zhao Xiaodong immediately drove to the billiard hall. After entering the room, he could tell who was Qin Wenjie at a glance. The truth is that the 8 beautiful teaching assistants were too conspicuous, even a fool could see it. Perhaps because there were not many people in the billiard hall, Zhao Xiaodong's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. After seeing this young man dressed in designer clothes, all the girls' eyes lit up, including the beauties accompanying Qin Wenjie. After hanging around in such places for many years, they have all developed a pair of eagle eyes. They can tell at a glance whether someone has money or not. It was true that Qin Wenjie had spent a lot of money to hire them to play with him, but it was also clear from his clothes that he didn't have much money. Especially since the weather was still a bit chilly, his long-sleeved clothes covered the Patek Philippe watch worth hundreds of thousands on his wrist, making him look even more ordinary. Therefore, in the eyes of the girls, he has been positioned as a white-collar worker who has little money but is willing to spend money. Zhao Xiaodong is completely different. His temperament and flamboyant dress all show his wealth. If I could be ordered by the other party, and take the initiative to create some opportunities, maybe. Several assistant teachers who were originally chosen by Qin Wenjie to play with the player and make some money secretly regretted that they had lost the big picture for the small one. Unfortunately, the order has already been accepted, so it is definitely impossible to leave at this time. And it is impossible for this rich second generation who just appeared to steal the playing assistant who was taking orders from others. For a moment, feelings of regret and unwillingness surged into their hearts. Those playing assistants who were not ordered looked at Zhao Xiaodong with hope. Just when the assistant instructor who had been ordered was feeling annoyed, they suddenly discovered that the rich man who had just entered the room was actually walking towards them. Even raised his hand to greet them. This action made them feel like pie in the sky hit them. They were confused but happy, and quickly raised their hands. Just as they lifted it into the air, what happened next surprised them. "Mr. Qin, hello. I'm Zhao Xiaodong, whom I just called." This rich man actually came to ask the boss for their order. And judging from the other party's attitude, the boss who took the order was actually of other status. After discovering this fact, they looked at Qin Wenjie's clothes and felt as if their worldview collapsed. In particular, there was a tall girl among the teaching assistants. When she saw the two people shaking hands enthusiastically, her heart was filled with turmoil. This girl's name is Gu Xingli. Unlike other teaching assistants, she just comes here to work part-time to earn some pocket money. She usually works in nightclubs and is much more well-informed than other girls. When Zhao Xiaodong appeared just now, she felt that he looked somewhat familiar. After he introduced himself, I immediately realized that he was the son of the richest man. She had heard a lot of rumors about Zhao Xiaodong. Because of his wealthy family background, he is arrogant and doesn't like ordinary people. However, it was this person who was very polite to the boss who took their order. What does this show? At least in Zhao Xiaodong's mind, this person's status is equal to his. She turned her head and looked at Qin Wenjie's clothes. It was hard to associate him with the rich people she usually saw. Are there really rich people who like to keep a low profile? Wait. What is that? Patek Philippe. Gu Xingli had been staring at Qin Wenjie. When he withdrew his hand after shaking hers, she vaguely saw a hint of reflection inside the cuff of his clothes. Being well informed, she recognized it at a glance, and it should be a Patek Philippe watch. Because just a few days ago, her younger sister's boyfriend, a rich second-generation man, showed off a watch of the same brand to them. Afterwards, she searched the internet for various models of Patek Philippe watches. With just a quick glance, she discovered that the style of the watch in Qin Wenjie's sleeve was the same as the Patek Philippe watch worth hundreds of thousands that she had seen. I see. He really is trying to be low-key. Since the watch is worth hundreds of thousands, the Highland home-style clothes on his body are most likely some niche luxury clothing. Gu Xingli suddenly understood and thought she had discovered the truth. It really is true that when you are poor, even if you carry a bag worth hundreds of thousands, it will be considered a fake, but when you are rich, even if you carry a fake, it will be considered the real thing. During the time that Gu Xingli was imagining, Qin Wenjie and Zhao Xiaodong had already greeted each other. Qin Wenjie was also very friendly towards this person whose initial friendliness value was above 50. The first thing I do is to pull the other person over to make money, treat him to a meal. However, Zhao Xiaodong felt a little suspicious after seeing Qin Wenjie's clothes. He calmly took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat, ready to ask his father's secretary how the investigation was going. After clicking on it, I found that the other party had already replied and the information about Qin Wenjie had been investigated. The reply was very simple, just a few paragraphs. Qin Wenjie is a senior student at Tunghai University. On the surface, his family background seems average. His parents died early, and he was raised by his grandpa and aunt's family since he was a child. After a careful investigation, there was a suspicious point. The information of his parents could not be found, and it was possible that it was hidden artificially. What is even more unreasonable is that, although he comes from an ordinary family and is still in college, he is the third largest shareholder of Wanha Capital, holding 5% of the shares. In addition to these, it recently acquired Times Square West. Other assets are unknown, but the investigation team suspects that he has a large number of other undisclosed assets. These few seemingly simple sentences, which didn't even give a detailed introduction to the specific situation, still made Zhao Xiaodong feel like he had suffered a heavy blow. Major shareholder of Wanha Capital. Owner of West City Times Square. No matter what identity one has in the East China Sea, he will always be ranked among the top in the business world. He has always regarded himself as the richest man in Donghai, and he thinks that he cannot compare with Qin Wenjie in status. After all, he is just the future heir to the richest man. Before he inherits the fortune, he is just an ordinary second-generation rich man. The man in front of him is already a real rich man. Although he is not as rich as his family, his status is not inferior to his father. Damn, I'm glad I didn't act rude just now. Qin Wenjie couldn't understand why Zhao Xiaodong became more respectful to him after looking at his phone for a few seconds. He was not in the mood to think too much at the moment. He looked at the time and saw that it was time for lunch, so he took Zhao Xiaodong and prepared to treat him to a meal. Zhao Xiaodong also wanted to make friends with Qin Wenjie, so how could he let him treat him? He kept shouting that he would treat him, but he couldn't resist Qin Wenjie's enthusiasm. There are really no high-end restaurants around Tunghai University. With the mentality that the more expensive the food, the more money you can make, Qin Wenjie suggested that they go to the city to eat. After making an appointment at the place, Qin Wenjie naturally had no mood to play ball, so he went straight to the front desk to check out and leave. Chapter 22 Green Grassland. The receptionist at the billiard hall was a girl in her mid-20s named Zhao Cici. She was dressed very sexily, wearing tight yoga pants and a navel-bearing camisole. Qin Wenjie had a deep impression of her because just an hour ago, when he first walked in, she had a cold expression on her face that seemed to keep him at a distance. Even though he ordered 8 playing assistants at once, he was unable to change the other party's attitude. Since Zhao Xiaodong appeared, the other party's attitude seemed to have changed. Unlike his indifference just now, when he found out that Qin Wenjie was actually chatting happily with a rich second generation, he also realized that his identity was not ordinary. Zhao Cici seemed like a different person. Her attitude changed 180 degrees. She greeted him with a smile and asked if he needed anything. When she heard that Qin Wenjie wanted to pay the bill, she hurried to do it for him. At the end, he even took out his WeChat account and said that he could add WeChat and contact him in advance next time so that he could reserve the best table for him. Qin Wenjie is not a fool, so he can naturally see through the other party's intentions. What? Adding WeChat makes it easier to reserve a table. Bullshit. If he hadn't accidentally discovered that he was a rich man, he could be 100% sure that the other party would never take the initiative to add him on WeChat. Now that he had seen through the other party's intentions, Qin Wenjie had no intention of adding him on WeChat. I really don't like this kind of snobbish and brainless girl. Although this woman was pretty, so what? He had not yet reached the point where he would fall in love with a beautiful woman. Unless, Because he hadn't taken any action for a long time, Zhao Cici's phone automatically locked the screen after a few seconds of inactivity. When she noticed it, she hurriedly clicked to unlock it. At that moment, the lock screen wallpaper flashed by, and Qin Wenjie seemed to see a familiar figure on the wallpaper. Wait, that seems to be. In order to confirm that he was not mistaken, he suddenly changed his mind, pretended to add WeChat, took the phone from the other party, and pretended to accidentally switch to the desktop. The wallpaper on Zhao Cici's mobile phone desktop was clearly displayed in front of him. There are 2 people in this photo used as wallpaper, one is Zhao Cici, and the other is Lin Hui, whom she only met once. The 2 of them were sitting very close in a BMW car. It looked like they were in more than just an ordinary relationship and were most likely a couple. After discovering this shocking secret, Qin Wenjie did not ask rashly, but added WeChat first, and then casually asked, "Are you married?" Zhao Cici seemed to be very panicked for a moment at his question, but she hid this emotion so well that it would be hard to catch if you didn't pay attention. Coincidentally, Qin Wenjie was staring at her facial expressions the whole time, so he naturally noticed the changes in her facial expressions. Zhao Cici didn't know that she had been betrayed by her micro-expressions, so she pretended to be calm and said, "No, why do you think I'm married?" "Qin Wenjie, I just accidentally saw your desktop wallpaper." Zhao Cici, "Oh, you mean him? He is my distant cousin. My niece played with my phone a few days ago and set the photo as wallpaper. I was too lazy to change it, so she just left it there." Seeing Zhao Cici's evasive eyes when she spoke, Qin Wenjie did not continue to ask. His eyes casually glanced at the diamond ring on her ring finger, as if thinking about something. Zhao Xiaodong, who was standing by, seemed to have noticed something, but he didn't say much. He remained silent until he left the billiard hall. Then he joked, "That's fine, brother. Even a married young woman wants to seduce you." Qin Wenjie held his forehead and smiled bitterly. "You saw that too?" Zhao Xiaodong, "Of course, I'm not blind. How can my cousin be fooling around?" Qin Wenjie didn't reply, thinking about Zhao Cici's matter. As a person with moral bottom line, I will definitely not have any intersection with a married woman. If Zhao Cece was someone else's wife, he would ignore her. But Lin Hui is an exception. This kid wanted to steal his house before. If the system hadn't arrived in time, there would have been a green grassland on his head. Although the other party did not succeed in the end, it does not mean that Qin Wenjie will let him go. Especially since Zhao Cece seemed to be offering herself to him, he suddenly wanted to experience Mengda's joy. As he was thinking about this, the ringing of the cell phone in his pocket interrupted his thoughts. He took out his phone and found that it was Wang Yue calling. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new love, and the emotions after a short separation after a new love are even stronger. Wang Yue had been thinking about Qin Wenjie the whole morning. As noon approached, she hurriedly called Qin Wenjie to arrange for them to have lunch together. Qin Wenjie was about to go out for dinner with Zhao Xiaodong. When he heard that Wang Yue wanted to come over, he hesitated whether to take her with him. After all, it was the first time for two old men to meet each other when they went out to dinner, so it would be somewhat inappropriate to bring a female companion with them. Zhao Xiaodong is also a smart man. From the tone of Qin Wenjie's voice when he was calling, he knew it was most likely his girlfriend calling. The call at this time must be about eating, so he hurriedly said, "It's my sister-in-law calling, asking us to come together. I happen to be here to look for my girlfriend, so I'll ask her to keep her company." Ever since Zhao Xiaodong learned that Qin Wenjie was indeed rich and not a liar pretending to be a wealthy man, he immediately became friends with him. Putting aside other factors, Zhao Xiaodong is 5 or 6 years older than him, so it is not an exaggeration to call him his younger brother. But Zhao Xiaodong was not stupid. He would not be so tactless as to call Qin Wenjie brother all the time. Instead, he called Qin Wenjie Lao Qin, which showed their close relationship without making him seem superior. He only calls people around Qin Wenjie brother and sister-in-law. Qin Wenjie didn't notice anything when Zhao Xiaodong called her sister-in-law, but Wang Yue on the other end found it quite useful. She also talked with her family for a long time in the morning. There was no doubt that Mother Wang was very satisfied with Qin Wenjie. The only worry is whether Wang Yue will have a formal status in the future. Mother Wang knew very well that men who had reached a certain level would never lack women around them. But even if there are many women, there is still a hierarchy. Sometimes it seems that you have obtained a lot, including a house and a car, but just because of a status, you will fall to the lower level. Wang Yue's family is naturally not short of money. Maybe not a lot of money, but it is enough for her to have no worries about food and clothing in her life. The reason why she wanted to marry a rich man was just to make her life better. Therefore, compared with material things, Wang Yue's family values status and reputation more, and this is what they worry about most. I'm afraid that Wang Yue will end up being the woman who cannot see the sun beside Qin Wenjie. Zhao Xiaodong's words brother-in-law just now helped Wang Yue and tested Qin Wenjie. The fact that Qin Wenjie did not object showed that in his mind, Wang Yue deserved the title. This also means that she will attend the upcoming friend party as Qin Wenjie's girlfriend. Wang Yue was very excited about this, but also a little nervous, worried that Qin Wenjie would not take her with him. Chapter 23, Driving While Driving. In fact, Qin Wenjie didn't think about it that way at all. He didn't take the dinner with Zhao Xiaodong too formally. The reason why we made an appointment to have dinner together was not just to make friends, but more to get the system cashback, and making friends was just a side thing. Since Zhao Xiaodong said he would bring his girlfriend with him, then it would be fine to call her Wang Yue. It's that simple. After this matter was decided, Qin Wenjie and Zhao Xiaodong would definitely not be able to go together. Zhao Xiaodong's girlfriend works at Dongshan Art College. Although it is also near the west side of Donghai City, it is still some distance away from Donghai University. It was obvious that the two parties were not going the same way, so they had to say goodbye temporarily, each driving to pick up their female companions and reuniting at the agreed restaurant in the city. When Qin Wenjie got into the car, Zhao Xiaodong was not surprised at all that he owned a Cullinan, and he didn't even feel a hint of surprise. After all, he is too familiar with Wanha Capital and West City Times Square. Not to mention Wanha Capital, the hotels in Times Square and West City alone have several Maybachs, Bentleys, and the like. As the boss of West City Times, driving a Cullinan is simply too common. On the contrary, he would find it strange if he didn't drive such a car. Wang Yue had already dressed up carefully, and when she heard that Qin Wenjie was coming to pick her up, they went to a dinner party with friends. I rushed back to the dormitory, put on makeup again, and prepared to change into a slightly more formal outfit. The weather in Donghai City in April was still a little cold. Even so, she changed into a long skirt and put on a windbreaker on the outside. To be beautiful, you must be able to withstand the cold. Of course, she dressed like this because she wanted to make sure that the place they were going to today wouldn't be too cold. Shin Wenjie's car is just outside the school gate, so it won't be cold to ride in the car. The next dinner will definitely be in a high-end restaurant, where the air conditioning will be turned on full blast so it won't be cold. Then it was even less cold when we went to the hotel. So for the sake of beauty, it is worth enduring the cold from the dormitory to the school gate. Shin Wenjie, who had been waiting outside the school gate, saw Wang Yue take off her windbreaker after getting in the car, revealing a long skirt underneath. He reached out in surprise and said, "Aren't you cold dressed like this? Your legs are cold. Only your calves are cooler. Try moving your hands upwards. They're hot. Besides, it's easier to cool down if your calves are cooler." As she spoke, Wang Yue had already taken one foot off her high heels and stretched it towards Shin Wenjie, who was in the driver's seat. "Stop it, we're driving. It's not a good time to drive." The place Shin Wenjie and Zhao Xiaodong had agreed to meet was the Jasmine restaurant in the city center. If you just hear the name, most outsiders who have never been to Donghai would think it is an ordinary small restaurant. Only people who have lived in Donghai City know that this restaurant is more famous than many internet celebrity restaurants. However, such high popularity has not attracted countless people to queue up and check in like other internet celebrity restaurants. One of the reasons is that it is too expensive. The kind of fried rice that sells for 98 or 198 yuan in high-end hotels may cost 599 yuan per serving in this restaurant. If it were just that, it would not be able to resist those internet celebrities who love to check in. After all, they can do things like have dozens of people share a table and take turns to punch in. Therefore, in addition to being expensive, Jasmine Restaurant also has a special rule that it is only open to rich people. Of course, such rules cannot be stated openly. If an ordinary person comes, the store will claim that there are no vacancies and use the reason that all seats are reserved as a disguised way of driving customers away. But if you take out the store's VIP card, or pay 100,000 on the spot to get an annual card with stored value, then coincidentally, the store will find that the previously reserved seat is cancelled and there happens to be an empty private room. Such an obvious thing, anyone who is not a normal person can understand what is going on. For most people, the unspoken rules of Jasmine Restaurant do not affect everyone, so except for a few individuals, most people do not care. It's just a very expensive restaurant. Whether you can go in or not will not have any impact on your life. The real user group of Jasmine Restaurant will naturally not be blocked by the so-called threshold. On the contrary, they are attracted by the hidden rules of Jasmine Restaurant and are more willing to consume here. Bringing business partners here not only allows you to use this little privilege to show off your strength, but also gives you the opportunity to get to know other rich and powerful people. After all, everyone who can enter here has been screened by the store. Zhao Xiaodong proposed coming here for this reason. After hearing the other party's proposal, Shin Wenjie's eyes lit up. High consumption is good. What he wants most now is a place with high consumption. The higher the consumption, the more cashback you get. If possible, Shin Wenjie even hopes that the fried rice here can be sold at a price of 59,999. With unrealistic fantasies, I drove all the way to Gueha Shopping Mall where Jasmine Restaurant is located in the city. The security guard actively and enthusiastically guided the vehicle to park in a reserved parking space not far from the door. Although the security guard does not know who is in the car, whether they are eligible to use the parking area reserved by the mall for VIP customers. But he still recognized the brand new Cullinan and the shining Rolls-Royce Golden Man logo. In his opinion, no matter who was in the car alone was enough to prove the other person's identity. After parking the car, Wang Yue got out and took Shin Wenjie's arm, and the two walked into the mall together. Considering that Zhao Xiaodong and others have not arrived yet, it would be a bit boring to go to the restaurant and wait in advance. Shin Wenjie planned to go shopping in the mall and buy something for Wang Yue to get some cash back from the system. The two of them went shopping yesterday, but they had just met at that time and were not at the stage where they could give each other expensive gifts. He had always wanted to spend some money, but there was no suitable opportunity. After what happened last night, the two of them have confirmed their relationship, and it would be most appropriate for them to give each other a few gifts as a couple. Wei, what a coincidence, you're here to shop at the mall too. As the two of them walked into a jewelry store, a female voice sounded from not far away. Shin Wenjie looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who was speaking was a beautiful girl with fashionable and slightly flamboyant clothing, and her appearance was not inferior to Wang Yue. Next to the girl stood a short blonde boy, smoking an e-cigarette and looking at him and Wang Yue with a scrutinizing look. Wang Yue next to him obviously knew the girl and happily stepped forward to greet her. Xiao1, why are you shopping here too? Aren't you in class? The girl named Xiao1 stepped forward and took Wang Yue's hand, saying in an intimate manner. No, I skipped class. Young Master Jiang is treating me to a meal. But you, who is this? After introducing the yellow-haired man's identity, she immediately turned her gaze to Qin Wenjie, looked him up and down secretly, and asked with some curiosity. Wang Yue quickly pulled the other person in front of Qin Wenjie and introduced him. This is my boyfriend Qin Wenjie, also a senior. Dear, this is my good friend Peng Xiaowan, and that is Zhang Jisun, the vice president of our school as student union. Chapter 24, Poaching. After the words were spoken, Zhang Jisun and Peng Xiaowan were both a little surprised. As students of Tunghai University, both of them knew a lot about Wang Yue. Ever since Xie Zhengtao made the statement, few people dared to pursue Wang Yue, and no one had ever succeeded. The boy in front of me, apart from his good looks, had nothing special about his dress. He looked very ordinary and did not look like a rich man at all. How did Wang Yue fall in love with him, and how did he get the courage to date Wang Yue at the risk of offending Xie Zhengtao? In addition to not understanding, Huang Mao Zhang Jisun also felt a little jealous. As a rich second generation, he had been pursuing Peng Xiaowan for several months and spent a lot of money on gifts. It was only then that he was able to ask her out shopping. The poor boy in front of him actually confirmed his relationship with the school beauty, and it was the school beauty who took the initiative to admit it. Driven by huge jealousy, he developed a strong hostility towards Qin Wenjie. Unlike Zhang Jisun, Peng Xiaowan ignored Qin Wenjie's attire and said in a friendly manner, Senior Qin, hello. Hello, junior sister Xiaowan. Qin Wenjie was not surprised to see Zhang Jisun and Peng Xiaowan's completely different attitudes after Wang Yue introduced herself. He knew a little about Zhang Jisun. It was said that his family was very wealthy, and he got the position of vice president of the student union by relying on his status as a rich second generation. As a second generation rich man, his character is obviously not very good, and there are countless anecdotes about him cheating and having affairs. He had no interest in dealing with such people, no matter how friendly they were. What's more, you can tell from the other party's attitude that the degree of friendliness is definitely not that high. On the contrary, after Qin Wenjie dealt with Peng Xiaowan, he immediately checked her friendship level, and it was as high as 52. It was only 1 point less friendly than when Wang Yue first met him. You have to know that when he first met Wang Yue, he was driving a Cullinan. With the blessing of a luxury car, his friendliness would naturally be higher. This Peng Xiaowan probably doesn't know his identity, and even from her surprised expression just now, it can be seen that she looks down on him a little. Even so, her friendliness still reached 52, which really surprised Qin Wenjie. Could it be that Peng Xiaowan has a good personality and likes to make friends? Otherwise it is difficult to explain why there is such a high level of friendliness when we meet for the first time and we don't know anything about each other. In fact, he was really overthinking it. Peng Xiaowan really didn't understand him. But she knows Wang Yue. As a good friend of Wang Yue, she knew that although she looked down on rich second generations like Xie Zhengtao, she would not just fall in love with an ordinary man. Qin Wenjie must have his unique advantages to be able to make Wang Yue take the initiative to admit their relationship. Being handsome, gentle, and considerate, or even having something big or good are not necessary conditions, they can only be added points. There must be other reasons besides these. It is very likely that this senior is also a relatively low-key rich second generation. After she had this guess in her mind, her attitude towards Qin Wenjie became very good. In her opinion, a better attitude is the right thing to do. If you guess right, you will make friends with a young man. If you guess wrong, there is no loss. I have to say that women's intuition is sometimes very accurate, especially smart women. She really guessed the truth. We just happened to meet, let's go shopping together. After saying hello, Peng Xiaowan took the initiative to suggest going shopping together. Before Wang Yue and Qin Wenjie could respond, Zhang Jisun on the side spoke first. Xiaowan, they are just here to shop, not to buy anything. They asked us to come with them. It will be awkward for them to be empty-handed while we carry all the bags. It's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. Qin Wenjie was amused. He didn't expect that in the 21st century, there would still be people who would show off in such a clumsy way. The most embarrassed person at this moment was Peng Xiaowan, who made the suggestion. She frowned and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Zhang Jisun has been pursuing her for more than half a year, since she entered college as a freshman. They ask about each other's well-being every day and send various gifts attentively. Because she had heard a lot of rumors about Jiang Jisun, Peng Qiuwan didn't have much of a favorable impression of this playboy and refused all his gifts. In her mind, her boyfriend must be a rich and loyal man. She didn't even want to consider the philandering rich man. However, there is an old saying that a virtuous woman is afraid of a clingy man. Jiang Jisun just kept pestering her and persisted for half a year. As Peng Qiuwan continued her college life for a while and saw some things, her horizons were broadened and her worldview changed a little. She gradually realized that the word loyalty did not seem to appear in rich people. Even if rich people are not unfaithful, there will be people with ulterior motives who will throw themselves into their arms, and no one can resist a free gift. Therefore, between money and love, you can only choose one. So, after a difficult psychological decision, she made the final choice. But choosing money doesn't mean she has to agree to the other party's pursuit immediately. Things that are too easy to get will not be cherished. Peng Qiuwan didn't want to be like those girls before, who were abandoned after playing for a few days. She plans to observe Jiang Jisun slowly, and if he passes the test, she will consider dating him. If she didn't pass, she would never compromise for money. There are many rich people in the world, and she is beautiful, so there is no need to hang herself on a crooked tree. Jiang Jisun's performance had been pretty good these past few days, which made her very satisfied. If he proposed to her, she was planning to agree. However, just now, the other party's words made her change her mind instantly, and even completely disappointed in him. When choosing a man, you should not only look at the present, but also the future. You may be very rich now by relying on your family's wealth, but if you don't have the ability, all the money will be squandered sooner or later. From what Jiang Jisun said just now, it can be seen that he is an incompetent and extremely immature person. Such people can never achieve anything great. Jiang Jisun had no idea that he had already been sentenced to death in Peng Qiuwan's heart. After saying that, seeing that no one else objected, he felt somewhat smug as he thought he had touched Qin Wenjie's sore spot. Seeing his expression, Wang Yue couldn't help but retort. You guessed it right, we are here to have a quick meal at Jasmine Restaurant today. I arrived early and planned to just walk around, but I didn't really plan to buy anything. Unlike Mr. Jiang, who has finally come here, he has to hurry to buy the things he wants. Since you are so busy, I won't bother you. Let us go somewhere else for a walk and then have dinner. By the way, Qiuwan, do you want to go to dinner with us? Chapter 25, Pick the Softest Persimmon. Wang Yue is still too civilized. If Jiang Meng were there, she would have angrily scolded Jiang Jisun long ago. Wang Yue is better at indirect sarcasm than direct sarcasm. Say in a light tone that you're going to have dinner at Jasmine Restaurant, and then say that the other person has made the trip with great difficulty. We imply that this kind of place is just where we hang out at home, but Jiang Jisun treats it as a high-end place, and the level of both parties is immediately revealed. But it was obvious that a brainless person like Jiang Jisun couldn't understand such words. So, she added another sentence, inviting Peng Qiuwan to have dinner together, directly ruining his plan. At this time, Peng Qiuwan was trying to find an excuse to leave, but Wang Yue's words made her eyes light up. Here comes the excuse. I'm going to have dinner with my good friends. And we still have to go to the famous Jasmine Restaurant on the 6th floor. Is there a better excuse than this? Okay. We've been planning to have dinner together for a while, but I'm usually too busy to make time. Today we finally meet, so we must go together. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry, let's go shopping together another day. I have to go out to eat with my sisters today. Jiang Jisun had just listened to Wang Yue saying something he didn't quite understand and hadn't reacted yet when he suddenly heard Peng Qiuwan saying goodbye to him and was a little confused. I finally got the other person out, but he was poached away. The reason for the apology is too ridiculous. You are usually too busy to have time, and now you finally meet him? Isn't this nonsense? You are a freshman, what are you busy with? And they were all classmates, how could they finally meet? Was he kidding me? Jiang Jisun was angry, but he couldn't vent it on Peng Qiuwan, so he could only take it out on Qin Wenjie, who was dressed casually and looked like a soft persimmon. Qiuwan, listen to their nonsense. They even dare to say that they are eating at Jasmine Restaurant. Look at his dress. He looks like someone who can afford to eat at Jasmine Restaurant. I'm afraid he can't even get in the door. Seeing his behavior, Peng Qiuwan didn't bother to say any more words and took Wang Yue's hand and was about to leave. Qin Wenjie, who had never argued with him before, saw him talking about him again and again, so he put away the smile on his face and said coldly, Xiao Jiang, you are still young and have too little experience. As a senior, I want to tell you a truth today: there are always people who are better than you, so don't judge people by their appearance or you will easily make enemies for yourself. The familiar tone and words made Jiang Jisen stunned. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that it was Qin Wenjie who was speaking, he would have thought that his father had come. Qin Wenjie's words just now reminded him that every time he went home, his father would tell him the same thing. You fucking. Jiang Jisen was also very angry. He was about to curse, but he got stuck in the middle of the sentence and didn't know what to say next. You can't just say, "Don't teach me like my dad does," because that would make you look like you're recognizing your father on the spot. Who knew that when he was hesitating, Qin Wenjie ignored him and turned away? Damn. It's even more like it. Every time his father finished teaching him a lesson, he would turn around and leave, leaving him with only his back. Sir, do you need this bracelet? The voice of the jewelry store salesperson interrupted Jiang Jisen's thoughts. He turned around and looked at the clerk beside him who had no tact at all, and said angrily, "Fuck you. Get out of here, you bastard." Jiang Jisen knew how to pick on the weak, and he found that Qin Wenjie was tall and strong, and he couldn't scold him or beat him. He immediately changed the target of his anger to the weak female clerk in the jewelry store. After cursing, I followed them angrily to see if they were really going to Jasmine restaurant. What he didn't know was that not long after he walked out of the jewelry store, the female clerk who was scolded went to check the surveillance camera angrily. He took a photo of Jiang Jisen's appearance through playback and sent it to the people on WeChat, and then sent a voice message with a wronged crying voice. Brother Long Wowo, this person bullied me. Qin Wenjie and the other two who left first did not expect that Jiang Jisen would follow them like a dogskin plaster. Pang Qiuan asked him why he was following her, and this guy actually said in a shameless manner, "Who is following you?" "I am also shopping in the mall." For a moment, the three of them were at a loss as to what to do with this scoundrel and could only head straight to the 6th floor. The waitress at the door of Jasmine restaurant saw a group of 4 people coming and respectfully asked them if they had a reservation. She asked them to show their VIP cards and check. The point of this sentence is not whether or not there is an appointment, but showing the VIP card. When asked this question, Jiang Jisen and Pang Qiuan both looked at Qin Wenjie. The difference is that Jiang Jisen looked like he was enjoying the show. Especially after Qin Wenjie said no reservation, no VIP card, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "No way, brother, you come here to show off without a card, you don't know that you are not allowed in here without a card, right?" Qin Wenjie ignored him and looked at the waiter. He took out his bank card and said, "Apply for a VIP annual card for each of these 2 ladies." At first, when the waiter heard Qin Wenjie say that he didn't have a VIP card, his expression didn't change. After all, she has seen many similar guests. There are often outsiders who come here for the first time and don't know the rules here. Therefore, every time she encounters this situation, she will patiently explain it. What she didn't expect was that before she could even open her mouth, Qin Wenjie's next words shocked her. "Apply for 2? Or should I do it for the 2 ladies around me? Brother, do you know how much an annual card costs? You haven't even applied for one for anyone else?" The waiter suspected that Qin Wenjie didn't know the price of the annual pass, so he kindly reminded him. "Sir, the annual card is 100,000 yuan a year. After you apply for it, you will get 100,000 points on the card, which can be used for consumption in our store. However, these 100,000 points are time limited. After 1 year, when the annual card expires, the unused points will be cleared. Normally, if one guest holds a VIP card, he or she can bring other friends in. If you apply for 2, it will cost 200,000 yuan. Yeah, I know, let's do it." Originally, Qin Wenjie was planning to use Zhao Xiaodong's card to enter Jasmine restaurant, but because of Jiang Jisen's incident, he had to come early. Then he suddenly realized that he could apply for a card for Wang Yue. This can be considered as spending for her, and you can get cash back from the system. And it's not just Wang Yue. Pang Qiuan's friendship level exceeds 50, so it seems she can also get cash back. In that case, we might as well do it together. As for applying for a card for himself, he felt it was unnecessary for the time being. I may not come here often in the future, and getting a card for myself is a non-cashback free expense, so there is no need to spend an extra 10,000. Wang Yue was not surprised by Qin Wenjie's generous move because she knew his financial resources. On the contrary, Pang Qiuan and Jiang Jisen were all stunned. Although in the eyes of many classmates, Jiang Jisen is a rich second generation. But as a second-generation rich person, Jiang Jisen knows very well that there are still differences between second-generation rich people. Chapter 26, Minotaur. Jiang Jisen's family can only be considered moderately wealthy, with his family only giving him a few tens of thousands of yuan a month for living expenses. Adding in the New Year's money and red envelopes given by other elders, he could barely afford to spend 100,000 or 200,000. But he would be more cautious in spending such money and would never spend it on getting a VIP card for a restaurant. It is even more impossible to apply for a card for others without using it yourself. At this point, even someone as dumb as Jiang Jisen should have understood that Qin Wenjie, who casually took out 200,000 yuan to give away, was probably not an ordinary person. This discovery made him give up, but at the same time he felt a little scared. No one understands rich people better than the second generation of rich people. After discovering that Qin Wenjie had some strength, he was a little afraid of being retaliated by the other party. In comparison, Peng Qiuan felt like she had made the right bet. Just because she came to have a meal with him, he gave her an annual card worth 100,000 yuan. How rich must Qin Wenjie be? As expected, the school belle has good taste, and the man who can become the school belle's boyfriend must be no ordinary person. But when did Wang Yue start dating such a rich boyfriend? It seemed like she was still single a few days ago. Did you just meet him? Thinking of this possibility, Peng Qiuan looked at Qin Wenjie thoughtfully, and her eyes turned, and it was unknown what idea she had come up with. The rumors turned out to be true. After quickly processing 2 VIP annual passes, a small private room with a table for 4 people coincidentally became available in the Jasmine restaurant. Then, after hearing Qin Wenjie say that 2 more friends would be coming in a while, the waitress hurriedly apologized and said that she was wrong just now, and the vacant room was a small private room with a table for 6 people. Jiang Jisen felt mixed emotions when he saw the female companion he had originally made an appointment with follow someone else into the restaurant. He used to bully others like this, and he even went further, asking a girl to get in his car and go to a hotel in front of her boyfriend. Who would have thought that one day he would have to endure all this? Although Peng Qiuan was not his girlfriend yet and was just an ordinary classmate, in his mind, he had already regarded her as his own. Now, Peng Qiuan followed him in, but he was stopped outside and dared not speak out. For a moment, he felt a little pain in his head, as if 2 horns were about to grow out of his head. Ha! The sign outside Jasmine restaurant has been renovated? It's emerald green and looks very fresh. Not long after Qin Wenjie entered, Zhao Xiaodong and his girlfriend Zhang Dongxue rushed over. I saw the new sign of Jasmine restaurant from afar and exclaimed in admiration. He didn't notice at all that a short, yellow-haired man at the door looked as if he had been hit hard when he heard the word emerald green. It was the first time for Peng Qiuan to enter such a high-end restaurant. She was very excited and kept taking selfies with Wang Yue. Given Wang Yue's family conditions, she has naturally been to similar high-end restaurants and would not be as crazy as Peng Qiuan. But she didn't act pretentious and actively cooperated with Peng Qiuan in taking photos. The reason for this is that she discovered that once Peng Qiuan had some free time, she would chat with Qin Wenjie and show her goodwill. How can you, little bitch, try to steal my girl? Fortunately, Zhao Xiaodong arrived quickly, which indirectly helped Wang Yue a lot. When Zhao Xiaodong walked into the private room, he was a little shocked when he saw Wang Yue and Peng Qiuan for the first time. After all, he and Qin Wenjie had agreed to bring his girlfriend to dinner, but there were 2 girls in the room, which led to misunderstanding. I thought to myself, as expected of a rich boss, he plays with money. Zhang Dongxue, who followed him into the room, had a different expression. She looked at Qin Wenjie's clothes, then at the high-end imitation sweater on Peng Qiuan, and a trace of contempt flashed through her heart. I really can't understand how such a person got connected with Zhao Xiaodong. Then Qin Wenjie said that he would treat them today, which caused Zhang Dongxue to misunderstand instantly. I thought Qin Wenjie had a request for Zhao Xiaodong and that was why he specially held a banquet here to entertain him. When she thought of this, the smile on her face faded a lot, and she looked at the 3 people in the room with a somewhat arrogant expression. Zhao Xiaodong didn't notice her expression. After introducing each other, he started chatting with Qin Wenjie. Seeing Zhang Dongxue's cold and arrogant look, Wang Yue and the others thought that she was a little introverted, so they took the initiative to say a few words to her. Unexpectedly, the other party seemed unwilling to pay attention to them, and there was an obvious look of contempt on his face, which made them feel confused for a moment. Naturally, the 2 of them would not continue chatting with her and would only waste their time, so they just started chatting among themselves. Zhang Dongxue, who had been looking down on others with a sullen face, suddenly discovered that Zhao Xiaodong and Qin Wenjie were chatting animatedly, and Wang Yue and Peng Qiuan were whispering intimately. It seemed that she was the only one who was ignored, and her expression became even uglier. Damn it! I was isolated. She was angry. She looked at Wang Yue and the other person who were talking and laughing, and suddenly she had an idea and said, "Hey, Xiao Wang, right? Bring me the tissue in front of you." Zhao Xiaodong, who was chatting on the side, frowned when he heard his girlfriend's words, and casually pushed the tissue box in front of her, saying with some displeasure, "Don't you have hands? It's fine if you ask others for help, but you don't even have manners?" Looking at his girlfriend whom he had just met not long ago, and then comparing her with the two people brought by Qin Wenjie, Zhao Xiaodong felt a little angry. Not only is he not as good looking as others, but he also has low emotional intelligence and no tact at all. Can't you see that I'm trying to please the other person? Yet you actually ask his girlfriend to get you a tissue. How dare you call him Xiao Wang? Who do you think you are? If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have brought this woman here. Zhao Xiaodong couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The reason why Zhang Dongxue was brought here was entirely because Qin Wenjie's girlfriend was also a college student, and college students would have common topics and the chat would be more pleasant. Who would have thought that Zhang Dongxue, who acted like a little bird and very sensible in front of him, would be so unpresentable? It had only been a short time since he sat down when he did something so offensive. I will never bring her out to such occasions again. Since she had already been brought here, Zhao Xiaodong couldn't just chase her away. He also didn't want the situation to become too awkward, so he said a few words to her and didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead, he smiled apologetically at Qin Wenjie and Wang Yue, and shook his head helplessly. Qin Wenjie waved his hand to show his understanding. I thought the matter was over, but I didn't expect that the wind would not stop even if the tree wanted to be quiet. Not long after, when the waiter came to serve the dishes, the trouble arose again. Zhang Dongxue has caused some new trouble again. On the surface, this dinner seemed like an ordinary gathering of friends, quite casual. In fact, they are all illusions. In fact, Zhao Xiaodong takes them very seriously. After all, Qin Wenjie's identity itself has a certain weight. This is also the reason why he suggested coming to Jasmine Restaurant. Chapter 27. If you don't like it, get out. Originally he wanted to treat everyone, but Qin Wenjie insisted on treating him. Zhao Xiaodong had already made plans. When the meal was almost finished, he would find a chance to pay the bill first. If you really can't afford it, then invite Qin Wenjie to go for a second drink, at least to show your intention. When dealing with someone for the first time, you must leave a good impression so that you can deepen the friendship in the future. So, for Zhao Xiaodong, this seemingly casual dinner was no different from those formal business dinners. In such an important occasion, regardless of who pays the bill, Qin Wenjie must be the first to order food. Perhaps in order to show off the restaurant's status, Jasmine Restaurant does not require customers to scan codes or use tablets to order food like ordinary restaurants, and still uses a thick menu. Because paper menus are large and thick, usually only one copy is provided in a private room. After confirming that they were all present and ready to order, the waiter placed the thick menu on the table. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaodong was about to be polite to Qin Wenjie and let him order first. Unexpectedly, a white, tender and delicate hand reached out from beside him and took the menu away without any hesitation. When Zhao Xiaodong saw Zhang Dongxue taking the menu and preparing to order, his face turned pale with anger. He snatched the menu back and handed it to Qin Wenjie. Qin Wenjie declined and ordered 2 or 3 dishes. Then Zhao Xiaodong immediately handed the menu to Wang Yue and Pang Xiuan. Wang Yue's family works in the government, so she naturally knew some of the rules at dinner parties and ordered a dish symbolically. Although Pang Xiuan didn't understand, she would also read Wang Yue's expression. Wang Yue, the host, only ordered 1 dish. As a friend who came along, how could she be qualified to order dishes? She declined the order, saying that she had nothing to order, and the menu was returned to Zhao Xiaodong. Zhang Dongxue had long been dissatisfied with the menu being taken away. Seeing the menu returned to them, she complained. You've been postponing for so long before ordering 4 dishes, and they're all ordinary dishes. It's a complete waste of time. Let me order. Nod your mother's head, Zhao Xiaodong could hardly hold back and curse. If today wasn't the right occasion, he might have yelled at her on the spot and told her to get out as far away as possible. In order to prevent her from causing any more trouble, Zhao Xiaodong did not give her the chance to order. He quickly said a few dishes and returned the menu to the waiter. This action also aroused Zhang Dongxue's dissatisfaction. Her already sour face became even more sour. She thought to herself that after dinner, she would ignore Zhao Xiaodong and let him taste her power. How could she know that Zhao Xiaodong had already made up his mind to maintain basic decency first and separate from Zhang Dongxue after the meal? Keeping such a tactless person around would sooner or later cause trouble. However, maintaining decency was only his unilateral wish, as Zhang Dongshua's weirdness had exceeded his imagination. After all the cold dishes were served, the first main dish was finally served. Even the waiter could tell from his seat that Qin Wenjie was a distinguished guest and placed the food in front of him. Unexpectedly, before Qin Wenjie, Wang Yue and others could pick up their chopsticks, Zhang Dongshua's hand had already reached over across half the table. He rummaged around in the dish, but couldn't seem to find what he liked, and kept mumbling to himself. This waiter is so lazy, he couldn't put the dishes in the middle, so I can't even reach them. How can I eat? What kind of crappy dish are you guys ordering? I don't have any appetite at all. This Jasmine restaurant is just a name and name only. The service is poor, the food is served slowly, and the color of the food is also average. I don't understand why so many people love to eat here and praise it so highly. Her words were the last straw that broke the camel's back. No, it was a bundle of straws. For such an important dinner party for Zhao Xiaodong, the location was proposed by him and the dishes were mainly ordered by him. Zhang Dongxue responded with a wave of sarcasm and took advantage of the situation by grabbing the whole plate. Not to mention a formal dinner, even a gathering of close friends would be very impolite. She messed up everything today. It was no big deal for Zhao Xiaodong to lose face, but what if Qin Wenjie misunderstood that he was disrespectful to him? Not only would he not make any friends, but he would also offend someone for no reason. Zhang Dongshue's repeated troubles made him completely angry. He no longer considered maintaining his dignity. He turned to look at Zhang Dongxue and said lightly, suppressing his anger. If you don't like it, get out now. What do you mean? You actually said something like that to me. Literally, get out of here right now, immediately. I'm telling you, Zhao Xiaodong, apologize to me right now, or I will never forgive you. Seeing that Zhang Dongxue was already yelling, Zhao Xiaodong stood up and waved at her. Come out, I'll talk to you. Zhang Dongxue thought he was trying to save face and didn't want to apologize in front of outsiders, so she snorted coldly and followed him out. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaodong took her all the way out of the restaurant and then said to the waiter, "She is not my invited guest, don't let her in." After saying this, regardless of Zhang Dongshue's shouting, he returned to the restaurant again, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The girl who answered the phone had just said one word when he interrupted her. Come to Jasmine's restaurant now. I have an important friend's party, and he's here with his female companion. Okay, honey, I understand. I'll be right there. The person who answered the call was Zhao Xiaodong's ex-girlfriend Fang Wuxian. The two had been in a relationship for more than 3 years. In this era when the average rich second generation changes girlfriend every 2 or 3 months, she must have her own ways to maintain a relationship for 3 years. This method can be seen from the process of answering the phone just now. She understands Zhao Xiaodong very well. No, to be more precise, she understands what the rich second generation needs very well. Therefore, although the two had broken up for more than a month, it was Zhao Xiaodong who took the initiative to break up. But when Fang Yuxian received his call at this moment, she did not mention the breakup at all, nor did she demand an apology from him before she would forgive him. She had already understood some hints from Zhao Xiaodong's words. Since I was attending an important gathering with friends at Jasmine Restaurant, it was impossible not to know about my friend's situation in advance. The other party must have known in advance that he brought a female companion, and it is impossible for Zhao Xiaodong to go there alone without a female companion. However, even in this situation, he still called her. This means that something unpleasant must have happened at the scene, and if she was asked to go over it this time, she must appear as Zhao Xiaodong's girlfriend. I'm on top again? In fact, if handled properly this time, the position will be more stable than before. Fang Yuxian couldn't help cheering at the good news. She had just finished shopping with her best friend and had no mood to continue, so she hurriedly said goodbye to her best friend. What? That scumbag Zhao Xiaodong dumped you cruelly, and now he wants to use you. He wants you to come over with just one phone call. How can such a good thing happen? Chapter 27 Pang Qiuwan's Little Thoughts. Her best friend was complaining and speaking up for her, but Fang Yuxian said halfway through, yes, so at this time, we should extort a lot of money from him and ask him to buy 2 Hermes bags to apologize to me, and then we'll give you one. Best friend, I don't want the bag, I just think that after all, you have been together for more than 3 years, how can you just break up? I still support you getting back together. Fang Yuxian. Best friend, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up, I'll drive you there, so you can change clothes and put on makeup in the car. Hurry up, run. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xiaodong recalled the past with Fang Yuexian and suddenly regretted his actions a month ago. Fang Yuexian was originally a secretary in his company, and they started dating after working together for a while. Looking back now, Fang Yuexian was the most sensible girlfriend he had ever dated. Not only could she handle all kinds of things, she also knew how to turn a blind eye to some things. However, people tend to get tired of the old and love the new, and always feel that they will meet someone better. So, a month ago, he firmly proposed to break up. He has always believed that a good horse never turns back to the pasture it has been working for, but for the first time he began to question his own idea. The reason why I didn't eat the grass I had looked back on before was because the grass was not good enough. Now with Zhang Dongxue as a comparison, Fang Yuexian is so amazing, she is simply a magical herb. If Fang Yuexian could come and handle this matter beautifully for him today, he would be ready to consider his own major life events. Now that he is nearly 30, it is time for him to consider these things, and his family no longer needs to consider the woman's material conditions, as long as she is the right person. Fang Yuexian might not be the most beautiful woman he knew, but she was definitely the most suitable one. After making up his mind, he pondered for a moment, glanced at Zhang Dongxue who was still making a fuss outside, took a deep breath and returned to the private room. I'm sorry, Lao Qin and his sister-in-law. I didn't expect the girl I just met to be so uneducated. I'm really sorry. I understand. She is very similar to my ex-girlfriend. I seem to see the shadow of my ex-girlfriend in her. Qin Wenjie was indeed a little unhappy, not because of Zhao Xiaodong, but because he thought of Wang Qingya through Zhang Dongxue. Wang Qingya is also such a girl. She never gives him face outside, and she doesn't care about anyone else and just eats by herself when she has dinner with friends. When Qin Wenjie mentioned his ex-girlfriend, his current girlfriend Wang Yue was sitting next to him. Under normal circumstances, no girl would like her current boyfriend to always reminisce about his ex-girlfriend. Obviously, normal logic cannot be used to compare the world of rich people. After hearing his words, Wang Yue was not displeased, but took her arm and comforted her. Dear, it's time to put the bad memories behind you, look more at the good things in the future, and don't be unhappy about those insignificant people. When Zhao Xiaodong first heard Qin Wenjie's words, he thought they were just comforting words. As Wang Yue finished speaking, he finally realized that what Qin Wenjie said was not just a polite remark. For a moment, there was a feeling of sympathy and that we had been in the same reign together, and our friendship level soared again. Although the noisy Zhang Dongxue left, the atmosphere at the dinner table became cold because of her behavior. Fortunately, Fang Yuexian arrived quickly, in less than half an hour. The atmosphere in the private room became lively again with the arrival of Fang Yuexian. Unlike Zhang Dongxue, she did not judge people by appearance. After all, she knew Zhao Xiaodong too well. If it were an ordinary person, Zhao Xiaodong would not have asked her out for dinner alone, let alone taken it so seriously as to even call her over even though they had already broken up. So, after everyone introduced themselves to each other, there was no need to say anything else. Fang Yuexian just called him Mr. Qin, without any intention of being arrogant at all. After a brief greeting, Fang Yuexian did not forget the mission of her trip and immediately started chatting enthusiastically with Wang Yue and Peng Xiuan. After a dinner just now, Wang Yue and I became like good sisters. As a smart woman, after just a few words, she found out the relationship between the second girl and Qin Wenjie. I also realized that Wang Yue was the real boss and Peng Xiuan was just a friend brought by Wang Yue. After understanding this, Fang Yuexian obviously began to pay more attention to Wang Yue, and Peng Xiuan could naturally feel it. Being treated differently, she became more resolute in her mind about an idea that had just come to her mind. As the conversation deepened, Fang Yuexian could also feel that Wang Yue was extraordinary in her speech, manners, and knowledge, and was not just a pretty face. There are many things about a person that cannot be faked. For example, the temperament that Wang Yue possesses can only be cultivated by someone from a wealthy family. It was Wang Yue's uniqueness that made Fang Yuexian even more curious about Qin Wenjie's identity. In addition to these, she also noticed that Zhao Xiaodong, who was always arrogant, would actually take the initiative to pour wine for Qin Wenjie, which was simply unheard of. The more details she discovered, the more frightened she became, and the more enthusiastically she treated Wang Yue. Realizing that Qin Wenjie was unusual, Fang Yuexian's mentality also changed. During the time she broke up, while she was cursing the other party for being a scumbag, she was also reflecting on some issues. Why could Zhao Xiaodong get rid of her without hesitation? Because even if she is lost, the other person's life will not be affected, and no one can speak for her. After what happened today, Zhao Xiaodong should have realized her importance. But this is far from enough. In the future, there may be girls who are more capable than her. Can this relationship be maintained by personal ability forever? So she needs something else irreplaceable to protect her position, such as friendship with other rich ladies. Through what happened today, Fang Yuexian also understands that in the future, as the only son, Zhao Xiaodong will gradually take over the family business. There will be more and more things related to ladies' diplomacy, and it would be great if we could establish good relationships with people like Wang Yue in advance. She will no longer be Zhao Xiaodong's vassal, but a great help in his career. Feelings are unreliable, but interests are. She believes that with this layer of interest relationship, being dumped will never happen again. After thinking this through, she sincerely wanted to make friends with Wang Yue. And her idea happened to coincide with Wang Yue's. The sense of crisis brought by Peng Qiuwan and some experiences passed on to her by her mother made her come up with the same idea. The friendship between two people running towards each other heats up quickly. By the time the dinner was over and they were about to leave, the two had already made an appointment to go shopping together next time. The group left the private room talking and laughing. Looking at the cash register not far away, Xin Wenjie was already calculating how much money he could make from this meal. Chapter 29: Zhao Cici's Revenge. Seeing that Zhao Xiaodong did not rush to pay the bill, Xin Wenjie was secretly happy. He quickly stepped forward to ask the waiter about the cost of their table, but the answer he got was like a bolt from the blue. What? Already paid? How much? 93,800? Xin Wenjie, who missed an opportunity to make money, suddenly felt that the meal he had just eaten no longer tasted good. With a heavy heart, he read through the price list, and one detail caught his eye. The cost was 93,800, of which a bottle of red wine worth 80,000 accounted for the bulk. This Jasmine restaurant is something. It's a great place to make money. I'll come here again next time. As for when the next time would be, Xin Wenjie originally thought he would have to wait for some time. However, he then saw a message on WeChat Moments on his mobile phone, which made him change his mind instantly. My colleagues laughed at my outfit today. Is there anything wrong with wearing black stockings under yoga pants? Photo. More than half an hour ago, Zhao Cici, the receptionist at the billiard hall, posted a message on WeChat Moments. Posted a photo with the above text. In that photo, she took off her shoes and took a close-up photo of her stockings. The moment he saw this photo, Xin Wenjie realized that Zhao Cici was trying to hook him, and it was very likely that this photo was set to be visible only to him. The reason why I make such a guess is that this photo appears too abruptly. Normally, such borderline photos may appear on Weibo, Xiaomushu or Mote, but they are least likely to appear in the circle of friends. After all, most WeChat accounts have friends and relatives added to them, and if these things are seen by them, it would be socially disastrous. This is indeed the case. The photos Zhao Cici posted on her moments in the past were all scenic photos of her outings or conservative selfies. This is the first time that a borderline photo has appeared. Therefore, it is very likely that Zhao Cici set visible permissions after posting it. As for the reason for issuing it, it is obviously to achieve a certain purpose. Xin Wenjie guessed that the other party's purpose was to hook him because the time when the photo was posted was quite coincidental. As soon as I added a friend, he posted a borderline photo on his moments, which made it hard not to think too much. After having a rough guess in his mind, in order to verify his idea, Xin Wenjie deliberately replied to test Zhao Cici's reaction. Xin Wenjie, is there anything wrong? It looks good to me. Not long after this comment was made, it received a response. Zhao Cici, yeah, you have good taste. It's not only beautiful, but also very smooth. Xin Wenjie, how smooth it is, I really want to feel it. His reply, which revealed a loser vibe, was already a bit presumptuous. Logically speaking, the two had only known each other for a few hours and had only met once, so they could not even be considered friends. If it were any other girl at any other time, seeing such a reply, she would probably have used the word lower headman instead. It was obvious that Zhao Cici had her own ideas. After Xin Wenjie finished his message, she replied with a finger-hooked emoji and a sentence come on. At this point, Xin Wenjie was 100% sure that Zhao Cici's circle of friends was posted specifically for him. This was such an obvious fishing move, perhaps under normal circumstances, Xin Wenjie could have resisted it. But when she thought about her relationship with Lin Hui, her originally calm heart began to stir. He checked the system panel and saw Zhao Cici's friendliness level of 46. He then looked back at Jasmine Restaurant. He had a plan in mind and sent her a message. I would like to feel it, but it's inconvenient for you to do it at work. How about I pick you up after get off work and invite you to have a meal at Jasmine restaurant, and we can feel it while we eat? Oh my god, are you talking about the Jasmine restaurant in the city? You need a VIP card to get in there. Well, I just finished eating here at noon. Picture. Okay, no need to wait until the end of get off work, I can take leave in a moment. When Zhao Cece saw the picture of Jasmine restaurant he sent her, she was delighted and quickly agreed, while at the same time guessing Qin Wenjie's identity. After he and Zhao Xiaodong left in the morning, the teaching assistant named Gu Xingli told others about Zhao Xiaodong's identity. After hearing this, Zhao Cece recalled the attitude of the richest man's son towards Qin Wenjie, and guessed that he was not an ordinary person either. Thinking that the two of them had just added each other on WeChat, his mind immediately became active. The first thing she did was to delete the photo she took with her husband Lin Hui that was set as wallpaper and replace it with her own selfie. Then, he deliberately took a photo that was barely visible and posted it on his Moments, setting it to be visible only to Qin Wenjie. The reason why Zhao Cece can do things so easily is not because she is too dissolute. But not long ago, she accidentally looked through Lin Hui's mobile phone and discovered something. Her husband Lin Hui actually hooked up with other girls behind her back, and even went to various entertainment venues and did things that were unfair to her. After discovering this, she kept silent. After all, what attracted her to Lin Hui was his money, not anything else. I don't want to affect her daily life by breaking this window paper. Even if you want a divorce, at least wait until she slowly transfers the joint property to your name. But silence does not mean submission. She was angry and wanted to take revenge on Lin Hui. The appearance of Qin Wenjie gave her an idea and she came up with a plan that killed two birds with one stone. He could both take revenge on Lin Hui and gain some benefits for himself. Coincidentally, her plan coincided with Qin Wenjie's, which made their relationship progress very quickly. Qin Wenjie was surprised that Zhao Cece agreed so readily. Thinking of the dinner in the evening, he immediately took out his bank card as soon as he walked out of the Jasmine restaurant and signaled the waiter to apply for a VIP annual card for him. Zhao Xiaodong had something to say to Feng Yuxian, and seeing that the dinner was over, there was no rush to restore good relations, so he said goodbye and left. Wang Yue and Peng Xiuan were waiting for him, ready to leave together. Originally, Wang Yue was thinking about spending some good time alone with Qin Wenjie in the afternoon, but who knew that Peng Xiuan, who had ulterior motives, said without any tact that she wanted to take a ride back to school with them. Qin Wenjie thought of his date with Zhao Cece in the evening, so he went with the flow and claimed that he had other things to do in the afternoon and evening, and then sent them both home first. Wang Yue felt a little disappointed, but she didn't say much. The three of them walked out of the mall and came to the car together. If Peng Xiuan had only made some rough guesses about Qin Wenjie being a rich man before. The moment I saw Cullinan, it was completely confirmed. Sitting in the luxurious Cullinan and feeling the comfortable back seat, her inner worldview changed radically. The last bit of hesitation and wavering in my heart disappeared, and my previous thoughts became firm. Finally, she understood what she wanted. Yes, this is the feeling, this is what she has always dreamed of. Chapter 30: The World of the Rich. After sending Wang Yue and the other person back to school, Qin Wenjie drove straight to the billiard hall. Both he and Zhao Cece knew very well what would happen between them after they met Zhao Cece. Thinking about what he was going to do next, Wang Yue had no idea. For some reason, Qin Wenjie felt a different emotion in his heart. Before he obtained the system, or more precisely, before he broke up with Wang Qingya, he thought that this was a betrayal. As a person with moral bottom line, I would never do such a thing. And now, not only is he going to do it, he doesn't even have any psychological burden at all. The reason for this change is that he knows very well why he has everything he has now. Although Wang Yue was so gentle and considerate to him, perhaps she was impressed by his character or other aspects of his relationship. But it is undeniable that the factor that has the greatest influence on the other party is that he is rich. When the two met, Qin Wenjie was not the owner of a Cullinan, but was riding a little blue car. The school belle might not even bother to say a word to him, but if he dares to look at her for even a second, she might call the police and accuse him of sexual harassment. What is even more certain is that if he were to return to being penniless again, Wang Yue would definitely leave him. Sometimes, reality is so cruel. Because of this, he didn't feel that he owed Wang Yue anything. I don't think this is a betrayal, because the premise of betrayal is love first. When I came to the billiard hall again, Zhao Cece was already waiting downstairs. The Cullinan driving in the distance had already caught her attention. Looking at this luxury car worth millions, Zhao Cece revealed an envious look and wondered what kind of girl could ride in such a luxury car. From the beginning to the end, she never dared to imagine that she would be the lucky one. Although she had guessed that Qin Wenjie should be very rich, she did not dare to guess too boldly. I just had a preconceived notion that he could only drive $1 million luxury car like a Porsche. This Cullinan must be the car of a super rich man in Donghai City. It may belong to a man in his 30s or 40s, or an old man in his 50s or 60s. The only thing that couldn't possibly belong to him was Qin Wenjie, who looked to be only in his early 20s. The more certain she was of this idea, the more shocked she was when Cullinan stopped in front of her the next moment. As the window of the Cullinan parked in front of her slowly lowered, Zhao Cici's heart beat faster and faster, and a bold guess came to her mind. The moment Qin Wenjie's face appeared in her sight, her expression changed as her guess was confirmed. Stunned, surprised, and excited, he then greeted the driver in a dignified manner, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and eagerly sat in the passenger seat. For a girl like her, luxury cars and luxury goods are what impress her the most. She disdains cars worth 30 or 400,000 yuan, but falls in love with cars worth 1 million or 800,000 yuan at first sight. Sitting in the Cullinan worth more than 7 million, she wanted to throw herself into Qin Wenjie's arms. Because she knew that no matter whether it was a man or a woman, there were not many opportunities to ride in a luxury car of this level, and perhaps this was her only chance in her life. After all, age is a disadvantage for a woman, especially for a gold digger like her who doesn't want to rely on her own efforts and only wants to cling to rich men. She is already 27 years old and is about to turn 30. She has no advantage in competing with those girls in their early 20s. This disadvantage will become larger and larger over time. As for the statements and rumors online that women become more feminine as they get older, and that someone divorced at the age of 30 and remarried to a rich man with 2 children, Zhao Cici didn't believe a word of it. It is true that she is materialistic, but she is not stupid either, and she has a clear understanding of reality. Rich people are not fools. There are countless young girls around them. Why would they like you? Zhao Cici's mind was as clear as a mirror. She had a clear idea of her own positioning and also knew what Qin Wenjie wanted. So, after getting in the car, she immediately took off her coat and showed her cards. Such a straightforward action stunned Qin Wenjie, who was holding the steering wheel. Half an hour later, after some operations, Zhao Cici's friendliness level had reached over 70 through the system interface. Qin Wenjie started the Cullinan again with satisfaction and drove towards Guiha shopping mall in the city. Because cash back can be given if the friendship level reaches the required level, Qin Wenjie is very generous. When he takes the other party shopping in the mall, he specifically chooses luxury stores. She was generous and not stingy at all, buying bags, necklaces and pendants. Under this heroic attack, Zhao Cici's legs and feet became weak and she wished she could hang on him. After walking around for a while, seeing that it was almost time, the two went upstairs to the Jasmine restaurant for dinner. The first time Zhao Cici walked into this legendary high-end restaurant, she was already a little dazed. For a moment, she even wondered if she was dreaming. Looking at the menu, any dish would cost her half a month or even a month's salary, and she felt extremely confused. It turns out that this is the life of truly rich people. It was as if she had opened the door to a new world, and when she recalled her past self, it felt a little ridiculous. Once upon a time, she arrogantly believed that Lin Hui's economic conditions were enough to rank in the upper middle level in the East China Sea. Nowadays, take a look at the menu here and then look at the various bags and jewelry sold on the side. Not to mention anything else, the BMW 5 Series that Lin Hui was so proud of was not as expensive as the luxury goods that Qin Wenjie bought for her. Afterwards, Qin Wenjie ordered a bottle of red wine in a light tone. Zhao Cici lowered her head and turned the page to see 80,000. How come such an expensive wine sounds as casual as ordering a $3 Coke in the other person's mouth? This is 80,000 yuan, and her annual salary is less than 80,000 yuan. If that were all, she would still comfort herself by saying that Qin Wenjie had strong financial strength, and it was normal for such a huge city like Donghai to have a few super rich people. However, when she recalled that when she entered the restaurant, most of the private rooms were occupied by customers, Zhao Cici suddenly had a feeling. It seemed that in the entire Donghai city, except for her who was very poor, everyone else seemed to be very rich. The reason why she thought Lin Hui was well off before was simply because her horizons were not broadened and she had not truly entered the world of rich people. After her horizons were opened at this moment, Lin Hui, in her mind, changed from a piece of chocolate stained with shit to dog shit that had been aged for 30 years. In the past, you might have wanted to compromise and give the other person a chance to change their mind. Now, divorce. Go back and find a lawyer to discuss the divorce. Of course, divorce is no longer a top priority in her mind at this moment. Qin Wenjie is After dinner, the two strolled around for a while and then booked an executive suite at a nearby high-end hotel. Qin Wenjie didn't need to say anything. Zhao Sisi took the initiative to rush over to him as soon as he entered the door. Intertwined, entangled. Chapter 31. Stewardess Sun Lingling. Bite. The host's pleasure value has triggered the system reward. Reward Scott Writing Suit X1. Ha! Bicycle? The system's random reward was triggered again, and Qin Wenjie hurriedly listened carefully. After hearing the content of the reward, I couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just a bicycle? How much is a bicycle worth? Afterwards, leaning on the headboard of the bed, Qin Wenjie searched the price of the bicycle on the internet, and found that it was probably around 130,000 or 140,000 yuan. In the past, he might have been very excited to receive such an expensive gift. But now that he owns Times Square and West City, luxury houses, luxury cars, and millions of assets, this reward is really not that expensive. At the same time as feeling disappointed, Qin Wenjie also had a question in his mind: why was there such a big difference in the value of the two random rewards? He looked down at Zhao Sisi, who was leaning in his arms, and recalled the scene when he last received a random reward, and a guess came to his mind. Is it because of the people? Because the number of random rewards is too small, this speculation cannot be proven at present. However, this does not mean that the court must have sufficient evidence to try a case. Now that he had a rough guess, it was enough for him. It seems that if you want to get more valuable rewards in the future, you still can't be too casual. Qin Wenjie thought so while playing with the person in his arms. After a while of tenderness, Zhao Sisi got up, put on her clothes and prepared to leave. After all, she couldn't stay out all night. Qin Wenjie did not make any more plans to meet Wang Yue and just stayed in the hotel. The next day, I had nothing to do, so after receiving a call from the bicycle shop, I prepared to go and pick up the bicycle. The car dealership happened to be in the city, very close to the hotel where he was staying. Considering the short distance and the difficulty in parking at the destination, Qin Wenjie did not drive but walked there. After arriving at the car dealership, he was shocked by the scale of the store. He originally thought that this car dealership was at most a small storefront, but who would have thought that it was an independent three-story building with each floor covering an area of at least 700 to 800 square meters. There are all kinds of bicycles displayed in the lobby on the first floor. Even someone like Qin Wenjie, who doesn't know much about cars, can see that these bicycles are very expensive. Compared to the size of the car dealership, there were not many customers in the store. There were only 3 or 4 groups of customers coming in. Qin Wenjie's arrival did not cause any waves. Even a shop assistant in the distance stopped walking when he saw his outfit. This was a bicycle shop that sold high-end bicycles, and when the clerk saw that Qin Wenjie was wearing ordinary clothes, he naturally thought that he could not afford a bicycle. I just thought he was here for fun and to gain some experience, so I didn't bother to put any effort into him. Qin Wenjie, the person involved, did not notice anything unusual and just thought that this was the service standard of this store. Just as he was about to find a clerk to ask where to pick up the car, a pleasant voice sounded from not far away. "Boss Qin, are you here to see the car too?" Qin Wenjie didn't react much when he heard the words Mr. Qin. He was not used to such a title yet and just thought there was another boss with the surname Qin in the store. "Boss Qin?" The next moment, a tall girl appeared in front of him and called out Mr. Qin again, making him realize that she was calling him. Qin Wenjie looked at the other person's face. The person who called him was a very beautiful young woman. There is an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if I have seen it somewhere. Seeing that he did not respond and just looked at her coldly, the young woman took the initiative to introduce herself. "Boss Qin, my name is Sun Lingling. We met at the West City Times Hotel yesterday." When the other party said this, Qin Wenjie instantly remembered the other party's identity. The other party was exactly one of the flight attendants that she met in the hotel lobby yesterday. When the maid was looking for trouble, Sun Lingling kept apologizing to him. After understanding her identity, Qin Wenjie looked at her with a hint of amusement. The two seemed to have no friendship, and the only impression they had was not a good one because of her companions. In this situation, why does the other party come forward to say hello? What is the purpose? Seeing that Qin Wenjie still didn't speak and didn't show any intention of responding, Sun Lingling spoke again enthusiastically. "Mr. Qin, are you visiting this store to look at bicycles? I am quite familiar with this place and can be your tour guide." Qin Wenjie was deeply touched by the other party's repeated proactive conversations. As a flight attendant, Sun Lingling's appearance and figure are naturally good, and she is not inferior to school beauties Wang Yue and Jiang Meng. Such girls naturally have many suitors around them. It is for this reason that they usually don't take the initiative to chat with others. Men who are not good at speaking often end up in a dull atmosphere in front of them because they don't know how to talk. Therefore, most men would think that the most fundamental reason why they fail to win the favor of goddesses is that they cannot speak. Qin Wenjie once thought so too, and believed in this point of view without a doubt until that moment just now. Looking at Sun Lingling, who was constantly trying to find topics to chat with him, Qin Wenjie's original perception began to waver. Who said that men must be good at speaking? If a girl really wants to chat, even if the other party doesn't know how to chat, the girl will take the initiative to find topics. Sun Lingling is a good example. After Qin Wenjie responded, she started talking non-stop as if she had opened a chatterbox. Qin Wenjie had no resistance to the beautiful stewardess in front of him. Everyone loves beauty. If a beautiful woman comes up to you to chat with you, why would you refuse? What's more, the one who offended him was her colleague, and it had nothing to do with her. The two chatted for a while and learned that he was there to pick up his car. Sun Lingling actually acted as a shop clerk and took the initiative to help him contact the waiter in the store, running around. After all the formalities were completed, Sun Lingling suggested adding a contact number and inviting him to join their cycling group's night ride. After receiving her invitation, Qin Wenjie suddenly remembered some rumors about cycling groups that he had seen on the internet. When he looked at Sun Lingling again, there was a slight change in his eyes. Somehow, such a subtle change was noticed by the other party. Perhaps this is a woman's sixth sense. The moment Qin Wenjie looked at her, Sun Lingling also looked up and looked into his eyes, and said seriously. It is true that the relationships among some people in a cycling group are sometimes quite chaotic, but I have never participated in one. I joined a group just to ride in a group. This is true for most of the group, not as bad as one might imagine. Her explanation startled Qin Wenjie. He looked at her suspiciously and said, I didn't even ask her, but she knew what I was thinking. Could it be that she has some superpower that can hear other people's thoughts? Chapter 32 discovered. Just as she was thinking about it, Sun Lingling looked at his changing expression and said again, Boss Qin, you are not wondering why I know what you are thinking, are you? It's actually very simple. Almost everyone who hears the word cycling group will think of these rumors. Qin Wenjie shook his head awkwardly and smiled. Just as he was about to say something, Sun Lingling said, Everything I told you is true. I have never participated in it. As for the evidence, I believe you will see it when you have the chance. Sun Lingling seemed to care a lot about her reputation and repeatedly reiterated that she had not participated in those so-called activities. Qin Wenjie was not a fool either, and he understood the other party's thoughts through her actions. He had some thoughts about the beautiful stewardess in front of him, but he didn't want to put them into action immediately. After all, Wang Yue had just confirmed their relationship. Although he understood the fundamental reason why the school bell was with him, he could not be sure that the school bell would indulge him endlessly. What happened with Zhao Sisi was largely based on the premise that we knew Zhao Sisi's purpose. The other party was just after money and could be dealt with by spending some money. But Sun Lingling is obviously different from Zhao Sisi, and she has bigger plans. If I develop a relationship with the other party at this time and Wang Yue finds out, there will definitely be some trouble. Because of this, Qin Wenjie did not take the initiative to invite Sun Lingling to have a meal together to deepen their friendship, but agreed to the night ride and left. Those who cannot get what they want are always in turmoil, while those who are favored are fearless. Sometimes it is like this. Originally, Sun Lingling was a little proud in her heart, thinking that after her actions just now, Qin Wenjie would definitely have a good impression of her. She was already prepared for how to control Qin Wenjie step by step if he took the initiative to pursue her. She never expected that Qin Wenjie just exchanged a few polite words with her and then left. Such behavior dealt a heavy blow to her heart, and she also realized that real rich people are indeed not comparable to those fake rich second generations. Maybe I am just average in the eyes of those truly rich people. Despite this setback, Sun Lingling did not retreat. Instead, she became more competitive, especially when she thought about the news about Qin Wenjie that she had heard from her friends. The big boss behind the Donghai Shiqing Times Square is worth at least tens of billions. Well, for a better life, let us fight for it. Just when Sun Lingling was full of fighting spirit, Qin Wenjie, who was walking back, recalled the figure and appearance of the stewardess and felt a little regretful. He had just completed the formalities in the store and given an address for the other party to deliver the car to his door, but he left with a firm attitude. But I regretted it after just a few steps. People know their own business. Others think he is a rich second generation or a big boss, but only he knows that he just made some money by relying on the system. It has only been 3 days since the system was bound. Even though his mentality has changed a lot, some of his past concepts have not been corrected. When he was just an ordinary person, what he liked to look at most was beautiful and hot girls. But I had no money at that time, so I could only think about it. Now that I suddenly have money, there are more and more beautiful women around me. He immediately remained calm and walked among the flowers with ease without getting a single leaf on him. This was really impossible. He had not seen much of the world, so naturally he was unforgettable about Sun Lingling at first sight. I secretly regretted not inviting the other person to dinner to deepen our friendship. Now that he has left, if he goes back to invite him again, his purpose will be too obvious and he is not that shameless. I had no choice but to leave, go back to the hotel, drive to Jiangnan Academy's house, and wait for the store to deliver the car to my door. What he didn't expect was that Sun Lingling regretted it more than he did. Ever since Qin Wenjie left, he has been regretting why he did not take the initiative to invite him and create more time for both of them to spend together. The only thing to be thankful for was that Sun Lingling was not as shy as Qin Wenjie. After thinking for a moment, she immediately came up with an idea. He took the initiative to contact Qin Wenjie on his mobile phone. "Boss Qin, the cycling group is having a night ride tonight. Do you have time to join?" In fact, the cycling group organizes night rides every night, but except for a group of people who particularly love cycling, most people cannot participate for various reasons. This is the case with Sun Lingling. Because she has work to do early tomorrow morning, normally she would go to bed early tonight and would not participate in the night riding event. But in order to create an opportunity to get along with Qin Wenjie, she tried her best and took the initiative to extend an invitation on this basis. Qin Wenjie, who had just walked back to the hotel, had the same goal. After seeing her message, he immediately agreed on the spot. Wang Yue, who had not seen Qin Wenjie all night, heard that Qin Wenjie had gone home, so she didn't even bother to attend class and secretly ran back home. As soon as she entered the room, she hugged him and took the initiative to kiss him. However, the moment she hugged Qin Wenjie, a strange fragrance entered her nose. As a woman, she immediately recognized that it was the scent of women's perfume. In addition, Qin Wenjie had not returned all night, so a certain guess immediately came to her mind. Realizing that Qin Wenjie might have been with another woman last night, her heart instantly became confused. She wanted to question him, but the words couldn't come out. Wang Yue was very clear that if she asked about her guess, there would be countless possible answers, but the consequences of each possibility were not something she was willing to bear. The first possibility, which is also the best case scenario, is that she is overthinking and everything is a misunderstanding. Then her suspicion will cause a rift in their relationship. The second possibility is that she guessed right and Qin Wenjie lied to her. Should she continue to ask? If she did, he would not admit it, which would only make her feel a thorn in her heart. The third possibility is that Qin Wenjie directly admits it. Then how should she decide? Break up? No, she doesn't want to. From the moment the two confirmed their relationship, Wang Yue was mentally prepared for what she would encounter in her future life. She finally found a suitable person and she didn't want to break up. But if this matter was really put in front of her, she couldn't just remain silent. She couldn't just say that she didn't care. That would completely lose her face. After several considerations, Wang Yue made a decision. Pretending that she hadn't noticed anything, she continued to hug Qin Wenjie and kiss him. An hour later, Wang Yue, sweating profusely, lay in Qin Wenjie's arms. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to say something. "Honey, I know you have your own career, and sometimes things are beyond your control. So, I want to ask about some things. You don't need to say anything to me or make any promises. From the beginning to the end, I have never expected to monopolize your heart. It is enough as long as you can leave a place for me in your heart." Chapter 33, School Bell Jiang Meng's Expectations. As soon as he heard her first words, Qin Wenjie knew that what happened last night was exposed. To be honest, he had thought about this possibility before, but because he hadn't figured out how to deal with it, he had been avoiding thinking about this issue. Now that Wang Yue took the initiative to bring it up and said such words, he was caught off guard. He looked down at Wang Yue. Tears were already welling up in her eyes, making her look pitiful and sympathetic. In an instant, the excuses that I had rehearsed countless times in my mind were completely shattered. Qin Wenjie pondered for a moment and whispered. "Ever since the first time I saw you that day, I felt that you were different from other girls. This difference is not the appearance that people value most, but the inner knowledge, generosity, and intelligence. From that moment on, you have occupied the most important place in my heart. No matter if there are any accidents or certain people appearing in the future, it will not change my mind. So, that day I decided to transfer the house to you without hesitation. Before this, I had never transferred the house to any girl, not even Wang Qingya, with whom I had been in love for 3 years. The reason why I made such a decisive decision is because I know. Without you, this place is just a house. With you, this place is our home. Qin Wenjie didn't expect that he actually had the potential to be a scumbag and could say such words in such an emergency situation. Looking at Wang Yue again, she seemed to have not understood the deeper meaning of these words and was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. In fact, how could someone as smart as Wang Yue not understand what he meant? No matter whether there are any accidents or certain people appearing in the future is telling her in disguise that other women will appear. But the following sentence will not change my mind means that she can still have her current position. Then, I have never transferred the house to any girl and this home belongs to us are repeated to consolidate her status as the first wife. If Qin Wenjie is an ordinary person and they live an ordinary life, then such words are undoubtedly the words of a scumbag. But Wang Yue understands rich people very well and has been mentally prepared. In the world of rich people, there is no such thing as loyalty. Therefore, the affirmation of status is what she needs most. Qin Wenjie's words were already a promise to her. If she wanted to ask for more, she would be too greedy. As long as she holds on to her position as the queen, she can pretend that nothing happened, like what happened last night. There will be many such sluts in the future, so there is no need to be too serious about them one by one. After the tender moments, the two of them took a quick shower. Wang Yue looked at the sweat-stained floor and prepared to buy a bed today. Otherwise it would be uncomfortable to lie on the ground all the time, especially my knees would hurt so much that I couldn't bear it. When Qin Wenjie heard Wang Yue say she wanted to buy furniture, the first person he thought of was the school beauty Jiang Meng. It's not that I covet another campus beauty, but buying furniture costs money, and when I think about spending money, I start to think about using the system to make money. So far, Jiang Meng's live broadcast room is his main source of money, no doubt about it. In normal reality, going out for a meal or giving a gift doesn't cost much money. Even though I bought all kinds of luxury goods for Zhao Sisi yesterday and worked hard all afternoon, I only spent a few $100,000. This amount of money is enough to brush 100 carnivals in the live broadcast room by just moving your fingers, saving time and effort. With this thought in mind, he casually opened the live broadcast platform to take a look. Maybe because Wang Yue was not with her, Jiang Meng, who had nothing to do, live streamed for longer than usual. When Qin Wenjie opened Douyu, the other party was broadcasting. The carnival that went viral the day before yesterday brought her a huge surge in popularity. Although she didn't post it again yesterday and lost a large number of people, some people stayed. Therefore, there were quite a few people in Jiang Meng's live broadcast room today, as many as 3,000 or 4,000 people. The only pity is that she seems unwilling to cater to the needs of the top guys on the list, so even though there are 3,000 or 4,000 people in the live broadcast, only a few send gifts. They were all small gifts worth a few cents, and there was not a single gift worth over $100. It's not that Jiang Meng hasn't changed at all. At least now she no longer just sits there and sings, she has also learned how to play PK. The reason for this is not that she took the initiative to change, but was passively connected. The anchors who had PK with her the day before yesterday all received medical expenses from Qin Wenjie. As the number one brother who only broadcasts at the carnival, all the medical expenses he paid were paid for by the carnival, which made those anchors taste the sweetness. I have been free these 2 days, so I connected with Jiang Meng to play PK, hoping to meet Qin Wenjie again. I can earn some medical expenses every time I lose. Unfortunately, they didn't wait for Qin Wenjie to show up yesterday. The anchor Qingjiu who is currently connecting with Jiang Meng is one of the many anchors. We connected several times yesterday, and this was the second time today. Jiang Meng's top brother never appeared again. Qingjiu even had some doubts as to whether the top brother on the list would ever appear again. Thinking of this possibility, she secretly decided in her heart that after this PK, she would no longer connect with Jiang Meng in the near future. This is not Qingjiu's fault. It's really that Jiang Meng's GDP is too low. In a PK with her, the big brother on her side won before he even put in any effort. His enthusiasm was not even mobilized, which definitely affected her ability to make money. The anchors were looking forward to Qin Wenjie's appearance, and Jiang Meng, the protagonist of the live broadcast room, was also looking forward to his appearance. It's not that I'm waiting for him to give me gifts, but more that I miss him. Ever since Qin Wenjie gave her a lot of gifts that day, she also contacted Qin Wenjie after the live broadcast, wanting to treat him to a meal to thank him. But for some reason, Qin Wenjie kept making excuses saying that he was busy and had no time. In fact, Jiang Meng really misunderstood him. He was indeed very busy these 2 days and had no time to have dinner with Jiang Meng. Jiang Meng didn't understand his situation and just thought that he was intentionally keeping a distance from her. With this thought, Jiang Meng felt a little disappointed for a moment, but at the same time, he was secretly looking forward to it. The longer broadcast time is not only because Wang Yue has been out for some days, but the bigger reason is that they want to wait for Qin Wenjie to appear. Yesterday, she felt like each day was a year. Only a day or two had passed, but she always had the illusion that Qin Wenjie hadn't been here for a long time, or even that he would never come back again. Just as she was sitting in front of the camera feeling lost and frustrated, a familiar online name appeared in her sight. Jie 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 enters the live broadcast room. Qin Wenjie is here? Seeing him appear, Jiang Meng's expression changed and she shouted out welcome words happily. When the host Qing Zhou on the other side heard what Jiang Meng said, his expression was even happier than Jiang Meng's. Oh my god, I finally waited for this god of wealth. After entering the live broadcast room and taking a general look at the situation, Qin Wenjie saw that a PK was in progress, so he didn't say much and opened the gift bar and clicked frantically. GGG sends Carnival 100. Chapter 34 Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Qin Wenjie, I saw you were playing PK, so I came in to kill you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, he entered Qingzhou's live broadcast room again, sent a carnival, and left a message, I will pay the medical expenses in advance. This behavior might be seen as a provocation at other times, but when it comes from a real big brother who started the carnival, it is just a statement of fact. Qingzhou looked at the 3 million score on the other side and swallowed, thank you, brother Jia, for the medical expenses. Friendship plus 10. Friendship plus 10. Friendship plus 10. Qin Wenjie originally wanted to post more in Jiang Meng's live broadcast room, but considering that he had to go shopping at the home furnishing mall with Wang Yue, he could only post briefly. He also understood that there would be plenty of opportunities for such things in the future, so there was no need to rush. After driving to have lunch with Wang Yue, we spent most of the afternoon looking at various furniture. It was almost 6 p.m. when he got home. Because he had made an appointment with Sun Lingling to go cycling at night, he did not have dinner with Wang Yue. Instead, he changed his clothes and pushed his bike out. When she saw him suddenly buy a bicycle during the day and think about riding it at night, Wang Yue realized that he went out not just to ride. However, she had seen through everything and didn't point it out. She just said, be careful. I don't know what aspect of safety Qin Wenjie is supposed to pay attention to when he says pay attention to safety. After going downstairs, Qin Wenjie rode his bike straight to the agreed meeting place. Sun Lingling rented a house in the west of the city because of her work. For safety reasons, the cycling group also set the night cycling route in the sparsely populated west of the city. Therefore, the two chose to meet near the community where Sun Lingling lived. That location was really far away for Qin Wenjie who lived in the city, especially if he had to ride a bike to get there. Fortunately, Donghai City is high in the east and low in the west, and it goes downhill all the way. Even so, it still took him nearly an hour to arrive. After riding such a long distance, the advantages of a good bike were reflected. After arriving at the destination, Qin Wenjie felt relaxed and did not feel tired. Sun Lingling, who is usually slow to go out, did not dare to delay for a moment today and waited at the agreed place early. Qin Wenjie's lateness did not make her feel dissatisfied. Instead, Sun Lingling felt very touched that he could come. After meeting, Qin Wenjie's eyes lit up when he saw Sun Lingling standing there holding a bicycle. Because of the cold weather, she was wearing more clothes the previous 2 times we met. Although you can see that she has a good figure, it's not that obvious. This time, for the purpose of cycling, Sun Lingling changed into a tight cycling suit. The proud figure is displayed to the fullest. Seeing Qin Wenjie staring at her, Sun Lingling felt a little uncomfortable at first. This was the first time she wore this outfit outside. Before, when she went riding at night, even in the hot summer, she would always wear a loose sun protective jacket outside. The reason I'm wearing this today is just to show it to Qin Wenjie. After a moment, perhaps after realizing the original purpose of his action, the slight discomfort completely disappeared. In order to make it easier for Qin Wenjie to see, she even straightened her chest on purpose. Qin Wenjie realized that his actions were a bit presumptuous, and quickly turned his head to the side, saying awkwardly, "Has the main force already set out?" Is it too late for us to go over there? We still have time. They usually ride very slowly. Besides, even if we can't catch up with the main group, we can still ride together. Listening to Sun Lingling's answer, Qin Wenjie always felt that there was something else behind her words. Is the riding you are talking about the same as what I thought? Sure enough, just as Sun Lingling said, the night cavalry team moved very slowly. The fundamental reason for this situation is that the main purpose of most members participating in night riding is not to ride for fitness, but more to make friends. Cycling has social attributes, so in order to take care of the most people, the speed will naturally slow down. The joining of Qin Wenjie and the other person did not cause any waves in the group. Everyone was still chatting about their own things. Only a few people saw Sun Lingling appear and a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. Logically speaking, with Sun Lingling's looks, she should be one of the best among the girls in the cycling team, even if she is not the most beautiful. She should not be treated so coldly. Looking around, none of the female riders who enjoy the treatment of being the center of attention can compete in terms of appearance and figure. In fact, Sun Lingling also enjoyed this kind of treatment at the beginning, but those male riders with ulterior motives shifted their targets after trying a few times and finding no hope. There were only a few who were unwilling to give in and still had some little thoughts in their mind, but they were good at disguising themselves and did not rashly approach and strike up a conversation. Sun Lingling was not unhappy about being treated coldly. Instead, she was very happy. At least this could prove to Qin Wenjie that she was not messing around. After joining the main group, the two of them slowed down their riding speed. Sun Lingling was just about to take the opportunity to find a topic to chat, but unexpectedly, Qin Wenjie's voice came from beside her. Teacher Bai? Are you coming to night ride as well? Qin Wenjie? Why are you? Qin Wenjie didn't expect to meet Counselor Bai Yujie here, and the other party didn't expect him to appear in such an occasion. In terms of understanding of Qin Wenjie, Bai Yujie is definitely ranked first among everyone present. She was very clear about Qin Wenjie's family situation and current situation. Both his parents died and he was raised by his grandfather. He finally found an internship job in a large company, but it was snatched away by someone with connections. These are her impressions of Qin Wenjie. In her mind, people who can come for night riding are either from wealthy families or have a stable source of income. Otherwise, you can't afford a bicycle that costs tens of thousands of dollars. After all, their cycling groups have certain entry requirements, especially for male riders, who must have a bicycle worth over 10,000 yuan. If you come here riding a giant bike, no one will take you for a ride. Based on her impression of Qin Wenjie, she found it hard to imagine that he would appear in the night riding team and ride a Scott Foil RC Ultimate bicycle worth more than 100,000 yuan. Could it be that? Bai Yujie suddenly realized that her thinking had fallen into a misunderstanding. Normal people would equate the fact that one was raised by a grandfather after both parents passed away with a poor family background, but the reality is not necessarily so. What if the other person's grandfather is the chairman of something? Bai Yujie was also unwilling to think so. After all, this assumption was too outrageous. But without thinking that way, it's hard to explain where the bike he was riding came from. Even if you say, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore, it is still difficult to get a car worth more than 100,000 yuan in a few days. How strong a willpower does it take to endure such great wealth? And then, Sun Lingling, who was beside Qin Wenjie, said Mr. Qin, which made Bai Yujie more determined in her thoughts. Chapter 35 Wang Kuan's Hostility. Of course she knew Sun Lingling. When she joined the night riding team on the first day, a group of men surrounded her and tried to please her, but none of them caught her eye. Now looking at the charming look on the other person's face when she called Qin Wenjie, the contrast is so great, which also proves from the side that Qin Wenjie's identity is not ordinary. The self-proclaimed poor student turned out to be an invisible rich second generation. Is there anything more outrageous than this? After a brief shock, Bai Yujie suddenly recalled that Qin Wenjie had called her a few days ago to ask about internship quotas, and it seemed that her attitude at the time was not very good. Thinking of this, Bai Yujie realized that she should say something to ease the relationship between the two sides. I didn't expect you were also a cycling enthusiast. If I had known, the teacher would have asked you to come along. I didn't expect that you like cycling so much, Mr. Bai. It's really unexpected. Qin Wenjie replied with a smile. Although it was just a polite remark, it also represented his true feelings. Bai Yujie usually has a quiet and dignified image in school, which makes it difficult for him to compare her with the person in front of him who is wearing a tight cycling suit and has a curvy figure. In terms of contrast, Bai Yujie brought him a greater sense of contrast. In addition, Bai Yujia's appearance is quite outstanding, and with that sense of contrast, she is even more seductive. In the past, Qin Wenjie had a good impression of this female counselor. If it weren't for what happened a few days ago, his good impression would have continued. However, that phone call was always like a thorn in his heart, making him not want to say another word to the other party. Bai Yujie could clearly sense his attitude. In the past, she might not have bothered to explain anything. But since she learned that Qin Wenjie might be a rich man, her mentality has changed dramatically. In order to change the other party's impression of herself, she took the initiative to talk about the internship again. Have you found an internship? I didn't tell you in detail about the internship at Ledong Real Estate that we talked about on the phone that day. After all, you also understand that some things cannot be brought to the table and can only be discussed in private. This is how society is. Chui Chang's family has connections, so he can take shortcuts in some things. Ledong Real Estate specifically asked for an internship quota for him, but the total number of quotas is fixed, so someone has to make sacrifices. As a teacher, I am also very indignant about this kind of thing, but this is the reality and there is nothing I can do. Hearing Bai Yujie's seemingly sincere words, Qin Wenjie couldn't help but curl his lips. If he hadn't casually asked Zhao Xiaodong about internship quotas when he was having dinner with him yesterday, he might have really been deceived by the other party's words. After hearing about some of the connections between his company and Qin Wenjie, Zhao Xiaodong took it very seriously and called his secretary on the spot to investigate the matter. The result was that his name was not on the list of places available at Tunghai University. Qin Wenjie believed that there was no need for Zhao Xiaodong to lie about this matter. Otherwise, if the truth came out one day, he would offend people for no reason. What's more, if Chui Chang really had connections in Ledong Real Estate, there was no need for him to fight for the school's place. It was not a big deal to arrange one more intern in such a large enterprise. Therefore, there is only one truth: someone inside Tunghai University changed the personnel list. Things like internship places are a big deal for students, but for schools, they are just a trivial matter. Therefore, the possibility of school leaders' participation is almost zero. After narrowing down the screening to a very small circle, there are not many candidates left. Bai Yujie's fiancé, Wang Cohen from the Student Affairs Office, is the most suspicious. Coupled with Bai Yujie's eagerness to explain, Qin Wenjie was almost certain that Wang Cohen was behind this. Unfortunately, even if he knew the truth, he had no concrete evidence and could not do anything to Wang Cohen. Wang Cohen is also a rich second generation and his family has some money. Because of this, he was able to work in the Student Affairs Office of Tunghai University right after graduating from college. Bai Yujie was able to be with him because she was attracted by his wealthy family. Given the other party's relationship and status, Qin Wenjie currently has to rely on himself to complain to the school, and he has no concrete evidence. The school will not deal with this matter at all. In the end, they will just appease him and let it go. Therefore, if one wants to avenge this, one must either have sufficient evidence or improve one's social status. No matter which one, you can't be in a hurry now and expose your thoughts too early. In this case, he could only pretend to believe the other party and pretend to be polite. Just as the two were chatting in a perfunctory manner, a hostile look was cast towards Qin Wenjie. Wang Cohen, who was mixed in the cycling team, was originally chatting with other cyclists. The cyclist was a junior supervisor in a certain unit and could be of some help to him in his work. In order to make friends with him, he even neglected his fiancée Bai Yujie. The appearance of flight attendant Sun Lingling caught Wang Cohen's attention. Qin Wenjie, who appeared with Sun Lingling, was completely ignored by him. Until I saw Qin Wenjie, who was supposed to be an invisible man, actually chatting with his fiancée. At this moment, he didn't bother to chat with his fellow writers anymore, and immediately pedaled a few times to get closer. What are you talking about? You seem so happy. It's nothing. This is Xiajie, a student in our class. I don't know what Bai Yujie was thinking. When introducing Qin Wenjie, he deliberately did not call him by his full name, nor did he call him Wenjie or something like that, as if he did not want Wang Cohen to know Qin Wenjie's identity. As a teacher in the Student Affairs Office, it was impossible for Wang Cohen to know all the students, especially since Bai Yujie deliberately concealed the truth. Just treat the other person as an ordinary student of Tunghai University. In front of the students, Wang Cohen seemed like a different person. He was pretending to be friendly and gentle one second, and in the next second he looked serious and acted like a superior. Not to mention Qin Wenjie, the person involved, even Sun Lingling who was standing beside him felt speechless about this change. However, Wang Cohen was just pretending to be cool and didn't say anything. Qin Wenjie was unhappy but couldn't confront him directly, so he could only fight back and respond with the same attitude. Wang Kuan wanted to do something when he saw that this student dared to disrespect him, but when he saw that the student was riding a car worth more than 100,000 yuan, he thought that he must be a rich second generation, so he did not react. After urging Bai Yujie to ride faster, he returned to the cycling companion he had been with before. Bai Yujie didn't listen to him. After he walked away, she continued chatting with Qin Wenjie. After a brief chat, Qin Wenjie found out that the reason Bai Yujie joined the cycling group to participate in the night riding event was entirely because Wang Kuan was the team leader. After much persuasion from the other party, she finally agreed to help him to boost his popularity. Chapter 36. Is he also considered a rich man? After learning that Wang Kuan was the team leader, Qin Wenjie suddenly had an idea to take revenge on the other party. He turned to look at Bai Yujie and chatted casually. Before I came here, I heard that some cycling groups are quite chaotic. With him as the leader, you don't have to worry about something happening. According to his original plan, he said this intentionally to plant a thorn in the other person's heart. In his opinion, Bai Yujie would definitely pretend to be magnanimous on the surface and say some polite words like don't worry and believe in the other party. But no matter how indifferent you appear to be, you will definitely be bothered in your heart. However, what he didn't expect was that Bai Yujie's next answer was completely unexpected. What's the point of worrying? We're getting married soon and the wedding invitations have been sent out. How can we break up? Qin Wenjie was confused. It turned out that he was just making a casual provocative remark. Bai Yujie had actually already thought about this issue in her heart. Hearing the helplessness in the other party's tone, he was confused, and then he suddenly realized. It seemed that he overlooked the fact that only couples in an equal relationship would argue over such things. It is obvious that Bai Yujie and Wang Kuan are not equal. Wang Kuan's family is rich, and Bai Yujie is attracted by the other party's family's money and connections. Therefore, in some matters, even though she knows there are problems, she can only turn a blind eye. This situation is so similar to that between him and Wang Yue. The only difference is that Wang Yue has figured it out, but Bai Yujie seems unwilling to give in. I understand how Sister Bai feels. Many of my colleagues and friends have experienced the same thing, but... When Qin Wenjie and Bai Yujie were chatting, Sun Lingling was listening carefully beside them, wanting to find out more about Qin Wenjie. What Bai Yujie said just now, Wang Kuan's behavior, and Qin Wenjie's intention to instigate, have already made her see some clues. It seemed that Qin Wenjie and the other party had had an unpleasant experience. After realizing this, in order to demonstrate her own value, she deliberately said something after Bai Yujie's words, and stopped at the key point to keep the audience in suspense. As expected, Bai Yujie looked at her with curiosity and asked, "Just what?" Sun Lingling pretended to be embarrassed and confused and paused for a moment before replying. You may have heard of my profession. Many things on the internet are true. For example, many of my colleagues and friends will eventually marry rich men. At the beginning, they think the same as you do, thinking that they can just endure it and that after they get married, their husbands will be more restrained. But the result is that after marriage, the other party not only did not restrain himself, but became even worse. Some even directly brought the mistress home and asked her to serve her like a nanny. Of course, perhaps everyone thinks that it is normal for rich people to spend some. But even philandering men are different. Some may have affairs outside but treat their wives well when they get home. They know the limits well and won't do anything that goes against their will. Some people, however, are fickle and allow their mistresses to take their place, causing the original wife to live a miserable life as a result. It was only a few years after their marriage that my friends realized that it's okay to be a little unfaithful when dating a rich man, but the other person must respect you. While women give face to men outside, men also need to give face to women. If the other party doesn't respect you, no matter how rich they are, there will be no good results in the end. Women understand best what women want, especially two women with the same goal. Sun Lingling touched Bai Yujie's sore spot with just a few words. Bai Yujie is not afraid that Wang Kuan is unfaithful, but she is afraid that he will find a new love and forget his old one. What's more, I'm afraid that one day in the future, Wang Kuan will bring back a slutty woman and ask her to serve him. This kind of thing makes me feel suffocated just thinking about it. After Sun Lingling finished speaking, she kept paying attention to Bai Yujie's expression. After seeing that she was afraid, she added fuel to the fire. What is more, it seems that Sister Bai's fiancé isn't even a rich man. You have such good appearance, it seems not worth it to compromise for someone like him. This sentence is different from the previous one. The previous one just expressed by Yuje's pain. This sentence was meant to belittle Wang Kuan, and it also indirectly belittled by Yuje's vision. If Wang Kuan was not considered a rich man, then her entanglements and difficulties would become a joke. Therefore, even though she had many complaints against Wang Kuan in her heart, Bai Yuje still spoke up to defend him. Isn't he considered a rich man? Sister, you have too high standards. Could it be that in your eyes, only those with a net worth of tens of billions are considered rich? No way? I admit that such people are indeed rich, but those rich people have their own circles, and ordinary people like us cannot even get in touch with them, let alone integrate into them. In my opinion, among young men, Wang Kuan is one of the richest and most outstanding ones. Bai Yuje looked at Sun Lingling as she spoke, her expression of pride mixed with ridicule. She thought that after saying this, the other party would get angry and argue with her, but the result was completely beyond her expectations. Sun Lingling did not rush to refute, but smiled, as if she had heard a funny joke. The best among the young people? Who? Wang Kuan? Ha, Sister Bai, I think you are also a lover in the eyes of the beholder. If he is considered excellent, then what is Brother Jie considered to be? When she mentioned Qin Wenjie, Bai Yuje frowned for a while, then thought of her previous guess and replied. Although I'm telling you the truth in front of Wenjie, he does look good and his family should be well off, but there's still a gap between him and Wang Kuan, whose family assets are worth over 100 million. Over 100 million? Then what you said about there being a certain gap is still conservative. The gap between them is still very large. Any building in Times Square in West City that I know of could be worth more than 2 billion yuan. What does their story have to do with how much Times Square in West City is worth? Of course it is related. That is Brother Jie's property. How is it possible? You must be talking nonsense. Love to show off and love to compare are also characteristics of most women. Ever since the two of them started to argue with each other, they had the idea of suppressing the other. So when addressing Qin Wenjie, Sun Lingling changed from Mr. Qin to Brother Jie to make the relationship between the two parties seem closer. Sun Lingling was very impressed by the shock Bai Yuje showed when she heard that West City Times Square was Qin Wenjie's property. It was like she was a Westlife hostess. Bai Yuje ignored the other party's arrogant expression and turned to look at Qin Wenjie with a seeking look. Chapter 37. Not a difficult choice. Yes, it is indeed one of my properties. Qin Wenjie's affirmative answer shocked her again. What shocked her was not just the incident at Times Square in West City, but the fact that Qin Wenjie used the word among them. This word means that Westlife is not his only industry, he also has other industries besides this. Ouch. Perhaps the news shocked her so much that she forgot she was riding a bike and fell to the ground. The sound made by Bai Yuje attracted the attention of everyone in the convoy. Seeing someone fall, everyone stopped their bikes. Several enthusiastic cyclists came forward to help her and asked if she was injured. Wang Kuan, who had been secretly watching her every move, was angry because his fiancée did not listen to him and was still chatting with that troublesome student. Now seeing that she had fallen off her bike because of the heated conversation, driven by jealousy, he said angrily as if possessed by a ghost. It's such a flat road, and you're riding slowly, but you still fell. What happened to you? Now because of you, everyone else's riding is affected. Everyone knows that when a cyclist falls down, the first thing to do is to care about the other person's safety and comfort him or her with words. However, it was Wang Kuan, the fiancé, who said these words. Bai Yuje's eyes revealed disappointment, but she didn't say anything. She just tried to stand up with the help of her fellow riders. Seeing the awkward situation, several cyclists who were familiar with Wang Kuan hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Old Wang, Sister Yuje is also careless. Riding a bicycle is like this. If you are not careful, you may fall down. Yes, it's okay for everyone to wait a while. It's normal for a group to help each other. Hearing everyone trying to persuade him, Wang Kuan realized that he had said the wrong thing. But in order to save his face, he still looked at Bai Yuje with a sullen face and said unhappily, since you can stand up, get in the car and continue to set off. It was true that the cycling group was riding very slowly, but because Bai Yuje was wearing very thin clothes, she did suffer a heavy fall just now. I could barely stand up with the help of others, but it was impossible for me to ride a bike right away. Most people could see this, but Wang Kuan acted as if he couldn't see it and urged him to get in the car quickly. Originally, Qin Wenjie didn't have a good impression of Bai Yuje and Wang Kuan. If they quarreled in other situations, he would just watch from the side. But in this situation, he couldn't help it. Seeing that Wang Kuan was about to speak to urge her, he said, "She's injured." she can't ride for the time being. If you want to continue riding, just go. There will be riders who will stay and accompany her back. As the leader of the cycling group, Wang Kuan naturally couldn't tolerate anyone challenging his authority, especially the person he hated the most. What are you talking about? We are a team, how can anyone fall behind? And who are you? You are not a member of our cycling group, so how did you sneak into our cycling group and give us orders? To deal with Qin Wenjie, Wang Kuan used the same tactics he used in school. He first put a big accusation on everyone and then denied the legitimacy of their identities, creating a natural gap between them and everyone else. Sure enough, when they heard that he was not a member of the cycling group, several people began to speak up for Wang Kuan. Qin Wenjie understood Wang Kuan's tactics very well and immediately used his own tactics to retaliate. Why am I not a member of the cycling group? Who decides who is a member? Originally, everyone got together because of the same interests and hobbies, and everyone has the right to invite friends to join. I was invited to join by Sun Lingling. What? Do you have to be the leader to agree to join the cycling group? Everyone chooses a team leader because they want an extra organizer, not to find a leader to manage themselves. You don't think you are the leader of this cycling group? Qin Wenjie's words expressed the thoughts of some people and also woke up most of them. The so-called team leader is just someone who runs errands for others and is responsible for organizing activities. Why does he act so superior? From the looks from the crowd, Wang Kuan felt that his position seemed to be shaken by a few words from the other party. This made him very angry, and he immediately prepared to fight back. Unexpectedly, Qin Wenjie didn't give him a chance to speak, and spoke again. We are all free and have the right to make our own choices. If you want to continue riding, you can do so. No one will force you. Most people go out for a night ride to relax, so they naturally don't want to waste time watching others quarrel. After Qin Wenjie said this, many people had already got on their bikes and were ready to continue their journey. The lock had just been fastened, and before he could step on the pedal, he was abruptly controlled by Qin Wenjie's other words. He looked at the building of Times Square in West City not far behind him and said in a loud voice, "If you feel tired and want to rest, you can go to the West City Times Hotel over there. I've asked someone to arrange for everyone to have a drink and take a rest in the executive corridor on the top floor. It is entirely up to you to leave or stay, and there will be no coercion. You know what, I'm not in good shape today. I'm a little tired after just riding for a while. Me too, my back and legs ache. You have to rest when you are tired, but don't force yourself, otherwise it will be bad for your health. I don't want to drink, I'm just not in the right state to ride my bike today." The riders who were originally planning to continue moving forward suddenly all got off their bikes and moved towards Qin Wenjie, leaving Wang Kuan alone in the original place. Everyone's attitude was clear at a glance, and they completely sided with Qin Wenjie. It's not that everyone present likes to go to West City Times to drink, nor is it that they didn't see through Qin Wenjie's conspiracy. After all, those who can join the Night Rider team are elites with some money. Not only could they see Qin Wenjie's plan, they could also make accurate judgments immediately. On one side is a small leader in the Student Affairs Office of Tunghai University. This identity is indeed very impressive in the eyes of ordinary people in the workplace. But there were also people present who had higher status than him, such as the one Wang Kuan wanted to please. Therefore, Wang Kuan's identity and power have been clearly positioned in everyone's mind. On the other hand, Qin Wenjie looks like a transparent man and is unpretentious on the surface, but a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan and an age that looks to be only in his early 20s are enough to prove that he is extraordinary. Then he said, "Let's arrange to have a drink in the executive corridor of West City Times Hotel." Everyone present knew that the executive corridors of most high-end hotels were not open to the public. Even in star-rated hotels like the West City Times Hotel, only guests staying in executive suites and above can enter the executive corridor. Under such circumstances, Qin Wenjie still dared to claim that he would take everyone there for a drink. His status and strength were extraordinary. Even if we don't know his true identity, one thing is very clear, he must be much stronger than Wang Kuan. There is not much friendship among the cycling group composed of strangers. When faced with such a choice of interests, they will naturally lean towards the stronger side. Chapter 38: The Charm of Money. Wang Kuan, who was left alone, saw that he could not win and immediately gave in. He was reluctant to quit the cycling group. After all, in his opinion, there were connections everywhere. However, the current situation made it difficult for him to back down. In order to save his face, he could only forcefully explain. "I don't really want you to keep going, but even if we go back to the West City Times Hotel, It's still a long way to go, and Yujie is injured and can't walk. Qin Wenjie didn't expect Wang Kuan to be so shameless that he actually wanted to go to the hotel with him. I took a look at the other party's pitifully low friendliness through the system, and originally wanted to taunt him. Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly realized something. He quickly opened the system panel and checked the friendliness of several other writers he had chatted with. Most are in their 40s, some are even close to 50. It seems that if I work hard, I can reach the cashback value required by the system. Realizing that he could use this opportunity to improve his friendship, he was too lazy to get angry with the other party and spoke with a righteous look. You don't need to remind me of this. Do you think everyone stopped because they are really tired and want to have a drink and rest? It's just an excuse. We all have a sense of teamwork, and we did this because we wanted Yujie to have some rest. You don't have to worry about Yujie's affairs. I will arrange for the hotel to send a special car to pick her up, and you can leave a few people here to accompany her and wait for a while. It's just that we may need help getting her and the other's car to the hotel first. No problem, I can ride one and hold the other with my hand. So can I. As soon as Qin Wenjie finished speaking, someone volunteered to help. Bai Yujie, who was supported by everyone, blushed when he heard Qin Wenjie call him Yujie. Wang Kuan was so angry that his face turned green. He kept telling himself in his heart that he must endure the humiliation and find out the information about this troublesome student. Since the other party is a student of the University of Tokyo, he is under his jurisdiction. If you dare to cause trouble for him, I will create some problems for him in the graduation certificate procedures. Let him know what will happen if he offends me. Qin Wenjie didn't care what he thought. He turned to look at Sun Lingling and asked her to stay and take care of Bai Yujie while waiting for the hotel car to pick them up. Sun Lingling was not unhappy at all about being assigned the job, but was very happy instead. The fact that Qin Wenjie asked her for help in such a situation showed that they had a very close relationship, and she was so happy that she couldn't express it in words. This is the charm of money. The same thing gives completely different impressions when done by rich people and ordinary people. Qin Wenjie doesn't have the time to stay here to take care of the beauty and act as a hero. To him, it is more important to increase the friendship level with the group. As the group was on their way to Times Square in West City, someone tried to test his identity with words. In order to make the friendship grow faster, he directly revealed that he was the boss of Times Square in West City. As expected, once the identities were revealed, the friendliness levels generally increased a lot. The friendship level of some of them even exceeded 50, reaching the level that could earn cash back. In order to quickly increase the friendliness of others, Qin Wenjie once again used his ultimate move. Since he has joined the cycling group, he should provide some convenience to his brothers and sisters in the group. From now on, we will hold at least 1 or 2 parties at the West City Times Hotel every month, and he will pay for all the expenses. At the same time, all members of the group will enjoy a 50% discount when staying at the West City Times Hotel in the future, which can be combined with the hotel's discount activities. His words once again caused an uproar among the crowd. Don't be fooled by the fact that Times Square in West City looks like it's on the verge of death and has even been put up for sale by its original owner, as if it's a piece of junk that no one wants. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is still a famous place in Donghai City, especially the high-end hotel, which still ranks among the top in Donghai. Holding parties in such places regularly would naturally be expensive, and the fact that Qin Wenjie could pay was enough to surprise them. Compared with this one, the last one, which offers 50% off on all hotel stays in the future, is the real bombshell. Not to mention how much the actual discount is, just the face-saving effect brought by the 50% discount is something no one can refuse. Most of the people present would usually book hotel rooms for their clients or friends, so a place like the West City Times Hotel was naturally one of the best. When the time comes, you can use your 50% discount privilege to not only save money, but also demonstrate your network strength to your clients and friends. The benefits brought about by this naturally cannot be measured simply in terms of money. Everyone knows that Qin Wenjie's move is also suspected of attracting business for his own hotel, but the other party can offer a 50% discount, which is definitely full of sincerity. After all, high-end hotel operations also have costs. If the hotel offers a 50% discount on top of its own discounts, it will be almost impossible to make any money, and it may even lose money. From this we can see that it is equivalent to Qin Wenjie taking out real money to give benefits to his fellow writers. Suddenly, everyone's enthusiasm increased. However, how could they know that Qin Wenjie did not suffer any losses at all, and might even have earned more? From now on, as long as there are cyclists checking in, the preferential fee will be equivalent to the expenses he pays to the other party. As long as the other party's friendliness level is higher than 50, he can get 110 times cash back from the system for every consumption. With this move, he not only made a lot of money, but also had the probability of doubling his money. If the discount wasn't any lower, it would seem a bit abrupt. Qin Wenjie would have wanted to reduce the discount to 10%. Now that we have just met, it is obviously inappropriate to do this at the beginning. It is better to take it step by step. It is best to set some grading conditions so that those who meet certain conditions can enjoy lower discounts, which will encourage writers to get more discounts. Only by rolling them up can we prevent them from developing the idea of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of their labor, which will lead to a decline in friendliness. Qin Wenjie has some understanding of the evil of human nature. As for those who have a friendship level lower than 50, what should we do? For example, Wang Cohen, even if we give them a discount, we still cannot earn cash back. The answer is simple: anyone whose weight is always below 50 is not qualified to be his writing partner. To achieve this, there is a prerequisite: the cycling group must be under his control. How can we control this cycling group that is formed by common interests? Qin Wenjie looked at Wang Cohen, the former team leader, and thought deeply. While he was secretly thinking about strategy, other people in the team were also discussing something. Everyone has gained some tangible benefits from Qin Wenjie, but these benefits are currently only verbal and have not been put into action. We are all adults, and everyone present knows very well that any blank promise that is not put into practice should not be trusted too much. If they really want to get these benefits, they still have to find a way to tie Qin Wenjie firmly to their cycling group. These people are all veterans, and they can know what others are thinking just by exchanging glances. After understanding each other's intentions, everyone looked at their former team leader Wang Cohen tacitly. Chapter 39. Everyone please stay. Wang Cohen felt frightened when being stared at by everyone. He shrank his neck and dared not speak. Not far from him, a fellow writer turned his eyes and spoke first. Boss Qin really cares about the development of our cycling team and provides the most help. I think why not let Boss Qin be our team leader? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone expressed their agreement, and for a moment Qin Wenjie became the popular choice for team leader. Everyone's approval made Wang Cohen's face turn pale. In order to avoid public outrage, he did not dare to say much and could only follow the advice of others and join the nomination army. Qin Wenjie was also considering the issue of team leader. After hearing everyone's suggestions, he rejected them without hesitation. The attitude is extremely firm. What a joke! Anyone who wants to be a team leader who serves everyone can do so. However, he didn't become a team leader just because he didn't want to work. He still wanted to keep some matters concerning the cycling team in his own hands. After all, it was related to his plan to make money. So after refusing several times, he looked around at a few of the most friendly people, then suddenly had an idea and spoke. I think Lao Li and Lao Wang are both very kind-hearted, so why not let them be the team leaders? Our team leader is just serving everyone. I usually have limited energy and cannot do this job well. It is better to let more capable people take on the task. I will be responsible for providing financial support to everyone within my ability. Considering that a person's energy is ultimately limited, it is suggested that our team leader does not necessarily have to be limited to one person, nor should he remain fixed for a long time. You can select a few people regularly and let them work together. Of course, we can't let the team leaders work in vain. They are all cyclists, and it is unfair to ask the team leaders to do more work. There must be compensation. But when everyone comes together for their interests and hobbies, paying salaries seems a bit tacky. So, I personally provide some financial support and give some small benefits to the brothers and sisters who serve as team leaders, such as buying new cars. As for what bike to choose, I have just started cycling and don't know much about bikes yet. When the time comes, the team leaders can take a look at them themselves and use the money to buy the one they like. In addition, I also plan to set up a special fund to purchase cycling protective equipment for all riders to avoid injuries like today's. In addition, in order to liven up the cycling atmosphere of the cycling group, we also need to balance the ratio of men to women in the team. Judging from the current situation, there are obviously more male riders than female riders. In order to achieve a certain balance and not kick out the male riders who have already joined, we can only recruit as many female riders as possible. In order to facilitate the recruitment of new female riders, we will give certain financial rewards to female riders who join the cycling group every time they participate in a cycling activity. I hope that male riders will not object to this last benefit. After all, with more female riders, the cycling atmosphere will be better. Qin Wenjie's words took all aspects into consideration and touched everyone's heart. It points out that the tour leader is there to serve everyone, which is more in line with the interests of most people, but it also damages the interests of the tour leader. Then it was stated that the team leader would get benefits, and the benefits were not small. After all, a new car is not cheap, like Qin Wenjie's car, which costs 140,000 or 150,000 yuan. Even though most riders have good salaries, this amount of money is almost several months' salary for them. This team leader position can be done as a part-time job. That special fund is equivalent to a universal reward, and everyone can get tangible benefits. The last financial reward for female riders makes the male riders the happiest. With this money, more and more female riders will join the cycling group, and they will have more and more opportunities for romantic encounters. You know, how many people really love cycling? If you really love it, just ride it by yourself. Most people spend tens of thousands to buy a car and form a group with others, isn't it just to achieve some goals? Such a good suggestion naturally received unanimous approval from everyone. The two people recommended by Qin Wenjie declined and were successfully elected as the new team leaders. No one cared about the original team leader Wang Kuan's opinion. Even in the following activities, Wang Kuan was isolated by everyone. Even those who were very close to him on weekdays gathered around Qin Wenjie to toast him. After a lively event, seeing that everyone's friendship level except Wang Kuan had increased to above 50, Qin Wenjie took the opportunity to get some more system benefits. It was announced publicly that considering that many people had drunk alcohol and it was unsafe to ride a bicycle, a room was booked for each person in the hotel. You can stay here that night to avoid safety issues on the way home after drinking. After hearing this, everyone cheered again. Several female riders gathered in a corner of the administrative corridor all looked at Qin Wenjie with their beautiful eyes. Except for Wang Kuan, all the riders participating in the night ride tonight were very happy. Oh, by the way, Sun Lingling is also worried. At the moment, she is tossing and turning in her bed, unable to sleep. Because she had a flight mission early the next morning, she said goodbye and left early, without waiting for the news announced by Qin Wenjie. But when she got home, she found she couldn't sleep at all. Sometimes she was thinking about things related to Qin Wenjie, and sometimes she was complaining that this job was delaying her important life events. Because of her profession, she knows what she wants better than most women. Just as she said, all her predecessors married rich men, and some even quit their jobs immediately after getting married. Influenced by her predecessors, she is ready to follow the same path. But in the past, the rich people she had seen were either middle-aged uncles or playboys. She had never found a candidate that satisfied her until Qin Wenjie appeared. He is young, rich, handsome, humble, polite, and low-key. Sun Lingling had a premonition that if she missed Qin Wenjie, she might never meet anyone more suitable than him in her life. So, after returning home, she kept regretting and even had the urge to resign. This job has seriously affected her pursuit of personal happiness. However, she had no idea what happened in the hotel after she left, and if she had known in advance, she would definitely regret it even more. No, if she knew in advance, she would never leave early. A group of people in the hotel played until the early morning. Most of them were drunk and some had already returned to their rooms to sleep. The rest of the people also drank the wine in their glasses and stood up to go back to their rooms. Like everyone else, Qin Wenjie stood up and prepared to go back to his exclusive presidential suite to sleep. Just then, Lao Li, who had just been elected as one of the team leaders, called him and the others. Old Li just smiled and said something that made him confused. Everyone, please write your name on the room card when you return to your room. As usual, I'll collect the room cards in a moment. Chapter 40 Special Event. Perhaps seeing Qin Wenjie's confusion, Lao Li invited him to talk while walking. It turned out that the activity that was going to take place next was the kind that was rumored. In addition to night riding, the cycling group also regularly organizes trips to certain places. This activity usually lasts at least 2 days and 1 night. With such a long time, it is natural to stay overnight in a hotel. People who can join the cycling group, besides having a lot of money and loving to have fun, also have some other little ideas. Due to these factors, some unexpected but reasonable things will happen when you stay overnight outside. In order to regulate everyone's behavior, avoid causing greater trouble, and satisfy everyone's own little calculations. Under the organization of caring people, each member of the cycling group tacitly invented a special activity, which was passed down step by step. This activity has a most important rule and premise, that is, no matter what the relationship between each rider is, even if they are a couple, they cannot live in the same room. At night, no one is allowed to visit anyone at will, except during special occasions. The special part is that all male riders write their names on the room card or spare room card, The organizer will collect them at your door and leave them at the hotel front desk. In the next half hour, female riders can take turns to get a few minutes of outdoor time. During these few minutes, the other party has two choices: stay at home or go to the front desk to choose a room card. There is no need for Lowly to explain what will happen after getting the room card. The next day, no one was allowed to discuss what happened the night before. Under such rules, the most difficult thing is actually how to ensure that male riders are really obedient and don't go out. Especially those who take their girlfriends, wives, etc. to ride, will they be unable to resist going out to check? The genius who originally came up with the idea for this activity came up with a brilliant idea. The organizer will contact a group of girls who like to work at night through the hotel. After the selection time is over, these girls will each take a room card from the remaining room cards and enter the room to work. Of course, the female riders were unaware of this. The male riders who were not chosen by the female riders also had their own romantic encounters, so naturally they didn't want to discuss too much about what happened that night. Especially those who come with their significant other, they are more disciplined than others. Listening to Lowly explaining the rules of the activity, Qin Wenjie was amazed. Originally he didn't want to participate, as he didn't have a good impression of the female riders in the group. It was obvious at first glance that he was the type who was having a lot of fun. Qin Wenjie didn't want to take the risk of getting sick for such a person. They all looked down on them, let alone those girls who like to work at night. But thinking that it would be unsociable to refuse like this, he could only pretend to agree. When Lowly introduced the rules, he had already thought about it. Since the room card was at the front desk, he would ask the front desk staff to hide his room card. If someone asks, just tell them that you have been selected. Unless, the person who went to the front desk to ask was Teacher Bai. Not long after returning to the room, Lowly came to collect the room card. There are many people riding at night, so it is unrealistic to arrange high-end rooms for everyone. Apart from Qin Wenjie himself, who lived in the presidential suite, only Lowly, Lao Wang, and a few other people of status were arranged to stay in executive suites. Several female riders were arranged in deluxe business rooms, while the rest were arranged in ordinary king-size rooms. Different types of rooms are located on different floors. Because it is close to Qin Wenjie's presidential suite, they first collect his room card and then go down one by one. During this period, Qin Wenjie called the front desk to give instructions. When he received the room card, he hid it and told everyone except the girl with the injured leg that his room card had been taken away. Although Qin Wenjie made preparations in advance for the less than 1 in 10,000 probability that Bai Yujie would enter his room when he made the arrangements. But he didn't expect Bai Yujie to actually enter his room. In his opinion, even if the other party had a conflict with Wang Kuan tonight, it shouldn't really affect their relationship. It's not that easy to break up, especially since their wedding is approaching and the invitations have been sent out. In addition, Bai Yujie did not actually stay on the rooftop until the end. After staying there for a short while, she went downstairs to rest on the pretext of feeling unwell. She was not present when Lowly announced the event. She might even have gone to bed by now, so even if Lowly sent her a message, she might not be able to see it. Therefore, when the door of the presidential suite was pushed open and Bai Yujie walked in wearing the hotel's bathrobe, Qin Wenjie was extremely shocked. Teacher Bai, you. Wenjie. Yujie. Brother Jie. Bite. The host's pleasure value has triggered the system reward, and the reward is 1 Audi RS7 top-end version. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone on her snow-white skin. Bai Yujie woke up from her sleep, stepped barefoot on the carpet in the room, picked up the bathrobe and put it on. She was very careful from beginning to end, trying not to make any noise. Despite this, Qin Wenjie was still woken up. Bai Yujie looked at the sleepy Qin Wenjie and whispered to herself. The wedding is scheduled for May 2nd. If you have time, you are welcome to attend. I still decided to marry Wang Kuan, even though he is not as good as I imagined, and even a little bad, but I still want to do it. Because I may not be able to find someone more suitable for me than him. Some people are not worthy of me, and some people are not worthy of me. Maybe he is the best fit for me, and since he is a bad person and cannot change, I can also be like him. I just woke up and heard her shocking remarks. Just as I was about to say something to persuade her, Bai Yujie said again. I know what you're going to say, don't worry, I'm not really as bad as him. I only chose you. If he does something wrong to me, I will impose equal sanctions on him. You will help the teacher, right? I am. At this moment, 1,000 horses were galloping through Qin Wenjie's heart. Bai Yujie's suggestion seemed a little stimulating. After watching the other person leave, Qin Wenjie held his waist and sat up. He used his mobile phone to search for the Audi RS7 that was randomly rewarded by the system, and the actual photos of the car made his eyes light up. He never had much interest in cars. In his opinion, they were just a means of transportation. But he has also thought about buying a new car these days, because Cullinan is too conspicuous wherever he drives. Some occasions are indeed not very suitable, and Qin Wenjie thinks he still needs a relatively low-key car. The appearance of Audi RS7 saved him a lot of trouble. He planned to find time to pick up the car today. Chapter 41: Knee Injury? After breakfast, other writers also got up one after another. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds, probably wondering who had entered whose room last night. When Bai Yujie appeared, Wang Kuan, who was waiting downstairs, felt guilty and took the initiative to talk to her, as if he wanted to hide something. Fortunately, Bai Yujie seemed not to notice anything, and calmly got on her bike and prepared to leave. Wang Kuan hurriedly followed from behind. Looking at Bai Yujie's back as she rode, Wang Kuan always felt that her movements were a little strange for some reason, as if she was feeling unwell somewhere. Could it be because I fell and got injured yesterday? Thinking of this, a trace of guilt flashed through his heart. This trace of guilt instantly disappeared as I recalled the good memories that the girl brought me last night. Although the two were getting married soon, they did not live together but lived in their own houses. At a fork in the road, the two separated in two directions and returned to their own residences. When we met again, it was already afternoon on the campus of Tunghai University. After seeing that Bai Yujie's walking posture was still strange, he pretended to be warm and caring and asked, "Honey, where are you hurt? I see that you haven't recovered yet and your walking is affected. Do you want to go to the hospital?" "Oh, you're asking about my injury now. What's the matter? Did the injury affect your plans for night riding tonight?" "My dear, don't say such angry words. You know me. I said that last night just to show off to others. Everything was in my plan, a retreat to advance. Don't you think the ultimate goal has been achieved? Your plan? Your plan is awesome." Bai Yujie was so angry that she laughed. Wang Kuan seemed not to have heard the sarcasm in her words. He stepped forward, took her hand and said, "Let me see where you're hurt." Bai Yujie pulled her hand back and sneered, "Where are you hurt?" "Your knee is injured." "Which knee?" "Both knees are hurt." "How could that be?" "I remember you fell sideways, it's impossible for both knees to be injured." "Oh? Do I need you to decide which of my knees is injured now?" "My dear, you seem anxious again, please talk nicely." "I'm too lazy to tell you, just look carefully." After saying that, she rolled up her trouser legs from her ankles to above her knees, and the injuries just below her knees were clearly visible to Wang Kuan. "Ah. So serious. The injury looks like it was caused by falling on the ground. Did you kneel directly on the ground when you fell yesterday?" "Humph, you don't even know how I fell. I don't want to waste my time talking to you." Looking at Bai Yujie's back as she left angrily, Wang Kuan always had a feeling that something was wrong. Whether it was the weird walking posture or the feeling the other person gave him, something was wrong. The other party seems to have changed, not in attitude, but... Wang Kuan himself found it a little absurd that he actually felt that Bai Yujie had become more feminine overnight. There are 4 workstations in Bai Yujie's office, and the other 3 are counselors like her. Because we are all girls, the topics in the office are usually quite open. When Bai Yujie walked in, one of the female colleagues looked up, then said teasingly after seeing her walking posture, "Teacher Bai, you went on a date with Director Wang Kuan last night, right?" "No." "Ha, stop pretending. I can tell from the way he walked that he was severely damaged last night. You know, Director Wang Kuan looks gentle and refined, but he's actually quite fierce in that area." "No, it's just a knee injury." "Ha? You hurt your knees after playing so hard? Let me see. Alas, why isn't Wang Kuan as smart as you?" Hearing Bai Yujie's sigh, the female colleague was a little confused and didn't know what she meant. When Qin Wenjie left the hotel, he originally wanted to ask Wang Yue to go pick up the car together. However, after contacting her, he found out that she had gone shopping with Fang Yuxian. Hearing this news, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Wang Yue had actually started to infiltrate the circle of his friends' wives so quickly. Inspired by her, Qin Wenjie felt it necessary to invite Zhao Xiaodong out for dinner to deepen their friendship. After all, personal connections are easier to expand and deepen through frequent interactions. After receiving Qin Wenjie's call, Zhao Xiaodong, who was thinking about getting along well with him, naturally agreed readily and said that he would invite a few of his good friends to meet him. Qin Wenjie never resists making friends, especially Zhao Xiaodong's friends, who should be of very high quality. At that time, you can not only make money but also expand your network, killing two birds with one stone. After a brief communication, the location of the dinner was agreed upon, which was the Jasmine restaurant we went to last time. Qin Wenjie is obsessed with his family's red wine, which costs 80,000 renminbi per bottle. His current mentality is not to seek the best but the most expensive. In terms of time, Zhao Xiaodong initially suggested that they get together at noon. But Qin Wenjie thought that he still had to pick up the car today, and he would not be able to pick it up in the afternoon after drinking at noon. So I told the other party directly and planned to change the meeting to the evening. Unexpectedly, when Zhao Xiaodong heard that he had bought an Audi RS7, he excitedly asked to go with him to pick up the car. After asking in detail, I found out that Zhao Xiaodong also had a car of the same model. Now I heard that he also bought an Audi RS7, and I thought that we had similar interests, so it was natural for us to go together. Considering that he had to pick up the new car and drive it away on the spot, Qin Wenjie did not drive the Cullinan, but asked the hotel driver to drive him there. After arriving at the Audi 4S store, the scene of staff discriminating against customers did not occur. No one looked down on Qin Wenjie just because his clothes were cheap. Before the Bentley car came to a complete stop, 4 or 5 sales consultants came jogging towards him with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. "Boss, are you coming to see the car? What's your name, boss? Boss, please come in. Boss, do you want tea or coffee?" The scene was chaotic yet orderly, with someone holding the car door, someone inviting him into the store, and the main theme was a warm and welcoming atmosphere. Such thoughtful service made Qin Wenjie couldn't help but sigh that it was worthy of being a luxury car 4S shop. The quality of its staff was high. While he was sighing in his heart, he didn't know that the shop assistants were also sighing. He rides in a Bentley, has a professional driver, and the total cost of his clothes does not exceed 1,000. He is truly a low-key rich man. After entering the store, Qin Wenjie told the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing that he was here to pick up a car, one of the female consultants in professional attire named Wu Xiaonan hurried forward to lead him to the VIP room. Then with the arrival of Zhao Xiaodong, the staff in the store were even more surprised at Qin Wenjie's identity. Anyone who can work as a sales consultant in the ODI store must have good vision and connections. The richest man's son will definitely be able to recognize him. Qin Wenjie is able to become friends with the richest man's son, and it seems that they have a very good relationship. I think he is also a well-known figure in Donghai. Chapter 42, Adult Friendship. This is what surprised everyone. Such a person should not be unknown. After all, there are really not many young people in Donghai City who can be friends with Zhao Xiaodong and travel in Bentley luxury cars. However, after exchanging glances with each other, the sales staff discovered that no one knew Qin Wenjie's identity. Out of great curiosity, a beautiful female consultant who had had close contact with Zhao Xiaodong deliberately pretended to chat with Zhao Xiaodong in order to find out Qin Wenjie's identity. Zhao Xiaodong is also an old hand, how could he not know her purpose? But he was a man of propriety. Seeing that Qin Wenjie usually dressed casually and kept a low profile, he did not rashly reveal his identity but just hinted at it. At this point, there is no need to explain in detail, the female consultant should understand. Even Zhao Xiaodong had some concerns and did not dare to reveal the other party's identity easily. He must be a heavyweight. Qin Wenjie did not notice the interaction between Zhao Xiaodong and the female consultant, but after picking up the car, he clearly felt that the attitudes of several female consultants in the store were obviously different from before. From the original hospitality to seduction. With such an illusion, Qin Wenjie couldn't help but shake his head and secretly cursed himself for being too arrogant. Now that he had some money, he became so narcissistic that he thought everyone was trying to seduce him. After leaving the 4S store, Zhao Xiaodong made several phone calls and made appointments with some friends to go to the mall together. On the way to the mall, Qin Wenjie was also experiencing the new car. The new Audi RS7 is not as good as Cullinan in terms of comfort and other aspects, but for some reason, he likes RS7 more at this moment. If someone had asked Qin Wenjie a few days ago how to choose between a Cullinan and an RS7, I believe he would choose to drive Cullinan without hesitation. But now, if he were to choose again, the result would be completely different. There could be only one reason why so much has changed in just a few days. He had nothing a few days ago, so between the two luxury cars that he would hardly be able to drive in his lifetime, he would definitely choose the more expensive one. Now that he has both cars, when it comes to choosing, he is more inclined to choose the new one. It is human nature to get tired of the old and love the new. No matter how expensive or good a car is, it can never be better than a new car. Similarly, no matter how beautiful your girlfriend is, she won't be as good as you after being together for a long time. When they arrived at the mall, several of Zhao Xiaodong's friends had already arrived early. The person who was invited by Zhao Xiaodong to such a dinner must be his best friend. Others were very curious about Qin Wenjie, the newcomer who suddenly joined. Because it was the first time they dealt with each other, even though everyone was very enthusiastic towards each other, there was still a hint of subtle awkwardness. After several people arrived at the private room and sat down, Qin Wenjie said he would treat them and called the waiter to order 5 bottles of red wine worth 80,000 yuan. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heated, the slight awkwardness just now completely disappeared, and everyone became more enthusiastic. Friendship between men is sometimes so wonderful. Once the wine was on the table, we were strangers 1 second and became friends the next. Of course, the real reason is not that simple. Each of Zhao Xiaodong's friends has an extraordinary identity. Tian Yufei's family is in the urban management department, Lin Han's family is in the medical field, and Wu Lingfeng's family is in the urban construction department. These people have one thing in common: due to the special nature of their jobs, although they have some money, they cannot spend it as lavishly as Zhao Xiaodong. The most fundamental reason why I can become friends with Zhao Xiaodong is that he is rich. Zhao Xiaodong became friends with them because of the network of relationships behind them. Friendship among adults is mostly an exchange of interests. Now that Qin Wenjie has joined rashly, everyone has not figured out his position in this circle of friends at the beginning. 5 bottles of red wine made them realize his strength. This is 400,000 yuan. Just a simple lunch, but such a big deal. Zhao Xiaodong didn't dare to do this before. He would open 1 bottle at most and then switch to cheaper ones after finishing it. To put it bluntly, everyone present was stunned by Qin Wenjie's heroism, including Zhao Xiaodong. Later, when chatting at the table, they heard that Qin Wenjie was the big brother on the mysterious list who had recently spent a lot of money on the Douyu platform, and several people completely accepted his identity as a new friend. Qin Wenjie could also see this by checking the skyrocketing friendship values of the 3 people through the system. As he spent more and more time in contact with the system, Qin Wenjie discovered that the system actually has many potential functions. In addition to providing him with financial assistance, those potential functions can also assist him well. For example, with the friendship value query system, he can easily determine the other party's true opinion of him. This will be of great help to him in making friends and even doing business in the future. If anyone has malicious intentions and wants to cheat him, no matter how well he acts on the surface, the cold numbers on the system's friendly value interface can expose his disguise. It is obvious that Zhao Xiaodong's 3 friends have no ill will towards Qin Wenjie at this time, otherwise the friendship value would not increase. If you think about it carefully, you will understand that, provided there is no conflict of interest, any normal person will not have too much hostility towards strangers. What's more, to be able to become Zhao Xiaodong's friend, one has already been screened in terms of character. Zhao Xiaodong would not invite ordinary drinking buddies to such occasions. Since the friendliness levels of the other people have reached the system's cashback standards, Qin Wenjie has even less worries about spending money. While ordering dishes that were small in portion and expensive, he urged everyone to drink more and eat less food. After all, no matter how expensive the food is, it only costs a few dollars, but a bottle of wine costs 80,000 yuan. His nouveau riche behavior not only did not disgust the people, but instead moved them all. Zhao Xiaodong felt that Qin Wenjie's move was to give him face. After all, he was the one who invited several friends over, and having such a generous meal would also make him save face in front of his friends. Tian Yufei and others felt that Qin Wenjie was willing to spend so much money since it was the first time they met, which showed that he respected them very much. Family members know their own business. Although they have lived a life of luxury and debauchery relying on their family over the years, they also know that the intentions of those who invite them to dinner are not pure. Most people spend money just to ask them to do something for them. But Qin Wenjie was different. Through the casual conversation just now, they were very sure that the other party had no intention of asking them to do anything for them. Even if you depend on the other party's level, if you need someone to do something for you, you can go directly to their parents. In this case, the fact that he was willing to spend so much money to treat them not only showed that Qin Wenjie was really rich, but also proved that he really wanted to make friends. Even these young masters cannot refuse the opportunity to make friends with a rich and generous person. Because of these reasons, they drank for 3 or 4 hours during the meal. After eating and drinking, Qin Wenjie rushed to pay the bill, fearing that Zhao Xiaodong would get there first again. Chapter 43. This is not about saving money, this is about killing me. When he was paying the bill, Zhao Xiaodong also came over, took a look at the bill of 500,000, and couldn't help but smack his lips. As the son of the richest man in Donghai, 500,000 is nothing to him, but that's not how he spends it. An ordinary dinner just for eating and drinking among friends cost 500,000 yuan. I can only say that people should be able to earn their own money before they can feel at ease spending it. Qin Wenjie spent so much money, so Zhao Xiaodong naturally had to express his appreciation. After all the people who came today were his friends. Therefore, after Qin Wenjie paid the bill, he suggested going for a second drink and finding a place to sing, and he would treat them. Qin Wenjie had just received a six-fold cashback of 3 million yuan from the system by spending 500,000 yuan, and he was feeling very happy. But when he heard that there would be a second game and looked at the expense bill in his hand, an idea flashed before his eyes. "Waiter, bring me 6 more bottles of this wine. I want to take it away." After hearing his request, the waiter was stunned, and Zhao Xiaodong and others were also stunned. Everyone knows that the prices in Jasmine Restaurant are relatively high. A bottle of wine that costs 80,000 yuan can actually be bought for only 50,000 or 60,000 yuan outside. Most of the customers who come here to consume are on business, and they will not save a little money and bring their own drinks for the sake of face. But this does not mean that customers agree with the prices of the goods in the store. On the contrary, most customers are very cautious when spending here and will not be too extravagant. Those who didn't have enough to drink would arrange to have a second drink somewhere else to avoid spending too much here. Qin Wenjie's approach was completely the opposite. He was afraid that he would spend too little here, so he had to take out the second round of drinks. Zhao Xiaodong thought he had drunk too much, so he stepped forward to persuade him. "Lao Qin, this wine only costs 60,000 yuan outside. There's no need to buy it from here. It's too much of a loss." "I know, but it's convenient to buy here, we can just take it and go. It's really cheaper outside, but we still have to waste time buying it. The most precious thing in the world is time. Spending less money can give you more time. You can spend more time chatting and drinking with your brothers. It's always worth it." Zhao Xiaodong and others were shocked by his remarks again. What kind of outrageous answer was this? 1 bottle costs an extra 20,000 yuan, and 6 bottles would be 120,000 yuan. Is our time so precious? Damn, is this the real world of rich people? For a moment, Zhao Xiaodong had the illusion that he was not the richest man's son at all. How could the gap between people be so big? Little did they know that Qin Wenjie was talking nonsense. What is the most precious time? It's all bullshit. If you spend 20,000 less on 1 bottle of wine, you will spend 120,000 less on 6 bottles of wine. Even if the 120,000 yuan is rebated at 5 times, it can still be 600,000 yuan. It would be a waste of time to run a longer distance to buy wine from other places, and he would lose 600,000 yuan. If Zhao Xiaodong paid for the wine without paying attention, the loss would be even greater. To avoid this from happening, the best way is to buy the wine in the store. Seeing that he said so, Zhao Xiaodong didn't know how to stop him. Tian Yufei and others were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Seeing that he was not joking, the waiter quickly arranged for someone to get Qin Wenjie some wine. As soon as the wine arrived, Qin Wenjie immediately paid with his credit card. Tian Yufei and others, who had been somewhat arrogant because of their family situation, were finally enlightened and their arrogance completely disappeared. Without waiting for Qin Wenjie to speak, 3 people stepped forward immediately, each holding 2 bottles. They got away with a drinking party for free, and then they wanted to get away with Zhao Xiaodong's drinking party too, without spending a penny. But when it's time to contribute, they have to contribute. Influenced by their family environment, they still have some foresight. After going downstairs, the 5 people each found a designated driver because they were all drunk. While waiting for the designated driver, Qin Wenjie was also thinking about a question, whether he should find a full-time driver. After all, he would have more social engagements in the future, and it would be inconvenient to find a designated driver every time. Although the hotel also has drivers, they are provided for hotel customers. As a boss, it is normal for him to transfer people to his side, but he is not planning to do so. He still wants to find a full-time driver who can also serve as a bodyguard. I'll take it with me when I go out, so I can do things for him conveniently. After some planning in his mind, he decided to get this done tomorrow and asked the Human Resources Department at Times Square in West City to send him a recruitment notice. Perhaps it was because of Qin Wenjie's 6 bottles of red wine, the atmosphere in the second game was even more lively. However, even with the high enthusiasm, everyone still couldn't hold on any longer after drinking another bottle of red wine. All good things must come to an end. Since you have had enough drinking, it is natural for you to go home. Qin Wenjie was staggering from drinking and was about to take out his cell phone to call a designated driver when he saw the message from Zhao Sisi. Since the last intimate contact, Zhao Sisi has become more and more bold. She even secretly took a private photo during work hours and sent it to me. Under the influence of alcohol, Qin Wenjie could not bear this and immediately sent his address to the other party. When Zhao Sisi hurriedly took leave and rushed over, Zhao Xiaodong and others had already left, and only Qin Wenjie was sitting in the car waiting for her. Seeing this situation, Zhao Sisi knew that shopping was not appropriate, so she sat in the driver's seat and asked which hotel they should go to. Unexpectedly, Qin Wenjie blurted out the two words "your home" without hesitation. Zhao Sisi looked down at her watch. It showed a little after 5 p.m. It seemed like she would make it in time. In order to verify her judgment, she took out her cell phone and dialed Lin Hui's number. "Honey, it's been a while since we've been romantic. Let's go out for dinner tonight." "Romance? Can romance be eaten? I'm very busy. I have to have dinner with a client tonight and won't be home until very late." "Well, I feel relieved." Zhao Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Hui's answer was exactly what she expected. In that case. Thinking of this, Zhao Sisi quickly set their community as the navigation destination. Zhao Sisi's house is not big, only about 100 square meters, but fortunately the room layout is reasonable and the living room is large enough to accommodate a large sofa. Sometimes the sofa is more comfortable and convenient than the bed, at least Qin Wenjie thinks so. Sit on the comfortable sofa and enjoy it comfortably. Bite. The familiar prompt tone of the system sounded again. The host's pleasure value has triggered the system reward, rewarding Bauma K1601. Does Bauma have the K1600 model? Qin Wenjie couldn't help but pick up his phone to check. After seeing the search results, his expression became a little strange. It's actually a motorcycle. The last time Zhao Sisi and I triggered a random reward, it was a bicycle, and this time it was a motorcycle. They are all means of transportation, and they are all ridden, which is very interesting. He is now looking forward to what reward he will get when he and Zhao Sisi trigger the random reward for the third time in the future. Zhao Sisi had no idea what Qin Wenjie was thinking and was working hard. An hour later, after experiencing 2 bouts of fatigue and the effects of alcohol, Qin Wenjie actually fell asleep. Chapter 44 Revenge. Seeing this, Zhao Sisi did not rush to wake him up, but called Lin Hui and urged him. "Why don't you go home too late? Why are you rushing me? Mr. Su and I had a great time meeting each other. We want to go for a second round of drinks." Listening to Lin Hui's impatient voice, a hint of a successful smile flashed across Zhao Sisi's lips, and she thought to herself, "I see, since I can't come back in a short time, then let Brother Jia have a good rest here." In order to prevent Lin Hui from returning home suddenly, Zhao Sisi would send messages every hour to urge Lin Hui to return home. "Until I receive Lin Hui's impatient reply, don't rush me. I'm going back now. You've ruined my mood to play. Brother Jia, wake up, it's time to go home." After receiving the news, Zhao Sisi immediately and gently woke up Qin Wenjie, helped him put on his clothes, put on a bathrobe and sent him downstairs. Because she was worried that it would be unsafe for Qin Wenjie to call a designated driver after drinking, Zhao Sisi also called a designated driver for him, and then they waited in the car together for the designated driver to arrive. Unexpectedly, the designated driver did not come, but Lin Hui came. Lin Hui, who also found a designated driver, sat in the passenger seat and directed the driver in a bad mood to drive to the public parking space where he usually parked. When he found that his parking space was occupied by another car, he became angry and got out of the car and kicked the broken Audi that occupied his parking space. When Zhao Sisi found out that it was her husband Lin Hui outside the car, she was so scared that she quickly lowered her head. Seeing her reaction, coupled with the familiar voice outside the car, Qin Wenjie immediately knew the other party's identity. He patted Zhao Sisi on the shoulder to signal her not to be nervous, then opened the door and got out of the car. "Fuck you, you're driving a broken Audi and occupying my parking space, get out of here now." The lighting was poor at night and Lin Hui had been drinking, so he did not recognize Qin Wenjie. When he saw him get off the car, he started swearing at him. "Broken Audi? How dare you call my car a broken Audi based on your BMW 5 Series? Nonsense, what model do you have? It's an A4 at best. Anyone who knows Audi cars knows that the discounts are huge and only poor people buy them. Rich people all buy BMW, and you should open your eyes and look carefully. Mine is the BMW 5 Series. Lin Hui obviously didn't recognize Qin Wenjie's car, which is why he was so arrogant. On the side, his designated driver couldn't bear to watch and kindly reminded him, "It's an RS7. What? I've never heard of it. You actually interrupted me. I haven't even settled the score with you for cheating me out of my designated driver fee." Seemingly dissatisfied with the designated driver's interruption, Lin Hui once again directed his criticism at the designated driver. Hearing his words, the designated driver spoke again, "I didn't cheat you. The above fees are charged by the system, not by me. Then I said I was at the gate of the community by myself, but you wouldn't let me in. The time it takes to drive in has increased again. Brother, you've been drinking. I have to help you drive to the parking space. Otherwise, you'll be considered drunk driving if you drive in the neighborhood. Don't make excuses. You just want to cheat me out of my money. You bad guys from the bottom of society are always calculating and coveting these little advantages. Please be more respectful when you speak. I can pay you back out of my own pocket for the money you added to the platform when you entered the community, but please don't insult my profession. How dare you insult me? How dare you hit me? Hit me if you can." With such an arrogant attitude, not to mention the designated driver, even Qin Wenjie wanted to beat him up. Qin Wenjie originally thought that the designated driver would endure it. After all, the purpose of being a designated driver is to make money, and most people would choose to endure it. But for some reason, the other party seemed very excited, muttering, "Well, since this world has forced me to have no way out, I have to take someone with me before I die." Realizing that the designated driver seemed to be about to do something, Qin Wenjie hurried forward to hold him and said, "Brother, don't get excited. There's no need to affect your future for this kind of rubbish." Future? I have no future. Besides, if I don't take action, the law can't punish this kind of rubbish. Am I really going to let him get away with it? No, watch me. Go and help me drive the car out. I have a way to deal with him. We are civilized people, we must learn to use civilized methods, and if we really need to take action, we should wait until civilized methods are no longer effective. At first, the driver's action of trying to fight really scared Lin Hui, but then he saw Qin Wenjie stopping him, his nervous mood immediately relaxed, and he insulted the two of them even more arrogantly. Qin Wenjie didn't waste time talking to him and signaled the designated driver to help him drive the car out. Lin Hui viewed this behavior as the other party being afraid of him and backing down, which made him feel a sense of accomplishment. He got into the car with an arrogant attitude, started the engine, and prepared to park it in the parking space. Bang! The car had just started when a crash was heard outside. Lin Hui rolled down the window and saw that it was the electric bike that was hit by the designated driver, and Qin Wenjie was standing not far from the car. Even though he was drunk at this moment, Lin Hui could think that the appearance of the electric car there must be Qin Wenjie's doing. So he got out of the car in a rage, pointed at his nose and yelled, "Are you a scammer? FK. It's fine if you just curse, but why did you hit me?" Qin Wenjie moved closer as he spoke, firmly controlling Lin Hui's right hand with both hands and pressing it against his collar, creating the illusion that the other party was grabbing his collar and he was about to resist. The designated driver immediately understood his purpose, rushed forward and pretended to separate the two, avoiding the camera's view and giving Lin Hui several elbow strikes in the confusion. Lin Hui was confused. He grabbed the opponent's collar for no apparent reason, was hit in the eye socket while struggling passively for no apparent reason, and was hit by several elbows from another person for no apparent reason. Damn, who is hitting who? While struggling and resisting, Qin Wenjie shouted to the security guard who came not far away, "Oh brother, please help call the police. This guy is drunk, driving under the influence and beating people up." Zhao Sisi, who was sitting in the car, was dumbfounded. She didn't know whether she should get off at this time. After receiving a report of a fight, the police arrived quickly and both sides had their own story. One of the drunkards, Lin Hui, said that he did not do anything, it was Qin Wenjie and the designated driver who beat him. If you don't believe him, you can look at the marks on his face and chest. The other two people on the other side recounted the story in detail, from how Lin Hui kicked Qin Wenjie's car, how he hit the electric bike while driving drunk, to how he rushed over to beat Qin Wenjie. Even without watching the surveillance video, several police officers and security guards knew who to trust. The large footprints and dents on the back of the Audi car are solid evidence, and the dashcam and community surveillance can also prove that Lin Hui was really driving under the influence. These evidences are enough. The RS7 is worth more than 1 million yuan. It would cost at least 10,000 yuan to repair the dent at the back at a 4S shop. To be honest, Lin Hui damaged other people's property. Coupled with drunk driving, he may have to stay in prison for a while. Qin Wenjie was afraid that Zhao Xiaodong might have some connections that could allow him to get a lighter punishment, so he made a special phone call to ask Zhao Xiaodong if he had any connections to help look after Lin Hui. As the son of the richest man in Donghai, how could he not have connections? Just a phone call and Lin Hui was taken to the police station for a fair deal, without even being given a chance to call and find ways. Qin Wenjie took a statement with the designated driver and left the police station. Chapter 45 Talent is the most important. As soon as the two of them went out, they met Zhao Sisi, who pretended to have just learned about the situation and rushed over. She was also cruel. As soon as she entered the door, she started crying and shouting at the top of her voice. "Husband, I told you not to drink and drive, but you just wouldn't listen. Now you've been caught after doing this many times." The traffic policeman who had just arrived at the station to test Lin Hui's alcohol level exclaimed upon hearing this, "Wow, it turns out this is not your first time." After taking revenge in a civilized way, Qin Wenjie was in a good mood. Just as he was about to say goodbye to the designated driver, he noticed that the other party did not seem to be in a better mood, so he could not help but ask. The designated driver, who called himself Li Feng, was unwilling to say anything. He sighed and said goodbye to Qin Wenjie. For some reason, Qin Wenjie actually saw complete disappointment with life in the other person's eyes. Recalling the scene where the other party couldn't help but beat Lin Hui up just now, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the other person's figure that was about to go away and shouted, "Brother, how about we find a roadside stall and I'll buy you a drink?" Li Feng stopped, seemed to be lost in thought and confusion, and then quickly made a decision. "Okay, let's have a drink together, thank you for inviting me. There is nothing in this world that cannot be revealed with a glass of wine. If you can't do that, just have another glass." After a few drinks, the taciturn Li Feng started to talk more. Through the conversation, Qin Wenjie quickly understood where the other party's disappointment came from. After Li Feng was discharged from the army, he married his girlfriend whom he had been in love with for 8 years. A year after the marriage, his wife became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter, and the family lived a happy and ordinary life. More than a month ago, Li Feng's wife took their 4-year-old daughter out shopping and was hit by a dump truck that ran a red light while crossing the road. The wife died before the ambulance arrived, and the daughter survived because her mother protected her, but she was also in critical condition and was admitted to the intensive care unit. In order to save his daughter, who was still in critical condition, Li Feng did not bother to investigate the truck driver's responsibility and hastily signed the letter of apology, because only in this way would the truck driver agree to give him 500,000 yuan in compensation. He could not afford to delay any longer. The house in the county town was sold in a hurry for only over 300,000 yuan. The cost of the intensive care unit was more than 10,000 yuan a day, and it was all spent in less than a month. 500,000 is the child's life-saving money. What's worse is that the medical conditions in the county are not good. In order to give his child better treatment, he had to transfer to Donghai Hospital. The medical conditions in big cities are indeed good, but the costs are also very high. In just half a month, the 500,000 yuan was almost gone. In order to raise as much money as possible, he worked part-time at night and borrowed money from relatives and friends. But when relatives and friends heard about his family's situation and realized that this was a bottomless pit, not only did they refuse to lend him money, they also advised him to give up. After all, every day spent there costs a lot of money, and you don't even know when the child will wake up. How could Li Feng bear to give up? It was just that he really had no power. The money needed was too much. How could an ordinary person like him get so much money? The feeling of powerlessness in his heart made him depressed, and Lin Hui's constant humiliation and insults became the last straw that broke the camel's back. If Qin Wenjie hadn't stopped him, the person who would have been put in jail tonight would have been Li Feng. What happened to Li Feng deeply touched Qin Wenjie. He said nothing, stood up to pay the bill, hailed a taxi, called Li Feng, and drove straight to Donghai Children's Hospital. There he saw through the glass Li Feng's daughter with tubes inserted all over her body. Looking back at Li Feng, who looked haggard, Qin Wenjie prepared to do something. He is not a pushover, nor is he heartless. He still wants to help the other party within his ability. If you want to find a job, you can call me. I need a full-time driver. After saying that, he left a number and went downstairs to the inpatient department's payment office. He rang the doorbell to wake up the staff member who was sleeping on the night shift. Prepare to add some money to Li Feng's daughter's hospital account to help her through the difficult times. Originally, he could transfer this money directly to Li Feng, and because of the system's cashback, he could also get multiple rewards. But he didn't do it because he understood that there were many opportunities to make money. Even if the system gives cash back when you have it, there is no need for him to do everything in his life just for the cash back. People always have to do something meaningful. It's just a matter of spending some money, and the last thing he lacks right now is money. Bite. The 2 million had just been paid successfully, and before I could leave, the system prompt sounded again. The host's pleasure value has triggered a system reward, 1 talent binding card. Talent binding card? The triggering of the random reward had already puzzled him, and the reward was a talent binding card of unknown purpose. The moment he received the reward, he hurriedly checked the details of the talent card in his mind. After use, you can randomly summon a talent from a random field for the host and bind him. After binding, the talent cannot do anything to backstab the host. Note, bound talents can only restrict them from backstabbing the host, but cannot force them to serve the host. The introduction to the talent binding card is very long, but it can be summed up in one sentence: it is of no use. The person being summoned is a real person. If he wants the other person to follow him, he must find a way to recruit the other person himself. One of the only uses of a talent card is to tell him who the talent is, and the other is to restrict the other party from backstabbing. Apart from these 2 points, it is of no use at all. Even if the salary is too low, the other party will not follow him. Qin Wenjie felt annoyed when reading the introduction above. Is it necessary to use a talent card to restrict the opponent's backstab? The same effect can be achieved by paying enough money. He just used up such a useless card. Searching for nearby talents. Search successful. Found a security talent, name, Li Feng, age 33. Talent binding successful. Damn it, you talent card, you really are a talent. Does Li Feng need you to help me search and find him? Qin Wenjie was speechless. This talent card was really useless. Outside the intensive care unit of the hospital, Li Feng, who got Qin Wenjie's phone number, had no intention of calling to apply for a job. Because he understands that no matter how high the salary of a job is, there is a limit to how much he can earn, and it would be better if he worked several part-time jobs. So, he just wrote down the number as a courtesy. Because he was drunk and his car was damaged, Lin Hui's compensation had not yet arrived, so he could not take any more driving jobs that night. He could only sleep on a bench in the hospital corridor with a heavy heart. For him, the thing he least wanted to see was the morning sun. Because the appearance of the sun means the arrival of a new day and new expenses will be incurred, the doctors and nurses on the day shift will come to remind him that the money in the hospital account is insufficient again and needs to be recharged and paid. Chapter 46: Something more meaningful. This morning, as usual, he dragged his heavy feet to the nurse's station to check the outstanding account balance and prepared to go to the cashier to pay the outstanding balance. The nurse learned the purpose of his visit and operated the computer. During the query process, Li Feng held his breath nervously. Oh, you don't owe any money. There's still 1,998,000 in your account. Why did you charge so much at once? How many? Li Feng looked at the nurse in disbelief, thinking that she was joking, but at the same time he didn't want her to be joking. 1,998,521.33. How could that be? I didn't charge that much money. Then I don't know, maybe there's a system error? Anyway, this is the balance shown on the card. Why don't you go to the cashier window to check? The nurse's answer made Li Feng's heart start beating wildly. He vaguely realized that the hospital system should not make such a big mistake. Since the balance shows so much, it is very likely that the money is really there, but it's still unclear who recharged it. Suddenly, Qin Wenjie's face appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, he ran downstairs, came to the cashier's office, and checked the recharge time of the money. 3 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, Li Feng was 100% sure that it was Qin Wenjie who recharged the money for him. The moment the truth came out, he did not call Qin Wenjie to verify it immediately, but squatted there and burst into tears. The crying attracted the attention of people around, but no one came forward to persuade or comfort her. Because there are many people here who can empathize with Li Feng. Although everyone's stories are different, the difficulties they face are extremely similar. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time were finally released after a good cry. Then, he took out his worn-out cell phone with trembling hands and dialed Qin Wenjie's number. Hello, who are you? A confused voice sounded, as if someone had just been woken up from sleep. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Li Feng. I'm very sorry to disturb your sleep. Thank you for charging me 2 million. I'll consider this money as a loan from you. I'll write you an IOU later. Take a look. No need for an IOU. Come and be my full-time driver to pay off your debt. I'll pay you 30,000 a month, and 10,000 will be deducted for debt repayment, so you'll actually get 20,000. When you're free, come to the West City Times Hotel to report. Thank you, Mr. Cheen. I know you are trying to help me. I am in urgent need of money, but a salary of 30,000 is too high. I feel unworthy of it. No, don't underestimate yourself. I know your abilities, and this salary of 30,000 is still conservative. I will raise your salary after the trial period. What's more, what I need is a driver and a bodyguard, so you deserve the price. I'm giving you this money, but if anything happens you have to really help me. The reason why Cheen Wenji offered such a high salary was not because he was kind-hearted and sympathetic to the other party, but because he recognized the system's talent card. Although the talent card seems useless, since it is a system prop, it naturally has its unique features. Those who can be rated as talents by it must have outstanding qualities. Li Feng on the other end of the phone was shocked after hearing what Cheen Wenjie said, and wondered if this Mr. Cheen knew about my deeds when I was in the army. That's not right. These things are kept secret, unless. If he can easily spend 2 million on a stranger, it seems that it is also easy for him to check his affairs. Almost in an instant, Li Feng filled in the missing plot in his mind. After thinking about it, he remembered what Cheen Wenjie said, and hurried to the bathroom to wash up. He glanced at his daughter through the glass, then hurried to West City Times Square. After meeting Cheen Wenjie again and learning his identity, Li Feng no longer had any doubts. He signed the employment contract and threw himself into the work. After taking Li Feng to familiarize himself with his two cars, he called Lin Han, with whom he had a drink yesterday. Lin Han's family is the head of the Donghai Health and Medical Department, so it is easy for him to help arrange things for Li Feng's daughter. Li Feng was deeply touched by the new boss's attentiveness to his affairs, and his friendship level rose from 73 to 87. In the following days, Cheen Wenjie, who did not have a motorcycle license, picked up the Bauma motorcycle and parked it in the parking lot of Times Square in Xiqing district. With nothing to do, he had a few drinks with Zhao Xiaodong and others. After learning that the real estate certificate of Jiangnan Academy could be processed, he immediately took Wang Yue to transfer the ownership. He didn't know whether it was intentional by the system or he was just unlucky, but after the house was transferred, he only got double the cash back. Cheen Wenjie was very satisfied just by seeing the 50 million yuan arrive in his account. It was equivalent to earning 50 million yuan with the system's gift. Wang Yue doesn't care much about money. What makes her even more excited is the significance of transferring the house. After feeling Cheen Wenjie's affection, her love was about to overflow. At the same time, with the help of money, he quickly integrated into Zhao Xiaodong's core circle of friends. And Zhao Xiaodong's social circle cannot be limited to Tian Yufei and others. As the son of the richest man, he has many friends. There is almost every local rich second generation who he doesn't know. These second generation rich people usually lead a life of debauchery and their favorite thing to do is to party. Naturally, Zhao Xiaodong would receive many similar invitations. During this period, because I often drank with Cheen Wenjie, I turned down many offline gatherings. Now the relationship between the two sides is as close as old friends. When he receives the invitation again, he plans to ask Cheen Wenjie to join him. After hearing from Zhao Xiaodong that there would be a yacht party in a few days, Cheen Wenjie readily agreed to go. At the same time, he was also planning which female companion to take with him. Although when Zhao Xiaodong introduced the yacht party to him, he said that this party was just a gathering of friends to drink and go sea fishing. But if Cheen Wenjie really believed it and went there alone, he would definitely face an embarrassing situation. By that time, everyone else will be surrounded by girls, but he will be the only one fishing in the sea foolishly. Just thinking about that scene will make you feel socially disastrous. However, he also started to worry when thinking about which female companion to take with him. So far, the people who have the closest relationship with him are only Wang Yue, Bai Yujie, and Zhao Sisi. This was obviously not a formal social gathering, so he definitely couldn't take Wang Yue with him. Ever since they confirmed their relationship, Cheen Wenjie has always treated her as his official girlfriend. Bringing my legitimate girlfriend to this kind of party always feels like a man with a special fetish bringing his wife to that kind of party. Cheen Wenjie doesn't want to have more cheating on him. He didn't want to take Zhao Sisi with him, not because he valued her that much, but quite the opposite. From the time they met each other to the time they confirmed their relationship, Qin Wenjie had always been in the mindset of just having fun and taking revenge on Lin Hui, and he never looked down on the other party from the bottom of his heart. A woman can do those things behind her husband's back for money. No matter how many excuses and reasons she has, she cannot wash away the label of being frivolous and cheap. Qin Wenjie felt a little embarrassed to bring a girl like this to a party of rich second generations. Chapter 47 Sun Lingling's Concern. Bai Yujie and Zhao Sisi are in similar situations, but also different. The biggest difference is that Bai Yujie is not married. She and Wang Kuan are just in a romantic relationship. Therefore, in his mind, Bai Yujie was the most suitable person to be taken over among the three. Unfortunately, after they had sex that day, they completely lost contact and she didn't answer Qin Wenjie's calls. I guess there's still some unresolved knot in my heart. Having lost the only suitable candidate, Qin Wenjie counted the people he had recently met, such as Jiang Meng, Pang Qiuan, Sun Lingling, etc. It seemed that they were not very familiar with each other, so it would be a bit presumptuous to ask them out. Wait, Sun Lingling. Thinking of this beautiful stewardess, Qin Wenjie's eyes lit up and a bold idea came to his mind. He immediately took out his mobile phone, found the other party's contact information, edited a message and sent it. There's a yacht party on Saturday. I've invited a few friends to go fishing, enjoy the sea breeze and drink some wine. Do you want to come? Sure, I'm fine. Sun Lingling responded almost immediately after receiving the invitation, without any hesitation. These days, she has been regretting leaving the night riding dinner early. She had always been looking for an opportunity to create sparks with Qin Wenjie, and she accidentally heard from her cycling friends that a special event was held that night after she left. Because of this incident, she has been reflecting on it recently. Now hearing about the new event, she agreed without hesitation. Even if there is a flight mission that day, you should still be prepared to ask for leave to participate. Sun Lingling naturally knew what the so-called yacht party was, and because she knew it, she also understood Qin Wenjie's purpose. The man was in love and the woman was willing, and they hit it off immediately. Qin Wenjie didn't expect Sun Lingling to agree so readily. He was stunned for a moment when he saw her reply. After he came to his senses, he agreed on a specific meeting time with the other party. On the agreed day, Qin Wenjie drove Cullinan to pick up Sun Lingling at the gate of her community. Sun Lingling had been waiting there for a long time. Her clothes looked very conservative from the outside, with a long trench coat and high heels, with only a little bit of her calves exposed. This seemingly conservative outfit completely changed when she got in the car and unbuttoned her windbreaker. There was only a 3-point bikini inside, with a large area of skin exposed. Qin Wenjie was really surprised by her outfit. You have to know that it is only April now, and it is still a bit cold in the East China Sea in April. Once you get to the sea, the temperature will be even lower when the sea breeze blows. Sun Lingling will definitely feel cold on the sea wearing this outfit. Although as a man, Qin Wenjie also likes to see beautiful women dressed like this, he still can't help asking the other party if she wants to change clothes. Seeing that she insisted on wearing it this way, I didn't try to persuade her any further. What surprised him even more was that it was not just Sun Lingling who did this. After arriving at the dock and meeting up with Zhao Xiaodong and others, he realized that Sun Lingling's outfit was too conservative compared to the female companions brought by others. Zhao Xiaodong did not bring his girlfriend Fang Yuexian, but brought another girl named Xing'er. Xing'er's outfit is very exaggerated. Sun Lingling was at least wearing a normal bikini, while Xing'er was wearing an almost completely transparent sun protective jacket. Under the sun protection clothing, it would be more accurate to call it a few strings rather than a bikini. It covers a little bit of everything, but it also seems like it covers nothing. The other girls weren't much better, with tattoos on their arms or backs, and they didn't look like they were working in serious professions. In comparison, Sun Lingling is much better than them. It was Qin Wenjie's first time attending such a party. He had never seen these things before, but he was just a little surprised. Sun Lingling, who was also participating in the event for the first time, was a little nervous and couldn't help but hold Qin Wenjie's arm. After boarding the yacht, as the yacht sailed away from the dock, what happened next was exactly what Qin Wenjie had imagined. What sea fishing? What party? Just an excuse. Just half an hour later, pairs of men and women went into their respective cabins. At this time, Qin Wenjie naturally couldn't appear to be out of place, so he took Sun Lingling's hand and walked towards an empty bedroom. Sun Lingling followed him into the room. Although she had been mentally prepared, she was still a little nervous when she really had to face this matter. She is not a casual woman. The job of flight attendant does not allow her to indulge herself. On the contrary, she is more conservative than most girls. The reason for this has a lot to do with her profession. During her years as a flight attendant, she has come into contact with many people and things, and from these experiences she summed up a very realistic fact. If you want others to love you, you must first love yourself. Maybe being a little more promiscuous would make it easier to hook up with a successful man. However, the pursuit of quick success will result in short-term results. Things that are too easy to obtain will not be cherished. Therefore, these years she did not, like other colleagues, rush to flirt with rich second generations and throw herself into their arms, but carefully considered and selected her targets. When she first faced Qin Wenjie, Sun Lingling was not in a hurry and wanted to take it slow. But later, after the contact that day, she found that Qin Wenjie was different from those rich people, and she had to act as soon as possible, otherwise the opportunity would be gone in a flash. This sense of urgency made her abandon her original principles and prepare to give it a try. And what follows is the critical point where the relationship between her and Qin Wenjie will take a step further. She hoped that the two of them could establish a relationship through this, rather than just having some fun without any progress in the relationship. What you have devoted yourself to for more than 20 years should be rewarded with more things worth sticking to. Because of this, on the way here, she rehearsed countless possible conversations between the two of them in her mind. In every scenario, she had thought about what kind of promise Qin Wenjie would make in person. However, when things were really about to happen, she suddenly realized that some things seemed to need no further explanation and there was no point in forcing a promise. Let everything take its course. Qin Wenjie's scream was accompanied by a burst of pain, which plunged the room into an eerie silence. Sun Lingling, who was worried, did not explain anything, but the tears sliding down her eyes told it all. Sun Lingling was right. Men would always cherish girls who love themselves, especially when they are capable. Qin Wenjie, who broke through the defense, had already thought about how to retaliate against the opponent. Bite. The host's happiness value has triggered the system reward, rewarding Yunhai Villa X1. After finishing this serious business, the yacht party returned to its nominal main topic, with the men fishing and drinking. Girls gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to chat, talking about everything from whose voice was the loudest to what kind of bag to buy. Sun Lingling mingled with the group of girls, responding casually, and was not in a very good mood. She could also hear from casual conversation that these girls were just playmates brought by the men. Yes, just playmates. Chapter 48, Sit and Do It. Maybe for them, it would be nice to have a game on a yacht and get some small gifts and some topics to talk about. But this is not enough for Sun Lingling. This is not what she wants. What she wanted was to be Qin Wenjie's other half, not just a playmate for fun. The huge psychological gap made her worried and she didn't enjoy the game to the fullest. Qin Wenjie did not notice Sun Lingling's loneliness and was about to drive her home after the event. I accidentally opened the system panel and prepared to check how much Sun Lingling's friendship level had increased. The number 63 displayed on the system interface startled him. It had dropped. And it had dropped drastically. He vaguely remembered that when the two were in the room, the friendship level was already 89. How come the friendship level dropped so much in just a blink of an eye? Nothing else happened on the yacht. During this period, the other party kept chatting with the girls. Could something have happened during the conversation? After noticing Sun Lingling's abnormality, Qin Wenjie chatted with her tentatively for a few sentences and gradually understood the reason for the decline in friendliness. I think the other party misunderstood something. No, it's not a misunderstanding. Originally, he sought out Sun Lingling because he really treated her as a playmate. It was not until he broke through that barrier that his mentality changed. If Sun Lingling was like Zhao Sisi, he wouldn't care at all even if their friendship level decreased. The worst that could happen was that he would just change someone else. Reality proves that Sun Lingling is not that kind of woman, and Qin Wenjie's sense of morality prevents him from doing anything to hurt her. If something precious is taken away, no matter whether you are together in the end or not, you still have to get the compensation. On the premise that the system daddy pays for it, you can be more generous with the compensation. Thinking of this, he looked at Sun Lingling, who seemed a little lonely, and spoke to break the silence in the car. If I say that this is my first time attending this kind of event and I don't know what kind of female companions they would bring, would you believe me? What Qin Wenjie said was true, but in the eyes of outsiders like Sun Lingling, it was obviously not true for a rich man like him to attend a yacht party for the first time. But even so, Sun Lingling still chose to believe it, because she felt that Qin Wenjie was so rich and changing women was like changing clothes, so there was no need to deceive her about these things. Even if it was really a lie, telling a lie to comfort her was enough to show how much I valued her. So, with just this one sentence, Sun Lingling's original annoyance was swept away and her mood suddenly improved. I don't believe it. Sun Lingling, who was in a good mood, said proudly. Really? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have brought you along. Are those girls worthy of playing with you? They're not even on the same level. You're so annoying, so smooth talking. Although she said she hated it, her body was honest. Sun Lingling gave him a passionate kiss while saying this. The friendship level rose again, surpassing the previous highest value of 89 and reaching 91. Qin Wenjie struck while the iron was hot and took her to a shopping mall in the city center, buying her all kinds of luxury goods, bags, clothes, and jewelry that she liked. Unlike others, Sun Lingling was very receptive to these gifts and was not polite at all, accepting almost all of them. What surprised Qin Wenjie even more was that even though he bought so many gifts, the other party's friendliness level did not increase or decrease, but remained unchanged. This phenomenon was really incomprehensible to him. It is said that there are two kinds of feelings a person may have after receiving a gift. One is gratitude, where they thank the person who gave the gift, and their friendliness level increases accordingly. The other is being ungrateful and thinking that gifts are a matter of course, which will reduce friendliness. Sun Lingling is neither of these, but a completely new mentality. In her mind, it was a very natural thing for Qin Wenjie to give her a gift. She would not be particularly grateful, nor would she feel that he was being taken advantage of. She had a clear positioning of herself in her mind. Since she was going to be Qin Wenjie's other half, the act of giving gifts was just like transferring money from one hand to the other. She did not regard the gifts as her own property, but managed them for Qin Wenjie. It is this mentality that keeps her friendliness intact. Qin Wenjie was surprised, but he had no intention of asking further questions. He just went with the flow and took the opportunity to give more gifts. Relying on this tacit cooperation, Qin Wenjie gave out gifts worth more than 1.6 million and received more than 8 million in cash back from the system. Afterwards, the two of them had a simple dinner and returned to Sun Lingling's community carrying large and small bags. Sun Lingling and two of her flight attendant colleagues shared a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Coincidentally, the other two colleagues were also not at work because of their shift work. When I was sending Sun Lingling home, I happened to meet her two colleagues watching TV in the living room. Perhaps they didn't expect that she would bring a man back. One of the two beautiful stewardesses was wearing a thin nightgown, and the other was only wearing underwear. The two were stunned at first when Qin Wenjie appeared. After they came to their senses, they were about to get up and run to their rooms, but they inadvertently saw the two men carrying large and small bags in their hands, and the action of getting up stopped abruptly. Lingling, who is this? Have you forgotten? I met Mr. Qin at the West City Times Hotel a few days ago. Ah, Mr. Qin. No wonder you look so familiar. After learning about Qin Wenjie's identity, the two flight attendants, who were originally a little shy because of their clothes, somehow relaxed. The stewardess in her underwear excitedly stood up and came forward to greet them, her body trembling as she walked, intentionally. Seeing her roommate's ill intentions, Sun Lingling hurriedly pulled Qin Wenjie, who was greeting the two girls, back to the room. Qin Wenjie originally just wanted to send her upstairs to sit for a while, but the unexpected scene just now made him suddenly have other thoughts, and going upstairs to sit for a while turned into going upstairs to do it. Sun Lingling didn't expect him to be so bold and to do such a thing in the living room outside. She was about to shyly refuse. Suddenly remembering the behavior of the two people outside just now, he came up with the idea of asserting his sovereignty. As if by design, Sun Lingling, who had been unusually quiet on the yacht, suddenly became as quiet as a lark, making Qin Wenjie feel a little embarrassed. The two girls who were eavesdropping in the living room blushed at this moment. Bite. The host's pleasure value has triggered the system reward, and the reward is one 300 square meter property at Galaxy Bay No. 1. Perhaps it was a new experience, the system actually triggered a second random reward on the same person on the same day. Looking at the system reward he had just received, Qin Wenjie's eyes lit up and he thought of a good way to make money. Under normal circumstances, even if you shop a lot, it is difficult to spend millions. So he never thought about making big money from the system through daily shopping. If you want to make a lot of money, the best way now is to give gifts through live broadcast. In addition, through the last transfer of the Jiangnan Academy house, Qin Wenjie found a new way out. Buy a house. A house costs 1 or 2 million at the cheapest and tens of millions at the most expensive. Is there anything better than this to make money? Chapter 49. Sun Lingling is currently sharing a house with someone else, so Qin Wenjie can take this opportunity to buy an apartment for her. Firstly, it is convenient for two people to get things done, and secondly, they can make money, killing two birds with one stone. As for where to buy a house, the System S rewards are a good hint. Galaxy Bay number 1 is undoubtedly the best choice. Due to system restrictions, the rewards obtained through random triggering of the system must be held directly or indirectly by him and cannot be transferred to others. He can only buy a new house and give it to the other party. After finishing the job, Shin Wenji also checked online. The price of housing in Galaxy Bay number 1 is not expensive, just over 30,000 yuan per square meter. A house of 300 square meters can be bought for 10 million yuan. If you get a cashback of 10 million, it can be multiplied 4 or 5 times, which is still 40 or 50 million, which is much faster than making money by buying luxury goods. Of course, Shin Wenjie wouldn't buy a house for every woman he met. If that's true, then he would be a bootlicker. Buying a house for Sun Lingling was a decision he made after careful consideration. Sun Lingling is different from girls like Zhao Sisi. Zhao Sisi cheated on her husband behind his back, and no matter how many reasons and excuses she has, she cannot whitewash her behavior. The same goes for Bai Yujie. Wang Koan is a bad person and even betrayed her. If you have any objections, you can break up with him and live your new life instead of learning from him and retaliating in kind. Compared with them, Sun Lingling is much better. When the two met, she was single, and even though they didn't know each other's background, she was still able to apologize on behalf of her colleague, which shows that she had good character. The in-depth communication on the yacht today also proved that she is not a promiscuous person. The only point that can be complained about is the worship of money. But this is not a problem for Qin Wenjie. What's wrong with worshipping money? Wang Yue worships money, Jiang Meng worships money. Who doesn't worship money when entering society? For Qin Wenjie, materialism is actually an advantage. As long as he remains rich, materialistic women will always surround him. For these reasons, Qin Wenjie has already treated Sun Lingling as a partner with whom he can develop a good relationship. Although her status in his mind is not as high as Wang Yue's, it is much higher than Zhao Sisi and others. There is no problem in buying a house for a woman like this. In the end, he doesn't need to really pay anything anyway. Everything will be paid for by the system daddy. After making up his mind, he told Sun Lingling about his plan and prepared to take her to buy an apartment the next day. At this time, Sun Lingling had not yet realized the value of buying a house that Qin Wenjie mentioned. She thought it was the same as what happened to her predecessors and that he was just giving her a house to live in. So, although she was happy when she heard the news, she did not show too much excitement. After reluctantly seeing Qin Wenjie off, she couldn't wait to return to the rental house and showed off her shopping results of the day one by one under the envious and jealous gazes of her two colleagues. Then, amid the exclamations of my two colleagues, I felt dizzy and lost myself. The next morning, Qin Wenjie first went to complete the relevant procedures for the villa, and then went straight to Xingawan No. 1 community. This community is also near the city center and not far from Jiangnan Academy. One of the most important reasons why the price gap between the two is so large is that Galaxy Bay No. 1 is not a school district house. This community basically has small-sized houses with 2 elevators and 4 households, ranging from 90 square meters to 150 square meters. There are not many 300 square meter apartments, 32 in total, in Building 2, with 1 apartment per floor. A housing price of 10 million makes the positioning of a 300 square meter house very awkward. Rich people's money does not come from the wind, and the cost-effectiveness must also be considered when buying a house. With this price, you can buy a small school district house in Jiangnan Academy or its nearby area. Those who cannot afford a school district house also cannot afford 10 million to buy it. Therefore, even though this community has been delivering houses for a while, there are still houses of 300 square meters available for sale. This makes things convenient for Qin Wenjie. With the system, money comes to him like the wind. When buying a house, you don't need to consider the cost-effectiveness, as long as it is comfortable to live in. It is obvious that the owners who can buy the 300 square meter apartment in Galaxy Bay No. 1 also have such an idea, and these people are all well-known and wealthy people with generally higher quality. A good neighborhood environment can indeed make people live comfortably. In the temporary sales office outside the gate of the community, the property consultant heard that Qin Wenjie was here to handle real estate procedures and immediately greeted him warmly. The small apartments have been delivered long ago, and the only ones that still need to go through the formalities are the large apartments of 300 square meters. Anyone who can buy a house like this at this time would know that Qin Wenjie is a rich man, even without looking at the Cullinan outside the door. People who work in sales professions like real estate consultants are naturally in awe of wealthy people. After completing the formalities quickly, Qin Wenjie had no intention of leaving, but waited for Sun Lingling to arrive, during which time he also asked about the situation of the remaining houses. It's rare that the client is so interested in the remaining houses, so the property consultant naturally did his best to introduce them. By the time Sun Lingling arrived in a taxi, Qin Wenjie had already understood almost everything. He said to Sun Lingling as she entered the room, "Bring your ID card with you. Give it to Miss Wu and let her handle the formalities for you. Choose the 11th floor of Unit 2. Sun Lingling was confused, but the property consultant realized that the client wanted to buy another unit, so he hurried forward to greet her and took her ID card. Sun Lingling came to her senses and realized something, but she was still a little bit unbelieving. Until, under the guidance of the consultant, she signed her name in 7 or 8 places on the house purchase contract where signatures were required. After the contract was signed, Qin Wenjie readily swiped his card to pay, and the system rebate followed. This time his luck was extremely good, with the rebate increasing by 8 times, and he received 80 million in cash back. While Qin Wenjie was paying, Sun Lingling looked at the house purchase contract in her hand, as if she was in a dream. She thinks she is not lovesick, and she never thought she would be lovesick before. She even laughed at her colleagues and seniors, saying that they would be completely devoted to someone just by giving them gifts. Qin Wenjie gave her so many expensive gifts yesterday, but she was only a little excited and there was no big ripple in her heart. But at this moment, she looked down at the thick house purchase contract, on which the property owner's name was written alone, and the ink was not dry yet. She knew very well what this meant. From now on, she owned a house of her own in Donghai City, and it was a luxury house worth tens of millions. Oh my god, I'm addicted. It was really difficult for Sun Lingling to remain calm and composed. She had already compared herself with her colleagues and seniors in her mind. Although those people also found rich boyfriends and husbands, and received gifts such as houses and cars. But without exception, all they get is the right to use, and the ownership is either registered under the man's name or under the man's company's name. To put it bluntly, such gifts only have the right to be used for free, and the person who gave the gift can take it back at any time if he wants. Chapter 50, Useless Standalone Shop. The house she received was completely different. It had her name written on it, and only her name, and it was protected by law. It's not just a matter of the value of the gift, it's a feeling of being trusted and valued. She has already felt Qin Wenjie's feelings, and having received this kindness, Sun Lingling is ready to return the favor with even more intense love. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the new house on the 11th floor, Qin Wenjie received Sun Lingling's first feedback, as well as a message from the system. Byte. The host's pleasure value has triggered a system reward, rewarding the property right of a 3-story standalone shop at number 113, Shuangshan Road, Donghai City X1. Sun Lingling's high productivity really surprised Qin Wenjie, but there was more to surprise him. Perhaps it was because Qin Wenjie's joy was inadvertently revealed when he received system rewards these times and was noticed by her, which made her think for a moment that Qin Wenjie had some special hobbies. So she deliberately took Qin Wenjie back to the rental house, then borrowed black stockings from her female roommate, and then did it in a big way in the living room. The female colleague could only hide in her bedroom, secretly cursing her for being sick. She clearly had black stockings, but she had to borrow hers. Wearing her black stockings to do that with Qin Wenjie, didn't that mean she was also disgusting? I forgive you for the lipstick you gave me. When I find a rich boyfriend, I will do the same thing. Byte. The host's pleasure value has triggered the system reward, and the reward is one 300 square meter property at Galaxy Bay number 1. Byte. The host's pleasure value has triggered the system reward, and the reward is one 300 square meter property at Galaxy Bay number 1. While Sun Lingling misunderstood Qin Wenjie also mistakenly thought that Sun Lingling liked to play this way. Although he was a little shy, he tried his best to cooperate. At the beginning, the two roommates were still hiding in the house, or pretending to be out doing other things. I don't know when it started, but one of them stopped hiding and walked past the two of them in a big way. Then it got even more outrageous. Not only did he walk around the house as if no one was around, he would also make a comment as he passed by. Qin Wenjie was embarrassed by them. Fortunately, he has gained something these days. I don't know if it's because of Sun Lingling or if the house they rented is a good place for feng shui. In just a few days, 8 random rewards were triggered, and each time it was the house in Galaxy Bay number 1. After all the trouble, in addition to the house he bought for Sun Lingling, he still had 9 300 square meter houses in Galaxy Bay number 1. The system's rewards are not endless. I think it's because the novelty has worn off. After receiving the reward for the ninth house, no more rewards have been triggered. Qin Wenjie and the system were both drained dry. After establishing a relationship with Qin Wenjie, Sun Lingling also expressed her intention to resign. Qin Wenjie didn't care too much about this. After all, whether Sun Lingling went to work or not had no impact on him, and there was no problem in supporting her with his assets. But he was not prepared to let Sun Lingling be idle. People are afraid of being idle, and once they are idle, trouble will arise. Since she didn't want to go to work, Qin Wenjie planned to find something for her to do, such as investing in her to open a store. It didn't matter whether she made money or not, as long as she had something to do. As expected, Sun Lingling chose to open a coffee shop. It seemed that she needed a rich wife or even a mistress. Her favorite industries were coffee shops, flower shops, etc. From the moment she made the choice, Qin Wenjie knew that this cafe was bound to lose money. Since you know you're going to lose money, just try to reduce expenses to minimize the loss. You can also save money on renting a house. That stand-alone shop on Shuangshan Road can be used. The location of this shop is awkward. In theory, Shuangshan Road is located in the most prosperous area of the city center, and high-end shopping malls such as Guiha are located on this road. The flow of people and fame here keep the rent high all year round, so stand-alone shops should be easier to rent. The fact is just the opposite. This shop has not been rented out for years, and the biggest reason is its location. It is located not far from Guiha, but since there are no bus stops around, few people visit here. People who come to Shuangshan Road usually go directly to the shopping malls, which also results in very little traffic in this shop. At the same time, because this shop is 3-story and very large, it is not convenient to sublet. In addition, since it is located in a core area such as Shuangshan Road, there are many restrictions such as prohibiting open flames, which limits the types of industries that shops can open. The original owner was unwilling to rent out the house at a low price due to its good location, and for various reasons, it had not been rented out for many years. After Qin Wenjie took over, he naturally didn't want to go through any more trouble for it. Since it was difficult to rent, it would be perfect to use it to open a coffee shop for Sun Lingling. There is no rent for the shop, the cafe is located in a bustling area, and the 3-story shop is large enough and petite enough. In this way, even if the store does not make money, it will not lose money. Sun Lingling didn't calculate the same thing this way. She checked the nearby rents online, and after learning the value of the shop, she automatically included its rental value in the operating costs. How could she not be moved that Qin Wenjie was willing to spend such a huge amount of operating costs to support her in opening a store? So, Sun Lingling secretly made up her mind that she must do it to live up to Qin Wenjie's support. After reusing the 3-story shop for Sun Lingling to open a store, Qin Wenjie seemed to be inspired and planned to utilize the office building in Times Square in Lower West Side in the same way. Many floors are empty anyway, so you might as well use them to start a company. As for what kind of company is less likely to lose money, it is obvious that a media company is a good direction. The internet is developing rapidly at present, and internet celebrities' own media and live streaming are popular. He has paid close attention to information in this area over the years. Qin Wenjie remembered reading a piece of news a while ago that some entertainment and media companies deliberately looked for college students who dreamed of getting rich to sign artist contracts. After signing the contract, let it fend for itself. If you want to terminate the contract, you will have to pay the company a large termination fee. These companies make a lot of money from termination fees. He would not do such an immoral thing, but it can be seen from this news that entertainment media companies have little operating costs, and the biggest cost is rent. The last thing he needs to worry about is the rent. Apart from the venue issue, the remaining operating costs are basically zero. There is no need to play any tricks. Just sign a contract with college students and let them do live streaming. If it becomes popular, you can make some money. If it doesn't, you can terminate the contract for free and just lose some electricity bill. It is almost a business that is sure to make money. After making up his mind, Qin Wenjie immediately arranged for its execution. He is not short of money now, and he can find people from Times Square and West City to temporarily replace him. In just a few days, he recruited a group of media company staff including operations and cameramen. As for the office space, he had 1 floor of an office building vacated and hired a decoration company to renovate it. At the same time, he arranged for new employees to work temporarily in cubicles on other floors. A room on the first floor of the Xiqing Times Hotel was chosen to be used as a temporary live broadcast room. It can not only provide a live broadcast venue, but can also be used as a residence for the host after the broadcast. After solving these problems, the only thing left is to establish an MCN guild.